Chapter 41 Old Man, can you exchange your life? After Fujimiya Makoto felt that he was embraced by Anohana Master again, his heavy injuries and gradually sinking spirit made him fall into a long sleep. Although he had the wall of size as a bottom-line protection, it did not mean that he did not need to consume his spirit to maintain his will. In a daze, he could probably feel that he was being carried and moved quickly. Should he be returning to the rescue station? He thought so. It was unknown how long it had passed before Fujimiya Makoto finally felt that his body had recovered a little and slowly opened his eyes. However, just as his thoughts began to turn, a very miserable wail suddenly came to his ears. No, don't Fujimiya Makoto was awakened by the voice. This was obviously the voice of Shifunji Chihiro. What was done to him? He tried hard to turn his neck, but his body was in pain even when he moved a little. It took him a long time to look around. The next moment, his pupils trembled. He saw his beloved master standing by the straw hut, and he, Shifunji Chihiro, and the remaining wounded were placed on dry straw mats. In Anohana's hand, the lower half was a hilt, and the upper half was a geoduck-like should it be a sea cucumber? In short, it was a slimy, greasy, constantly wriggling creature with tentacle-like barbs on its surface. It must be painful to retreat, Nasha. Then, in the horrified eyes of the crowd and the wailing of Shifunji Chihiro, Anohana Yachiru stuffed the geoduck into the mouth of the little black-skinned man, blocking the tragic wailing. Fujimiya Makoto looked at this scene with a dull look. The geoduck seemed to be alive, constantly wriggling and extending into Chihiro's body, and its tentacles faintly secreted a shiny liquid. It made people feel cold all over. It's amazing, Fujimiya-kun. Just when he looked dull, he heard someone beside him lower his voice and said to him with a snicker. Shikatori Bansai pushed his glasses, looked very interested, and explained to him softly, Anohana-sama's Zanpakuto is actually a biological healing type. This is very rare. Even I have only seen a few very rare ones in the myriad Zanpakuto form secrets. I heard that if Anohana-sama changes her release words, her Zanpakuto can also change into other forms. Oh, so that's it, Fujimiya Makoto said tremblingly, trying to force a smile. That's really amazing. That's right. Kakuzu Takeunsai's eyes sparkled. Thanks to Anohana-sama, so many wounded can survive. Wait. As if he had thought of something, Fujimiya Makoto suddenly looked down at himself. It's a pity. It's all covered with dense bandages. What are you looking at? Just as he was thinking, he saw that Master Anohana had finished the treatment of Chihiro Shihoin at some point, and slowly walked to Fujimiya Makoto's side, asking calmly. Fujimiya Makoto was suddenly covered in cold sweat. At this moment, how should he answer to avoid the fate of having the geoduck and sea cucumber stuffed into his mouth? No, nothing. However, before he could finish his words, he heard his mother's broken knife start to act up again. Ah, master's knife. Super ugly. This is the first time I've seen such a disgusting thing. And, being stuffed with such a big thing, Mr. Xiaohipi must want to die. He. I will record this scene immediately, print 10,000 copies and send them to the Great Spirit Book Corridor. This is it. The ultimate insult to the mouth. The atmosphere under the straw shed suddenly became quiet. It's said. Brave Mr. Fujimiya, this time he said the fact that no one dared to say it out loud. The other Yuan Liu death gods lying under the straw shed looked at him as if they were looking at a hero. Before Anohana could speak, Shihoin Chihiro, who had just maintained a dull face as if insulted, seemed to have received some great stimulation. He trembled all over and tried to support his body. From his dry and hoarse throat, he let out a heart-wrenching roar. I will fight you to the death. Ryoma. However, Fujimiya Makoto had no intention of paying attention to him at this time. Behind the boy, sweat was pouring down. Anohana Yachiru still looked at him quietly as before, with a gentle and kind smile on her face. However, the zanpakuto in her hand had turned into a sea cucumber without knowing when. She lifted the sea cucumber and looked at it closely, as if she was a little confused. Is it that ugly? Teacher, I think it's cute. Fujimiya Makoto's face darkened a little, but he still had to explain, well, Master, you know me, I always say one thing and mean another. What I can say about my zanpakuto is usually different from what I think. Really? Anohana Yachiru asked him with a smile. Really? Fujimiya Makoto swore. Really? Anohana Yachiru was a little regretful. I was thinking that if Makoto was really not satisfied with this look, I would help you change it. Fujimiya Makoto was stunned at first, and then he immediately cheered up and changed the subject. But, Master, many times, it's not a bad thing to try something new. Right? Anohana Yachiru smiled again, is that so? That's great. Fujimiya Makoto was also mentally prepared. Compared to being stabbed in the throat by a meat stick, he would rather be swallowed by a meat stick. Then, Anohana slightly changed the release words. Eat his wound, meat stick. The next second, the original sea cucumber turned into an oversized pink heart shape. Anohana smiled and pointed the tip of the heart at him. Wait a minute. Master. Master, don't. I can't get it in. It's so big, I can't get it in no matter how hard I try. Fujimiya Makoto's eyes widened and he swallowed hard. Is this broken knife even more shameless? Unfortunately, this time, Anohana teacher ignored the broken knife's words and pushed it in the direction of Fujimiya Makoto. Wow! The heart split from the tip of the top, forming an octopus-like split shape. With the sound of puff, Fujimiya Makoto's body was swallowed into it. Healing began. Hiss! When the people around saw this scene, they took a breath of cold air. Forget it. Let's just eat the sea cucumber obediently. Only Shikatari Bayansai's eyes were shining, and his little hand quickly held the pen and kept recording on the paper. This is very precious Zanpakuto half-shikai information. Write it down. After briefly treating the injuries of the wounded again, Anohana and others led the team to continue returning to the headquarters of the 64th district. This ambush allowed them to capture 2 heads of the 5 noble families at once. Although the 2 were newly crowned, it was already a great victory that needs no further elaboration. In addition, the information in the minds of these 2 people will also become the biggest spoils of Yuan Zijuku in this operation. This is why Anohana chose to bring them back to the headquarters alive. Dojo. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro and Shiba Yoshioka seem to be empty, but in fact they have been blessed with multiple ghost restraints. At this time, their physical fitness is not much stronger than that of ordinary Shinigami soldiers. Not to mention, they are about to face a person they can't do anything about even in their prime. Bang! The handle of the knife in Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's hand gently stopped on the wooden floor. Kwakojiro and Okaga Genshiro still stood quietly behind him like attendants. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro and Shiba Yoshioka raised their heads at the same time. Is this the culprit of Yuan Liu? All along the way, what they heard and saw was completely different from the scene they imagined based on the intelligence. These Yuan Liu death gods, who were called traveling disasters or bandits by the Osling court, were obviously bound by extremely strict rules and regulations. Whether on the mountain or on the ground, the lives of civilians everywhere were stable and peaceful. There was no trace of being ravaged. At least, it was much better than under the rule of many nobles. Yamamoto Genryusai looked at the 2 young men in front of him calmly, and his voice was very flat from beginning to end. Nice to meet you for the first time. I am Genryusai. I think the 2 heads of the family should also know the reason why I invited you here. I wonder if you 2 have anything to say. Shiba Yamamoto looked a little depressed. He looked at Yamamoto Genryusai, and seemed to have a lot to ask, but he didn't know where to start. At this time, after a period of psychological adjustment, Shifunji Yuan Chihiro had recovered from the ultimate insult and threat some time ago. Facing Yamamoto, his voice was also frivolous, smiling. That's too much. But, old man. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro leaned forward slightly, raised his chin, and asked, if we tell the information, can we exchange a life? Suzuko Jiro frowned, and was about to say something, but Yamamoto Genryusai stretched out his hand to stop him, and said calmly. It depends on whether the information of the two heads of the family is enough to exchange your lives. While speaking, he nodded at the identity of head of the family. Obviously, ordinary information cannot satisfy this person. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, then let me tell you one piece of information enough to threaten the lives of everyone, including you, old man. Old man. He smiled mysteriously, have you heard of the divine weapon of the Tsunoya Shiro clan? Chapter 42 Recuperation. Although Anohana's treatment method is rough, it must be said that it is indeed effective quickly in a battlefield environment. However, when returning to the bathhouse of Kairanji Tenshiro, there are naturally many more wounds that need to be opened and healed. I say. You. Ah. Outside the bathhouse, Kairanji Tenshiro complained loudly to Anohana. How many times have I said it? Don't always think that the wound outside is closed and that the problem of the injured person has been solved. Look at this guy. His abdominal muscles are all connected to the stomach wall, and where is the gallbladder? Where is the gallbladder? You, connected to the stomach bag? Isn't this making him live a life worse than death? Anohana Yachiru turned his head slightly and tried his best to avoid the sight, but unexpectedly did not show the usual terrible expression. He just listened quietly, and then used his peripheral vision to observe the scene where Kairanji Tenshiro reopened the abdomen of the unfortunate patient and separated the organs bit by bit. Stealing skills. Yachiru, an old skill thief. But it must be said that this practical training method for interns is indeed very effective. It's just that too many Shinigami are consumed intentionally and accidentally. Fujimiya Makoto was sitting by the window in the bathhouse, his chest completely buried in the special bathtub of Kairanji, soaking in the warm pure white water, his chin resting on the windowsill, watching Anohana teacher being scolded with a smile. How rare is it? In all Yuanzijuku, only Kairanji Tenshiro can be so arrogant in front of Anohana teacher. Because his Huideo level is the highest in all Yuanzijuku. Even Anohana teacher has to come here from time to time to learn a few tricks in case of emergency. However, I don't know if this guy is really careless or has a bad brain. Has he never thought about what to do when his medical skills are learned by this woman when there is a murder or arson? Fujimiya Makoto thought. He felt that the reason why Kairanji Tenshiro hid in the Soul King Palace in the future was that he had learned all the medical skills, but he had not yet gotten rid of his foul mouth, so he was beaten every time by Anohana, and finally forced to go to the Soul King Palace. It is very likely. After all, Tenshiro is also an unlucky guy with a foul mouth. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but smile. Then, he saw that Anohana teacher, who had just tried to learn the essence of Tao with his peripheral vision, suddenly turned his head in his direction. Slowly showed a gentle and kind smile. Fujimiya Makoto's body stiffened, and immediately pretended to be a small submarine, slowly sinking into the bathtub, bubbling. Hey! Chang! Are you there? The voice came before the person arrived. Sato Furuabushi's cheerful voice sounded from a distance, and her petite figure kept passing by the eaves of the roofs, her dark purple ponytails dancing in the wind and hanging behind her, and she ran over following the spiritual pressure perception. Bang! The girl who liked to walk in a straight line smashed the roof, turned over and rushed into the bathhouse, hanging upside down on the wooden beams of the roof, and her long hair also fell in 2 strands. The one-eyed man scanned the many buckets in the bathhouse and found only one that was still bubbling. Sato Furuabushi's face suddenly showed an excited smile. Ha! Still want to hide? Then, the girl jumped towards the bucket where Fujimiya Makoto was, splashing a large amount of water with a plop, and her little feet sat steadily on the guy's shoulders and grabbed his wet long hair. "Makoto! Let's fight! Use the same move you used against that black guy at the end. You've improved a lot. Wait! Didn't you use your full strength last time you fought me? Hey!" Obviously, when Sato suddenly got excited, he didn't care what the other person was doing. "When you're in the bathtub, the girl comes from the sky." Fujimiya Makoto's face was flattened by the girl's thighs. He tilted his head to try to meet her gaze and sighed. "I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious yet. There must be someone more anxious than you." Sure enough, just as Sato peeled off the roof and fell down, he heard Kairanji Ten's hero outside suddenly raised his head and cursed. "Sato, you dead bastard! Pay me the money for repairing the roof." When Sato Bulletin Lao Bulletin Si heard it, he was immediately shocked. "Oh, it's bad." The girl turned her head to look at Fujimiya Makoto below, her two little feet swaying on the water, and asked, "You should have money on you, right? You ask me." Fujimiya Makoto sat in place and showed his sincerity. Sato lowered his head, and the petite body riding on his shoulders leaned forward in confusion. "What is the strange thing in the water? It's so strange, take another look." "How come?" The next moment, Immortal Chan seemed to realize something, and a large blush appeared on her fair cheeks. She was so embarrassed that her toes curled up subconsciously, and all the muscles in her body were tensed and stiffened immediately. Soon, the girl's figure disappeared abruptly. Two wet small pink tabbies slowly fell from the air. When she ran a few dozen meters away, the stuttering voice of Sato Immortal was heard. I'll go to the training ground to wait for you first. This will be considered a deposit. And you remember to put on your clothes before coming over." Fujimiya Makoto looked at himself with some doubts, and muttered, "I have lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Old guy, you're actually shy about this. Isn't that natural?" Kairanji Ten's hero came over, knocked him on the head with a wooden water scoop, and complained, "Even if you live for 1,000 years from a child's perspective, you won't understand things you haven't experienced. What's more, a fool like Sato who only eats and fights may have a simpler brain than my neighbor's kid. Don't take advantage of her poor brain to do bad things. You will definitely die miserably." "Hey!" Fujimiya Makoto was quite surprised by this outrageous talk. And Kairanji poured another scoop of hot water on him and shouted to drive him away, "Get out as soon as your injury is healed. Don't stay here every day to flirt with girls. You are so heartless, you bastard." Fujimiya Makoto complained loudly. Then he was thrown out with the bucket. However, thanks to Kairanji Tenshiro's recuperation during this period, the loss he had suffered due to the exploitation of his spirit body has basically been made up, and he is even stronger than before. At the same time, because of the existence of the Wall of Size, Fujimiya Makoto can clearly feel that after a round of life and death battle with Shifunji Yuanchihiro, his willpower is obviously more than one level higher than before, and his spirit feels very full. Whether it is bone hitting or steel breaking hitting, the power is definitely higher than before. Thinking so, Fujimiya Makoto quickly changed his clothes in the locker room, and hung the pair of pink tabi on the lower thread of the scabbard, and secretly glanced outside. While Kairanji was repairing the roof, teacher Anohana was secretly tearing open a little wound of the unconscious injured, carefully observing the traces of the Kaido repair technique inside, and then restoring it again. After confirming that the repair was almost done, he continued to observe the next unlucky guy. "You are indeed a villain. This is too bad." Seeing this scene, Fujimiya Makoto complained softly and immediately changed direction, took a long detour, and headed towards the training ground quietly. If he is discovered now, he will definitely be made a respected cadaver teacher by the master. Wait until when he got to the place, he saw Sato Furuabushi standing barefoot, with his hands on his waist, looking very heroic. If his face wasn't so red, it might be more appropriate. What's so good about it? Noticing that Fujimiya Makoto's eyes stayed on his face, Furuabushi immediately yelled in anger as if his weakness was poked. Fujimiya Makoto subconsciously wanted to speak first, but suddenly thought of what Kairanji had just said. Is it a way to communicate well with a stupid kid? He thought so, organized his words, and smiled gently. Because Sato is actually a very cute child. Hey! But it was obvious that this flattery was so good that it blocked his eyes. Hearing this, Sato Bulobushi immediately clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking, and a grim smile appeared on his face. Just Fujimiya Makoto. It's just that it's a little bigger, and you dare to laugh at me. Hey! Are you ready to be beaten to death by me? There are pictures here, which can be viewed after the updated version. There are pictures here, which can be viewed after the updated version. There are pictures here, which can be viewed after the updated version. Chapter 43 Sword Zen. After the battle, the smoke settled. Fujimiya Makoto lay on the training ground, his whole body collapsed on the ground in a tie shape. The death suit on his body was tattered, there was a high swelling on his forehead, and blood was still flowing from the corner of his mouth. The only questions left in his head now were who I was, where I was, and what I was doing. His eyes were blank. He looked like he was about to be beaten to death. Is Sato this guy so strong? Hey! Makoto! However, Sato Furuabushi still looked dissatisfied and shouted, You really hid your strength, didn't you? Show me your momentum. Momentum. It's the kind of momentum when you fight with Xiao Hepi, as if you want to eat him up. Now you don't have the urge to make people want to ravage you at all. I can't fight anymore. At this moment, Fujimiya Makoto looked like a middle-aged man who had fallen into the state of a sage after paying his taxes. Immersed in a state of no desire and resignation. Before the fight, I thought I could have the upper hand, but I was too arrogant. I'm so sorry, Furuabushi. Who could have known that Sato would be crazy and energetic when he fought seriously? He had clearly activated the no-injury circle, but when he took a defensive posture, the petite Sato classmate used her strength to break his shallow hit and slashed his arm into his chest. The bone that had just been broken was almost broken again. No. Absolutely no. However, just as he lay on the ground and turned his head, the immortal Sauce's little foot stepped on his head with a smack. The snow-white arch of the foot with a perfect arc rubbed his cheek, and the pearl-like little toes were slightly curled, almost poking into his mouth during the shaking, pulling the corners of his mouth to the side. Hey! Makoto! I'm talking to you. Don't play dead, you guy. Sato's immortal little face showed a dissatisfied expression, with his hands on his waist. Leaning forward slightly, pinching his face with two little toes and pulling it to the side, and raising his voice unhappily. Damn it! Fujimiya Makoto couldn't stand this kind of stimulation, so he immediately slapped her little feet away and refuted loudly with righteous words. A gentleman can be killed, but not greedy. I'm telling you, Bulletin Si-chan. If you do this again, I'll get angry. You use this cute little ice cream to test the old cotters of our Yuanzijoku? Hey? Which cotter can withstand this kind of test? I'll suck your mouth off. Fujimiya Makoto had just opened his mouth when the little broken knife started its unique high-speed chanting. The main feature is that the pronunciation is fast and accurate. It can say 10 sentences in the time it takes for an ordinary person to say one sentence. It can be called the reincarnation of Zhuzhi Yang. Shut up! Hearing the roar from the depths of the soul from the little broken knife, Fujimiya Makoto couldn't hold it anymore and immediately blocked its broken mouth. However, when he looked up and saw the subtle expression of Immortal Chan, he could not help but close his mouth in the same way. Little broken sword, my mouthpiece in Soul Society. Thank you so much. You still have this interest? Sato Immortal raised his feet and looked at them. He couldn't understand why he liked feet tabi socks too. It's easy to get dirty there, right? The girl looked down at her feet, then at Fujimiya Makoto, who looked innocent, and seemed to weigh the pros and cons between fighting and eating feet. Finally decided. That's fine. Sato Immortal's one eye showed some excitement, and he decided with a clap of his hands, if you can beat me, it doesn't matter if I let you have a taste. But I have to use Shikai this time. Otherwise it's not satisfying at all. Fujimiya Makoto's eyes widened. Who made that weird request? Don't make me sound like a foot fetishist who collects girls' socks, okay? For the sake of his dignity, Fujimiya Makoto interrupted loudly. Do you want to push your luck further? You bastard! Sato frowned, and a sharp murderous look burst out from his one eye. However, he glanced at his belly a little unnaturally, and said viciously. I'll kill you! The girl's face was full of threats. I mean, Fujimiya Makoto's voice paused slightly, and he said awkwardly, I haven't learned the first release yet. How did you win this? Sato's expression on his face was also stagnant, and he looked at him in disbelief, as if he had heard some very bizarre story. Hey! Anyway, that's what happened. Fujimiya Makoto sighed, stood up and sat up, and roughly explained the situation of his broken sword. Only when he met a very evil girl or a girl with smelly feet would he suddenly speak. When there were many people, he liked to make violent remarks everywhere. On the contrary, when it was Tazen, he ignored him at all. Not to mention asking about its name. Sato Furuabushi looked at him suspiciously, with a very suspicious look. Hands crossed, eyebrows raised. After Fujimiya Makoto finished speaking, he leaned down, pointed his finger at his forehead, and questioned. I'm talking to you. Does this old man look like someone who is easy to deceive? With your spiritual pressure level, even if you force it, you can rush out the name of your Zanpakuto. As Sato said. He kicked his sword and said dissatisfiedly, and how can there be a Zanpakuto that would speak up just because someone stepped on it or saw a pretty girl? I've never heard of it. You just want me to step on you, right? Don't put all the blame on the Zanpakuto. However, just as her little foot kicked the handle of the knife, a very familiar sound came from the ground. Yes. That's it. I want to sleep in the toes of the immortal sauce. Step on me again. Please. Please let me die in the girl's thighs. Fujimiya Makoto kept the posture of letting go, looked at the girl innocently, and spread his hands. Sato looked down at his knife, and then at him. The one eye suddenly showed an incredible expression. Is it true? The two of them fell into silence at the same time. But at this moment, Fujimiya Makoto's brain suddenly twitched, and suddenly a huge inspiration crawled out of it. He looked at his little broken knife that was still chattering, and then looked at the immortal sauce with a frozen expression, and put forward a bold proposal. Sato. I think I know how to communicate with it. Can you help me? Sato Fulaubuletanshi looked at him in confusion. Wait. Sato Fulaubuletanshi knelt on the ground and shouted in an extremely dissatisfied voice. It's not right. No matter how you think about this, it's not right. How can there be a guy who uses such a strange method to enter the sword zen? Fujimiya Makoto sat in front of her, and said in a serious tone, Sato, don't you want to see how strong I can become after my first release? Kyuu. Just one sentence hit the dead spot of Fu Si-chan. For people who make a living by fighting, being able to fight against powerful opponents is simply their lifelong dream. As for guys like Fujimiya Makoto who can make rapid progress in battle, they are even more perfect in dreams. The only flaw now is that this guy hasn't grown up yet. But this is too weird. Sato was still a little hesitant. The girl lowered her head and saw Fujimiya Makoto's small broken sword lying across her thigh, occasionally making the sound of hum-hum and gu-hee-hee. Fujimi Makoto's expression was very serious. If you continue like this, I don't know how long it will take for me to become as strong as you. Bushi-chan, you don't want to keep fighting with a rookie who can't even do shikai, right? His expression was like he was trying to control his wife whose husband was about to lose his job, but what he said was completely different. But unfortunately, Sato Bulletin Lao Bulletin Si was actually controlled by him. At this moment, Fujimi Makoto suddenly felt that what Ten's hero said might be a bit conservative. Damn it! I know. After hesitating for a long time, and seemingly thinking of the boring days in Uenzijuku, Sato Furobushi finally gave up struggling and waved his hands in frustration. You bastard, if I find out you're lying to me, you're dead. Thank you very much. Fujimi Makoto breathed a sigh of relief. After who knows how many days, he finally had the hope of having the initial communication with his Zanpakuto. Hurry up! Sato Furobushi cursed. Then, Fujimi Makoto buried his head in the girl's lap. Face down. Gyuuu. Unconsciously, he also made a sound of bliss similar to that of Xiao Padao. Hey! Wait a minute. Knee pillows are not usually like this, right? However, just after Fushi-chan shouted, he suddenly froze and stopped unconsciously. The girl keenly noticed that the spiritual fluctuations on Fujimi Makoto's body were gradually sinking, until finally silent and waveless. This is entering the Zen of Swords. Chapter 44 Inner World. When can we meet again? Meet at dusk on the Bon Festival. Hook your finger, don't lie. Those who break the promise will be crushed to pieces. Take a step, and head for the gods. The sound of a nursery rhyme came from a very far distance. When the last sentence was sung, the pleasant and gentle tone suddenly turned into a noisy electric current in Fujimi Makoto's brain. The clear nursery rhyme was suddenly disconnected in the bursts of piercing sounds of sizzle. The extremely intense sound and the inexplicable fear from the depths of his heart drove him to open his eyes suddenly. However, the object that appeared in front of Fujimi Makoto made him startled. It was a huge screen that occupied the entire wall. And the picture that appeared on the screen was also very familiar to him. It was a line of strange characters that were as red as blood and very intimidating in the eyes of ordinary people. FBI warning? Fujimi Makoto's eyes widened suddenly, revealing an extremely horrified expression. Wait. No. Could my Zanpakuto be? Fortunately, the next scene did not confirm his strange idea. The screen changed several times, and the image of Shutara Senjimaru suddenly appeared in the center of the screen. The pretty face of this elegant beauty, as usual, had a faint contemptuous smile, holding a bracelet in her hand. Although I don't know who is holding the Jinjian bracelet now, since you can hear this passage, it should mean that you are in the state of Sword Zen, right? Then now, please listen carefully. Shutara Senjimaru's voice was flat, with almost no ups and downs, because the Jinjian bracelet is a failed work. Its own operating method is to forcibly close the Zanpakuto's own thoughts, so as to achieve the effect of making the Zanpakuto shut up. Naturally, after you enter the Sword Zen state, you will inevitably face their anger. If the situation is serious, it will even cause drastic changes in the spiritual world. So, if your relationship with your Zanpakuto is not that good, every time you use the bracelet, you must remember to comfort it. Otherwise, you will be swallowed by the anger of the Zanpakuto, Shutara Senjimaru said in a gentle voice. However, before the words left in the Jinjian bracelet were finished, a chaotic noise of sizzling suddenly appeared on the screen. Behind Fujimi Makoto, a very dissatisfied crisp child's voice suddenly came. It's so noisy. Are you going to play the movie? If not, I'll change the channel. Almost at the moment when the voice fell, the picture left by Shidora suddenly disappeared from the screen. The two actors who reappeared in the center of the screen were very familiar to Fujimi Makoto, Mikami Yuya and Izan Yuki. The reason why they looked familiar was that this was the orange love action movie he stored in the learning materials under the root directory of eDisk. He had seen the plot so many times that he almost memorized it. After a while, the standard campus hypnosis plot that everyone liked appeared on the screen. However, Fujimiya Makoto now had no heart at all. He turned around and saw a figure reflected in his vision. It was a cute little girl who looked about 11 or 12 years old, with cute short white hair, 2 pairs of small socks hanging on her temples, and her legs dangling in front of the large sofa. At this time, she was staring at the screen intently, with bright light flashing in her big watery eyes. In her little hands, she held a bag of potato chips in her arms, chewing them with a crunching sound, and occasionally twitching her little fingers. Her cute face was full of expectations. The innocent and well-behaved performance like a porcelain doll and the orange picture being shown on the screen almost formed 2 extremes of the spectrum of life. This abnormal scene made Fujimiya Makoto feel a strange sense of paradox in his heart. However, the crisp and somewhat cute child's voice made Fujimiya Makoto clearly distinguish the current situation. This little thing eating potato chips and watching movies should be his dear Zanpakuto uncle. However, what Shutara just said couldn't help making him feel uneasy. Swallowed by the anger of Zanpakuto, Fujimiya Makoto thought to himself. However, when he looked at the girl sitting in the only seat in the cinema, he couldn't help but feel a little lucky. Is it possible that his Zanpakuto is actually good-tempered? At least, he has to try it himself. Thinking of this, Fujimiya Makoto took a step and walked slowly to the girl, with a gentle smile on his face. Little. However, he had just spoken a syllable. The white-haired child who was originally sitting on the soft sofa suddenly turned his face and cast a look at him that was almost indifferent. The golden eyes turned into bright red in an instant. Just that light glance made Fujimiya Makoto feel a suffocation even worse than when he faced Shifunji Uenchihiro. I'm going to die. Such a thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Suddenly, a layer of very fine cold sweat seemed to cover his entire back. At this moment, a slender little hand patted his shoulder. Hey! The same light and pleasant voice suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, the strange feeling that seemed to wipe Fujimiya Makoto from this world suddenly disappeared from around him. The delicate little one hummed softly, turned his head, and continued to watch the movie, eat potato chips, and occasionally lick his cute little fingers. It was as if nothing had happened. Fujimiya Makoto's heartbeat seemed to be interrupted abruptly. Survived. Obviously nothing had happened, but he inexplicably had this thought. When he turned his head, his cheek was suddenly poked by a finger, and a girl with white medium-length hair, one hand behind her back, bright eyes and white teeth appeared in his vision. She was graceful and about to bloom. Did you get scared? The girl's voice was soft and mellow, with a bit of coquettish flavor unique to this age, and quirky. If she could sing, it would be very nice. The girl looked at Fujimiya Makoto and chuckled, but it's better not to disturb that kid when she's watching a movie. After all, this theater was built by her. If she gets angry, no one can stop her. Is that so? Thank you. Fujimiya Makoto slowly exhaled and looked directly into the girl's eyes. He found that the girl's eyes were also a very bright red. Then, who are you? The girl chuckled cheerfully, crisp and pleasant, isn't it obvious? Of course I am your Zanpakuto. You can't lie here. This is the rule that everyone must abide by. Fujimiya Makoto was stunned when he heard this, and immediately noticed the similarities between the two, and said in surprise, I also have 2 swords. That's not necessarily true. After the voice fell, the girl turned her head and looked at him, with a sigh of helplessness in her eyes. Right. Do you want to go out for a walk? This should be your first time in this world, right? I can be your tour guide. The girl put her hands behind her back and walked forward briskly, because it is a reflection of your own heart, some scenes should be what you like. Like Fire Dragon Park, Christina Hypnosis High School, Meng Hot Spring Festival Town, Empire Star Railway, etc. There are actually quite a lot of them around here. What? Fujimiya Makoto was immediately moved. However, his poor brain still remembered what Shidora had just said. He subconsciously became alert and struggled to control his impulse. He said in a trembling voice. But, can't you just tell me your name? The girl looked at his wanting but alert look and couldn't help laughing. She reached out and tapped her chin, thinking. That's fine. My name is Dot. But, you who can't even accept it in your own heart and can't get recognition. Can you really hear it? Fujimiya Makoto was stunned and looked at the girl who was close at hand. Because he didn't expect this girl to be so straightforward. Also because, at the moment when the name sounded, he clearly saw a dark and quiet color flashing from the girl's red eyes. The best is the bitterness. I also want to be stepped on by my elder sister. Just as he was thinking in his heart, he heard the girl behind him make a very crisp and joyful cry. But after just shouting like that, the child sat down on the sofa again, continued to eat the next bag of potato chips, gulped down cola, and burped. It was really cute. Fujimiya Makoto subconsciously turned his head to look at the child. It was this sick kid who usually made him die. How about it, isn't that child cute? The girl smiled and asked casually. Fujimiya Makoto's expression paused, and soon showed a warm smile. Of course. In just a flash of thought, the expression on the girl's face suddenly stopped, and she turned her head to look at him. Not only that, the picture on the big screen also stopped, and the little girl puffed up her small face and looked at him angrily. The air in the entire movie hall seemed to freeze at this moment. Fujimiya Makoto stood there, unable to breathe. Didn't I just say that? You can't lie here. The girl's red eyes stared at him, her voice still clear and pleasant. The moment the words fell, Fujimiya Makoto's body froze. The next moment, he was like a balloon filled with water. Continuously expanding, bulging, and deforming. The whole person exploded with a pop. Disappeared from this world. Only a low sigh remained. Chapter 45, Very Angry. Hoo. Fujimiya Makoto gasped, his whites of his eyes were covered with bloodshot, his hands tightly grasped the black cloth in front of him, and his whole body was completely soaked in sweat. The spiritual pressure on the surface of his body was also fluctuating violently, as if he was seriously injured and dropped a lot. The kind of clear, tearing pain from the inside out. Even with his willpower. At this moment he actually had a sense of reality dislocation as if he had really died once. What on earth was going on? Fujimiya Makoto couldn't help but be surprised and doubtful. Originally, he was brave enough to try to contact them because he knew that the Zanpakuto would not cause life-threatening harm to the gods of death. But now, this pain that was branded on the spiritual level made Fujimiya Makoto feel that if he was still so careless, he might really die. Deep in his head, there were still waves of intense pain. However, in this pain, Fujimiya Makoto's mind unconsciously echoed the words that the captain had said to him. Two identical people, who should dominate the battle, and who should be forced to be the subordinate. What is the difference between them? Once upon a time, Fujimiya Makoto's understanding of this sentence was limited to an interesting stock. But at this moment, he truly experienced the life and death struggle between the king and the mount. Instinct. Fujimiya Makoto whispered to himself. If you can't control your Zanpakuto, you will be controlled by the K. This is the instinct of survival. Because of this, the power of Zanpakuto is called liberation. From this cage built by the instinct of the god of death. Liberated. Thinking of this, Fujimiya Makoto couldn't help but take a deep breath. It smells delicious. Hey! Just as he was thinking this, he heard a familiar, obviously suppressed roar from outside the black vision. Sato Furuabushi kept his kneeling posture, his one eye slightly narrowed, the corner of his mouth twitching uncontrollably, looking down at the bastard who was lying face down on his thighs and began to take deep breaths and smell the smell as if he was desperate since he woke up. After all, he couldn't help it. The little fist that looked white and slender, but was actually harder than stone, hit his head with a dong. The girl yelled, "You bastard! How long are you going to breathe in this place? Are you done yet? My legs are numb." Ah! Sato Furobushi picked up his broken knife and threw it aside, then picked him up with one hand, angrily scolding, "Besides, I don't remember promising you this at the beginning. Get up when you wake up. Also, use your shikai quickly. Otherwise, you'll be dead today." Although she kept calling herself I, when she encountered something unexpected, Furobushi's reaction was unexpectedly like a child throwing a tantrum. There was still a bit of blush on her slightly chubby face. Cute. Fujimiya Makoto rubbed his head and thought about it, but he couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Sato, this is my first time to practice sword zen today. How can I practice sword zen all at once? Also, I'll have to trouble you with sword zen in the future." Fujimiya Makoto put his hands together and asked sincerely. "Hey!" Bushi-chan's one eye suddenly widened, revealing an incredible expression. "Why should I help you do this?" Fujimiya Makoto smiled and said as a matter of course, "Because my Zanpakuto likes you very much. Besides, K is super strong." Sato Fushao was startled when he heard this, and wanted to refuse more directly, but when he heard the word very strong, he couldn't move his feet for a while. Fujimiya Makoto struck while the iron was hot and persuaded, "Do you know how I died from sword zen? Don't keep me waiting, tell me." Bushi-chan was obviously interested in him. "It only took one encounter." Fujimiya Makoto stretched out a finger and said calmly, "Just saying one wrong word, and he was blown up in an instant. Besides, this should be just one of the abilities. As for how many there are in total, I can't say." Hearing this, Sato Furobushi's crystal purple eye slightly widened, and it seemed that a bit of blood was faintly revealed, and even on that pretty face, an excited smile unconsciously appeared. No wonder when this guy came out of the sword zen, his spiritual pressure dropped so much at once. So he was defeated by his own sword. Although Fujimiya Makoto's brain is not very useful, and he especially likes some weird things, he has no problem with integrity. Since even he said so, then it should be really amazing, right? Thinking of this, Sato couldn't help but feel excited. "But I still need to help him with sword zen?" Sato looked at Fujimiya Makoto on the ground, and couldn't help but feel a little worried. What a trouble! While the girl was thinking, she heard a faint female voice from a distance. "So you are here, Makoto. If the game is over, it's time to get down to business. There's still a meeting at Genryusai." Fujimiya Makoto turned his head and saw that Anohana teacher was still standing beside the training ground with the same indifferent expression as usual. He should have just finished learning medical skills and came here. "Yes." Fujimiya Makoto responded and struggled to get up from the ground. However, before he could hold on to the ground, he saw two slender legs with outstanding proportions suddenly wrapped around his neck from behind, and pulled him back to the ground, pressing his head against the belly of a purple-haired girl again. "Hey, hey, hey! Anohana-sensei!" Sato Furuabushi was still sitting there, holding Fujimiya Makoto's head with one hand, pressing his entire face against his belly. No matter how Fujimiya Makoto struggled on the ground, he could only make a series of whimpering sounds and couldn't say a word. The girl looked up at Anohana not far away, with a provocative smile on her pretty face, and a rather bad expression, and she said in a long tone, "The game between me and Makoto is not over yet. This kid really likes me. From the beginning, he has been lying here and refused to leave." The girl raised her chin with a scornful smile on her face. "If you have something to do, please wait a little longer." She looked like she was asking for a beating. "Really?" Anohana Yachiru looked at Sato, then at the suppressed Fujimiya Makoto, and nodded slightly. It's appropriate. As a game. The veins on Sato Furuabushi's forehead jumped, revealing his true nature in an instant. Quilla. Don't look down on me. You guy. Anohana Yachiru seemed to have not heard her voice at all, glanced at her lightly, and turned away calmly. A voice came from a distance. Makoto. Don't forget it. Sato Furuabushi stood up from the ground suddenly, gnashing his teeth and looking at the woman's back, looking very unconvinced. But he stood there for a long time, but didn't follow up and cut a knife. That guy! The girl shouted angrily, and it was unknown what she was angry about. Fujimiya Makoto stood up while rubbing his neck. Just now, Sato's thigh was almost strangled. However, after this period of time in Uenzijuku, Fujimiya Makoto also roughly understood the reason why Sato always provokes the teacher. It's very simple. 6 battles and 6 losses. Moreover, every time the battle came to the last moment, Anohana teacher deliberately spared her life to show that he was at ease. This kind of humiliation is naturally unbearable for a madman like Sato who thinks he is strong. But Anohana teacher has long been fed up with it. Seeing the girl's angry look, Fujimiya Makoto couldn't help but complain, "You can't beat her, why do you provoke the teacher every day?" Sato was so angry that he put his hands on his waist, his eyebrows were slanted, and his eyes widened. "I know I can't beat her, but I just don't accept it. No. Damn it." The girl looked at Anohana's back as she left, and she became more and more angry. Finally, as if he had thought of something, Sato suddenly turned his head to look at Fujimiya Makoto and yelled. "Hey! Makoto, come here." Sato is immortal, and now he is very angry. Sure enough. When Fujimiya Makoto entered the gym, teacher Anohana found that this disciple, who had just recovered not long ago, had become bruised and swollen again. She smiled and nodded. Makoto and that naughty guy get along very well. Chapter 46 Secret. Bang! The ancient scabbard stopped on the wooden floor, making a dull and distant sound. The gym door was slowly closed by Suzyub and Okiya. The teachers, all wearing pure white feathers, sat on both sides. But this time, there were some capable figures standing beside them, looking straight ahead. Only Fujimiya Makoto didn't understand the rules at first, and also sat cross-legged beside Anohana. By the time he noticed that he was the only one sitting around, he couldn't stand up. Someone around him occasionally cast a puzzled look. However, no one blamed him. Unknown to Fujimiya Makoto, he was brought back to Genji-juku by Anohana-sama, and was taught by Genri Yusai-sama himself. It was rumored that he had broken through 3 districts on the battlefield and personally intercepted the head of the Shiba family and the head of the Shihaoran family. He had long been famous. There were strange little news everywhere that he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Only some guys who had been in the academy recently would occasionally mention the fact that this guy was a stingy person, a grudge-bearing person, a ghost-like idiot, and a pervert who liked to hit people randomly. However, no one believed it. At this time, the instructors saw him sitting next to Anohana, and they just thought it was a special thing for the teachers to treat him. Treatment. It's just. It doesn't look very strong. His face was swollen. Many teachers thought so in their hearts. But soon, everyone's attention was attracted by the words of Master Yuan Liuze. The main purpose of this teacher meeting is to invite the head of the Shifunji Yuan family to answer our questions and explain some information related to the nobles of the Ozriidii. If you have anything to ask, you can wait and ask later. Yamamoto Yuan Liuze's voice was calm, and he didn't mean to ask other people's opinions. When he finished speaking, Suzyub had led a little black man out of the dojo. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro was still dressed the same way as when they first met. However, the injuries on his body had obviously been treated. Only a rune murder stone processed by ghost was buckled on each of his 4 wrists. Although the old man was quite polite when he spoke, he did not hide the fact that Shifunji Yuan Chihiro was a prisoner. However, Shifunji Yuan Chihiro looked quite comfortable, with a confident smile on his face. He was not embarrassed by his current situation at all. He sat down in the middle of the teachers and turned to look at Yamamoto in the main seat, smiling and saying, "Master Yuan Li Yuzai." The old man paused for a moment and said, "Let's start with what you said before, the sacred weapon of the Tsunoya Shiro family. It's not really a sacred weapon." Shifunji Yuan Chihiro thought for a while. It can only be said to be the legacy of our ancestors. As everyone knows, our 5 great nobles of the REIT have a long history. As the heads of the 5 great noble families, they are extremely powerful, and high-level spirits cannot be integrated into the soul society. Over time, there is a custom of sealing the Zanpakuto within the family after death and passing it down to future generations. And the so-called sacred weapon of the Tsunoya Shiro family is the most powerful part of the Zanpakuto passed down from generation to generation. At this point, Shifunji Yuan Chihiro's voice paused slightly, and his eyes swept across all the teachers present. Among them, the most representative one is called Yenra Kagami no Kyu. The ability of the Zanpakuto is quite pure, that is, to imitate all the Zanpakuto known to the user. Hearing this, many young teachers present couldn't help but exclaimed. No matter where, Zanpakuto with special abilities must be extremely rare. Even in the Yuanzi Academy, most people's Zanpakuto only changes in form and attributes. However, the teachers present are all knowledgeable. Imitation. Yan Yuanjinal sat upright and took a sip of wine. Then the ability to imitate should also depend on the strength of the user, right? In addition, Zanpakuto is essentially a transformation of the soul level. Using this ability, there is no need to pay any price. His thinking is quite clear. If there really is a Zanpakuto without any restrictions, they would have been burned to death by the dead soldiers raised by the nobles, holding the copied Raijin Jaka. After all, Master Genri Yusai's Zanpakuto has appeared more than once. That's right. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro raised his eyebrows and smiled and affirmed, that sword has many restrictions for non-Harajuku bodies. The most important point is that every time it is used, a part of the soul must be cut off. It is a sword that can only be used to risk one's life. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough. There is no absolutely invincible Zanpakuto in this world. Yamamoto Genri Yusai still lowered his eyebrows and waited quietly. But Shifunji Yuan Chihiro suddenly changed the subject. The Tsunoya Shiro clan has already created a corresponding solution for this defect. Do you know about Jiaogu? The teachers present were all puzzled and looked at each other. They had never heard of this place. The current teachers are just a group of wild people gathered in Rukonga, and their knowledge is far different from that of the nobles. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro didn't care and continued, Kaya is the gathering place of lost souls in the broken world, and it continues to exist in the state of spirit space. Countless souls who missed the Buddhahood but did not become hollows formed souls after losing their memories. The souls continued to gather, and finally a space called Kaya was formed. In the broken world, there are countless large and small Kaya spaces, like countless bubbles scattered in the black cavity connecting the 3 realms. The Tsunoya Shiro family controls a very large Kaya. In that world, they have been cultivating for countless tens of thousands of years. After hearing this, the captain still didn't understand what he wanted to express. What does Kaya have to do with Zanpakuto? Shifunji Yuan Chihiro smiled and said, although I don't know how the Tsunoya Shiro family did it, according to the records of our ancestors, we can be sure that the Tsunoya Shiro family has long developed an ability to replenish itself by absorbing special souls. Using this ability, the Tsunoya Shiro family has survived at least 3 crises of certain death in history, and successfully killed enemies who were countless times stronger than them. Hearing this, all the teachers were horrified. No wonder. No one can say how many heroes will appear in Soul Society in the past million years. But the 5 nobles have been able to survive until now. So, they are really capable? Wait a moment. Just as he said this, Fujimi Makoto raised his hand and asked, if he really has this ability, how did Tsunoya Shiro let those opponents enter the valley? And why didn't he use it earlier? The Readii should have determined the strength of Genri Yusai a long time ago, right? When Chihao and Chihiro saw that it was Fujimi Makoto, his eyelids twitched slightly. However, he still said calmly, this is about another artifact of the Tsunoya Shiro family. Unlike the ancient Zanpakuto that has been passed down from ancient times, this is the only special existence in the entire Soul Society. The infinite library that can record everything that has happened in the Soul Society. The great spiritual book corridor. Ambush, premeditation, guidance, and even poisoning. Infinite information represents countless possibilities then use Jiaogu and Yan Luo Jingdian to kill the enemy. Combining all these factors together is the real killer of the Tsunoya Shiro family. For a moment, all the teachers sat up straight unconsciously. Executive Ne Wugang even sucked his teeth and complained in a low voice, what is this? Why are all these powerful things that I have never heard of before? Yan Yuanjinal's eyes were shining. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro sighed helplessly, in fact, as long as you haven't attacked the Osrei T, Tsunoya Shiro will not activate the Osrei T. But now a special situation has occurred. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Chihiro pointed at himself, then pointed outside, and said with a wry smile, the major crisis of the loss of two heads of the 5 noble families at once means that the Golden Seal Noble Council and the Central 46 Chambers have all lost their legal ways to operate. According to the law, the Osrei T organization has accidentally come to the brink of collapse. In this case, even if it means consuming the precious origin, the Tsunoya Shiro family must bite the bullet. Ah! It's so simple, the Osrei T is going to collapse? For a moment, everyone couldn't help but think of this idea. Only Yan Yuanjinal suddenly realized a certain point in his words, and suddenly frowned and asked, what is in the heads of you 5 noble family heads? Just falling will lead to such serious consequences. Besides, why did the Tsunoya Shiro family pay the price when you two were in trouble? What about your own family? What is the origin? Shifunji Yuan Chihiro smiled mysteriously, because the Soul Society itself should be the responsibility of Tsunoya Shiro. Everyone was subconsciously stunned. But he continued, we 5 nobles are responsible for the Soul Society, the real world, the Hueco Mundo, the Dange, and the most important, Hell. Hearing this, the smart people present have already discovered it. Why do the topics between them and this guy seem to be not on the same track? As for the origin, Shifunji Yuan Chihiro closed his mouth halfway through his speech, and then opened it again, and then spoke again, sorry, you are not qualified to know. After all, in this world, there are some beings who can exert their power just by saying their names. I can only ask you to understand. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro's smile was very light. But the teachers who saw the scene just now could hardly ignore his action of opening his mouth again to try to speak. What's more, they couldn't help but feel cold in their hearts. Although the young head of the Shifunji Yuan family is weak, but he is also a third-class spiritual power. What just happened? However, Fujimi Makoto raised his hand again. Head of the Shifunji Yuan family. He seemed a little confused, but it didn't seem difficult to accept. You have the intention to be an enemy of us at all. Hearing this, many teachers seemed to be awakened. Yes. Didn't this person reveal too many secrets in one breath? They, the pure wild ones, couldn't digest it all at once. They still haven't figured out how the war between Yuan Liu and the Soul Society was suddenly linked to the 3 realms. Ah, is it obvious? Shifunji Yuan Chihiro seemed a little embarrassed. In fact, long before the Central 46 Chambers and the Golden Seal Nobles Conference passed the war resolution, the orders had already been issued. Orders? Everyone was startled again. Who can give orders to the 5 supreme nobles in Soul Society? Today, there are too many things that surprised them. Yes. Shifanjai Yuankyunri said helplessly, the requirements given to us by the higher UPSR, assist in establishing a new order. But it was suppressed by the head of the Tsuneya Shiro family. Not only that. In order to bribe the other families to pass the war draft, they bleed a lot. He smiled and looked at the teachers calmly. After all, the nobles you want to completely eradicate are, in theory, the most precious assets of the Tsuneya Shiro family. However, it is only their family's property. Shifanjai Yuankyunri sighed helplessly. In short, our family has paid enough, and it is worthy of the reward. By the way. Halfway through his words, he seemed to suddenly remember something. If I join you now, is it too late? At this moment, everyone in the gym fell into a strange silence. They suddenly discovered something very important. The goal that the entire Yuan Liu tried everything to achieve seemed nothing in the eyes of this man. There are pictures here, which can be viewed after the updated version. There are pictures here, which can be viewed after the updated version. There are pictures here, which can be viewed after the updated version. Chapter 47 Focus on Sincerity. When the meeting was over, all the teachers present looked heavy-hearted, and many of them even frowned tightly. It has to be said. They came from Rukanga, and they still knew too little about this world. So much so that Shifanjai Yuanchihiro only revealed a little bit of the outline of this world, which made them inexplicably start to feel a little disappointed. Many people even began to think, can Yuan Liu's AI really lead them to exterminate all the nobles in Seoul society? His strength is indeed strong. But, has there been no one stronger than him in the Seoul society in the past million years? This speculation, just a little bit in everyone's mind, is enough to shake their confidence that has been built on continuous victories. After all, the 5 great nobles are still here. It has been like this for millions of years. However, in the face of this situation of people's hearts fluctuating, Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shigakuni still sat there with a calm expression. It seems that he had expected this situation. Only Fujimiya Makoto saw the scene in front of him and felt quite emotional. Before a person truly succeeds, no one can be sure that he can really keep winning. Even if this person is Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shigakuni. Bang! Until the end, the ancient scabbard in the old man's hand once again stopped on the wooden floor, making a dull and empty melodious sound. He opened his eyes and looked around at the teachers around him. Do you have any other questions? The dojo was still silent. Those with brains were trying to think about the next countermeasures, while those without brains just didn't listen. In that case, let's adjourn the meeting. The old man gave an order, and he stood up from his seat and turned to the back room. The teachers also dispersed one after another. Although no one spoke, there was still an inexplicable low pressure in the whole dojo. Fujimiya Makoto was thinking so. Ha! The tough-looking Ohana Danjiro yawned. Burp, burp. Zenjoji Arihim, who had been eating pork lard in the meeting, was burping. Well, there was no low pressure. Some people were still very relaxed. Fujimiya Makoto turned his head again to look at those teachers who had brains but were obviously frowning, thinking that he should be the most relaxed among all the normal people present. In addition, he hadn't been home for a long time, and it was time to go back and see how Kiryu and Senjimura were getting along. It was just that he had just stepped out of the door for a while when his sleeve was suddenly grabbed by someone. That Fujimiya-kun. Fujimiya Makoto was startled when he heard this and turned his head subconsciously. Then, he saw Kakuto Bansai standing behind him with a shy face, with a faint blush on his slightly chubby face, his eyes dodging under his glasses, and his hands subconsciously wrapped around his lower abdomen, making the overlapping peaks that were contained under the dark clothes but still looked extremely tall and taller. The fingertips gently hooked the corner of the boy's sleeve like a girl in her first love talking to the person she liked for the first time, but she didn't dare to use too much force, just held it with 2 fingers and pulled it gently. Can you come with me for a while? Kakuto Bainsai glanced at the teachers and instructors passing by, and was obviously not used to this kind of scene of talking to people in public, and whispered, "I have something to tell you." Hearing this, Fujimiya Makoto's steps suddenly froze. It seemed that he remembered something. However, before he could speak, he saw the executor in front of him, who looked like a consumptive, suddenly widened his eyes with an incredible look on his face. This kid. So he really has a trick. The last time I talked to that girl, I was just a little bit away from being chopped by her. Yan Yuanjinal pushed his glasses and laughed disdainfully, "With your honor, you still dare to get close to others? Anyone with eyes will definitely want to chop them." "Ha! You want to fight, you little brat? Am I afraid of you? Fight me! When I dominated Bilia Street, you hadn't changed your sex yet. Damn it!" Before others could finish watching Fujimiya Makoto's fun, another fun appeared on the other side. However, at this time, Fujimiya Makoto could no longer care about these things. Katori Bainsai dragged him to the shadow of the corner by force, raised her head, and the eyes under the girl's glasses were full of hope and suppressed desire. "Fujimiya-kun, you have been resting for so many days, you should have made up for the months before. Can you give it to me quickly? I have been holding back for a long time. By the way, is it okay tonight? I'll wait for you at the old place." For a moment, Fujimiya Makoto's expression suddenly became extremely complicated. Bainsai was talking about the serialization of the novel. Of course, the old place was the newly built study. However, he had been killing people in Rukonga for the past few months, and had long forgotten about the update. Why update a novel when you are risking your life? Now the situation has become different. A loyal reader who has strength, temper, and is still eagerly waiting for updates, if he finds out that the dead author has been slacking off for months and the manuscript has not been moved at all, how will he react? Fujimiya Makoto thought of this, forced a smile on his face, and comforted him. "A new chapter actually. I have been writing it during the time I was recovering from my injury, and I will soon finish it. However, you also know that writer's block is inevitable. Maybe I have to wait another 1, 2, 3, 4 days. That's it. Next week. I will definitely give you the new manuscript next week." The eyebrows under the glasses of Shikatori Bainsai suddenly narrowed, and the delicate and fair face seemed to be shrouded in shadows in an instant, and the voice suddenly dropped a tone. "Fujimiya-kun. We should have agreed, right? 3 updates a day." "Pa." Shikatori Bainsai pushed Fujimiya Makoto against the wall with one hand, and his glasses fell to the bridge of his nose, revealing his beautiful eyes full of murderous intent. His upper body leaned forward slightly, and the shame slowly fell out of the pure white haori and fell with gravity. Wobbling, close at hand. Both parties could clearly feel each other's warm breath. However, at this moment, Fujimiya Makoto no longer had the time to observe this beautiful scene. Miss Kadori said calmly, "Fujimiya-kun, you should know the consequences of not abiding by the agreement, right? However, the more critical the situation is, the more you cannot panic." Fujimiya Makoto leaned his back against the wall, took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and showed a gentle smile on his face. "Bainsai, you must believe me." However, just when he used up all his life skills to try to get away with it, he heard the broken sword with 2 pairs of small foot bags, one white and one pink, hanging on his waist suddenly speak again. But this time, the one who spoke was not the shy, crazy, and sickly female ghost before, but the female big ghost who had broken his defense with a word. The girl's voice was soft and rational, with the same relaxed tone as always, as if she was a little confused and asked, Is it really okay? After all, there wasn't even a single true word in what Makoto said just now. Ms. Unohana also said before that Makoto-kun will be on a mission next week and will definitely leave Motojijoku. If Ms. Takeunsai believes it, something terrible might happen later. Makoto, you should start from the first chapter as soon as possible. The female demon kindly reminded him. But, this sentence was heard by the two people present at the same time. For a moment, Fujimiya Makoto's eyes widened and his heartbeat suddenly skipped a beat. I Soul Society swear words dash. Kano no Taiki Unsai looked at him grimly. The dead and empty eyes seemed to be staring at a talking corpse. The strange silence continued to spread in the gap between the two people. Until Fujimiya Makoto held the girl's shoulders with both hands, crying. Bansai. There were too many people outside just now, I was wrong. I'm going to give you a seat. Just give me a few more days. There are pictures here, you can view them after the updated version. There are pictures here, you can view them after the updated version. There are pictures here, you can view them after the updated version. It's about to be put on the shelves without knowing it, and it feels very abrupt. First of all, thank you for the support of all readers and editor Swanrong, which allows me to write until here, thank you very much. Originally, I didn't think too much when I started the book. I was heading for the direction of a serious, hardcore and contemporary prequel to the Soul Society. But later, when I was writing, I found that it didn't seem to be very attractive. How about adding a little fun in it, just a little bit? Woo! So, now it has become a fun article. But you can rest assured that our core has not changed. In essence, this book is a serious, hardcore, imaginative, and time-changing historical text about the Soul Society. The author, Ji Beiying, will make up a book from beginning to end, including Yuan Zijuku, establishment of the Godi I-13, invasion of the Quincy, rebellion of the Soul Court, Hueco Mundo talent market, second-generation Captain General Aizen's medical training plan, Fujimiya Makoto has few friends, etc. New Bleach fan fiction with a total time span of more than 1,000 years, most of them are second settings, there is really no information. As for updating, I am more at my own pace. I still have classes to go to, and occasionally I have to take time out to correct my bones. Now it is a real act of perseverance to update 2 chapters a day. I can only update 3 chapters at most after emptying the wolfberry jar. Now I don't even have a chapter in reserve, so I can only stay up all night to push through. Tomorrow from 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock noon. VIP will be open, 2 chapters will be updated first, and then 3 to 4 chapters will be released in succession. The number of words in each chapter is basically not less than 2K5, and occasionally 3K, which is not a small amount. Now the total collection is a little over 9,000, and the number of 24-hour readers seems to be more than 3,000 but less than 4,000. It should not be particularly difficult to keep half of it, so let's calculate it as 2,000 first. It looks high, but it is indeed not low. After all, I didn't pay attention in the early stage, so the number of words in the update is a bit too much. Compared with the books of the same period, there is one less round of recommended positions. I am very fortunate to have this result. Next week, there will be a big recommended position on the homepage. If the average subscription can reach 3,000 after this whole week, I will update 3 times a day. If it can't be achieved, it doesn't matter. A stable 6K a day is really a lot. I am satisfied as long as I can earn money for massage and rent. The stable update is also among the best in the Unique Cat, which deserves praise. As for the bounty, I really don't know about this thing, and I don't dare to open it. It would be best if someone can help me explain it. Thank you very much. By the way, the chapter in the early morning today is also free, which is the second update today. Please support it. Ji Bai Yushang Yuying. Chapter 48. What do you want to do? Make up the update, it's the teeth of hell. Since returning to the room, Fujimiya Makoto has been trapped in a hell that lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, almost endless. He went out to kill people from the beginning to the end of Ziliahun Street. He killed people for 2.5 months. He didn't even blink an eye. He was a tough guy. However, he owed more than 200 chapters after being a tough guy for a few days. Even though the memory of the Master of Girlfriends was all imprinted in his mind, he would occasionally take out small videos such as Impar Star Iron and Silver Chaos Arc to recall and relieve boredom. But if you ask him to change to handwriting, the concept is completely different. In just over 3 days, Fujimiya Makoto felt that he was about to be hollowed out. If it weren't for the dear Miss Liu Chu Ba Yunzai standing next to him with a cold face, locking his feet with shackles and hitting his waist with shallow beatings, not allowing him to do anything except eating and going to the toilet every day, and even having his hands tied with ropes when sleeping, Fujimiya Makoto estimated that he would have run away long ago. Shikatori Bayansai, no one should owe me updates.jpg. Only on the 4th day, the chapters were bound into books and brought back to the bed by Bayansai as if they were treasures. The debt-free Makoto Fujimiya was finally liberated and released from her dormitory by Bayansai. I'm back. Fujimiya Makoto, exhausted, with red eyes, pushed open the small room he had been away from for a long time. For a moment, everything in front of him seemed so familiar. Xiao Tongsheng, who was sitting on the small table next to him doing homework, seemed to have discovered something. The pen in his hand fell to the ground with a click, and then he immediately crashed into his arms with a wow cry, crying miserably. Brother Makoto! You're finally back! I will definitely attend the ghost course obediently in the future. Take that bad teacher away. Hikifune Makoto grabbed his clothes tightly, as if he was afraid that he would run away, and tears and snot flowed unconsciously. These days have been so aggrieved. Fujimiya Makoto was stunned at first. Then he looked up and saw Shutara Senjimura sitting peacefully at the desk in front of the windowsill, with a bony arm stretched out from behind, grabbing a book and unfolding it, reading slowly in the sun. Oh, congratulations! You're back alive! This arrogant old woman was still as leisurely and at ease as she was in the big screen of her inner world. Yes, yes. Thanks to your blessing. At this time, Fujimiya Makoto had no energy to fight with others. Now he just wanted to lie on the big bed and have a good sleep, not wanting to do anything. Brother Makoto. Little Kiryu was still looking at him aggrievedly. Fujimiya Makoto turned his head and glanced at Kiryu-chan, and found that after not seeing her for a while, the child seemed to have grown a lot taller. For spirits, this was a manifestation of a rapid increase in spiritual pressure in a short period of time. He couldn't help but smile and rubbed her pink hair. Kiri-chan has to learn to adapt. Otherwise, if I marry Senjimura teacher in the future, won't Kiri-chan have no way to live? Shutara Senjimura's eyebrows jumped, and his eyes squinted at him with contempt. You dare to say that, guy? I don't have the physical desire to mate with a caveman. Hikifune Kiryu seemed to have heard some terrible news, completely stunned, and stood there stupidly. The next moment, he cried even harder. Ah! Brother Makoto, please! I will be your wife when I grow up. Please don't be with that bad guy. Fujimiya Makoto pinched the little thing's fat face, and was very happy. Okay. As long as you don't fear crying and don't need to coax them, it's actually quite fun to tease children. Yes, yes. I just lied to you. The little Kiryu breathed a sigh of relief and sobbed. Seeing him lying on the bed, as if he was about to fall asleep, Shutara Senjimura stood up from the desk. Bone casually threw a small box over. Here. This is the thing you mentioned last time. It can be used, barely. Since the agreement has been reached, I'll leave first. She was talking about the wireless communication spirit platform made according to Fujimiya Makoto's principle. It's just that I didn't expect that the first generation could make it so small. Shutara Senjimura said lazily. After taking care of the child for such a long time, although it was quite interesting to play with him most of the time, it was inevitable that he would get a little bored after playing for a long time. Thank you, Senjimura. Fujimiya Makoto smiled and stretched out his hand to take it. I'll bother you again next time. Hat. Shudera Senjamera turned around and mocked, "What? With your brain, can you come up with any useful ideas?" She never thought that this guy could come up with any useful ideas. Even though there was already a precedent of wireless spirit platform, Senjamaru always thought that this guy was just a blind cat that caught a dead mouse. "That's too much." Fujimiya Makoto laughed like a fox. It was as if he saw a childcare tool that could be continuously exploited. "Ah? No." Only Kiriako cried out in extreme anxiety. However, it was a pity. The protest was ineffective. The following life was quite peaceful. As a member of the rotating combat personnel, Fujimiya Makoto either learned new advanced ghost arts with Kiriako at home every day, or practiced slashing and white fighting alone. At the same time, he had to take time out every day to ensure daily updates for Miss Bayansai. Life is quite fulfilling. Teacher Unohana seems to have discovered that he can only make rapid progress in death-defying sparring, as when they first met, and that daily practice can never have the same effect. After practicing with him a few times and being sure of this, he simply let him go. Very irresponsible. Until a while later, when Fujimiya Makoto felt that he was about to adapt to this idle life, he finally received an order from the headquarters. At the entrance of Uenzijuku. When Fujimiya Makoto arrived, two figures were already standing there. Chihiro Suzuki, and Shiba Yorozuya. Different from the last time Shiho and Chihiro appeared in the gym. Today, the head of the Shiba family did not wear the rune murderous stone shackles that represented the captives. This is a sign of freedom. But just looking at his expression, he seemed to be more decadent than when he was seriously injured. Today, Fujimiya Makoto and Suzuki Kojiro's mission is to escort him back to the spirit garden. "Master Shiba, Suzuki-kun." Fujimiya Makoto nodded slightly and greeted the two. "Long no, I should call you Fujimiya-kun, right?" Hearing his voice, Shiba Yoshiro perked up a little and replied with a smile. Fujimiya Makoto's identity was exposed, but he was still not thick-skinned enough, so he had to smile helplessly and agree. Suzuki, as usual, had a cold face and nodded slightly to him. "Since you are ready, let's go." Shiba Yoshiro's days during this period were actually quite sad. Of course, this was not because he had been tortured or interrogated harshly in Uenzijuku. It was completely a kind of death and rebirth from the level of thinking, with his three views gradually crushed. As a standard descendant of the five noble families of the Osolidii, Shiba Yakui's life experience of more than 100 years is completely limited to the bright pictures he can see at the highest point in the Osolidii. Even though his father has reminded him many times, either explicitly or implicitly, who can expect a child who is only over 100 years old to understand everything? Especially, as the first-line inheritor of the five noble families, he has extremely high training requirements for various abilities. He spends most of his time at home and rarely communicates with others, or, in other words, except for those closest to him, there are actually not many people who want him to know the information about the dark side of the Osolidii. Growing up in this situation, Shiba Yakui, who only lived in Uenzijuku for a short time, completely reconstructed his entire understanding of the world. The source of the conceptual shock is also quite simple. A few days ago, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni took time out to personally lead him to visit the leisurely life in the nearby villages, and then sneaked into the nearby noble territory and showed him the hell pictures of starving people everywhere and people like livestock. That's all. So, Shiba Yakui truly realized that the nobles entrenched in the various Rukanga were not the creatures he imagined. At the same time, on the entire return journey, he continued to strengthen this concept through what he saw and heard along the way. When he was really on the territory of Uenzijuku, he saw after experiencing the life of those who had not been exploited by the nobles, it was hard for him to accept the life in dire straits under the rule of the nobles. Until he stood in front of the Kingliu gate of the Osrei court. The Osrei court in front of him and the Rukanga behind him seemed to be separated by a visible and invisible line. Clean and tidy pavilions and palaces. Dirty and filthy thatched huts. The tall and domineering noble lords. The hunched backs and humble Rukanga poor. The two seemed to be separated by this invisible line. Even if the murderous stone wall had not fallen, the area divided by the line was always a peaceful white. Fujimaya-kun. Shiba Yaku stood in front of the Kingliu gate and suddenly asked for no reason, if you were given a chance, would you become a superior person like a noble? Fujimiya Makoto thought about it and asked him back, if nobles are superior people, then what are the common people in Rukanga? Shiba Yaku was stunned, pondered for a few seconds, and tried. Subordinate people. Yet. Fujimiya Makoto nodded, if most of the realistic conditions are excluded, whether I can become a superior person is not that important to me. But it is important to me to have as few subordinates as possible. From a statistical probability point of view, most people in this world actually do not have the opportunity to become superior people. Naturally, they can only work hard in another direction. His answer was very clear. Ha! Shiba Yaku suddenly laughed out loud. To be honest, he did not hate this guy who stabbed him and showed him the real side of the world. It's really interesting. He is so young, but he is more insightful than him who has lived for more than 100 years. Thinking like this, he left the two behind and strode into the Kingliu gate. Across the gate, there were already hundreds of black-clad criminal guards on both sides, forming a straight road leading to the central underground conference room. Shiba Yakumo strode forward until he entered the conference hall deep underground. All members of the central 46th room stood on the high platform, their faces were separated by the whiteboard, and only the voice could be heard from behind. Summon, Shiba Family Master. Shiba Yakumo. This round of topics is to question Shiba Family Master for being caught in the hands of the travel disaster and sending him to the front line lightly, which led to the murder of the upper noble Harada Asimon family. Although the young man below is the head of the 5 noble families, in formal occasions, the central 46th room is still the highest ruling body of the spirit court. However, this time, Shiba Yaku broke the rule and interrupted the speeches of the termites and idiots above, saying calmly, "Don't waste time. I came here today just to tell you that the bottom line of the Tsunoya Shiro family has been known by Yuan Liu. Master Yuan Liu asked me to tell you. He is always waiting for Lord Tsunoya Shiro Shogo to come and attack." After the voice fell, Shiba Yaku didn't bother to stop for a step and walked out with big strides. Just this one sentence immediately disrupted the original discussion process. However, what surprised the sages and nobles present was the attitude shown by Shiba Yaku. The stage was suddenly in chaos. Only one of them suddenly shouted, "Stop! Shiba Yaku! The questioning is not over yet, what do you want to do?" Shiba Yaku looked back and swept across these high-ranking people, his eyes were deep with a hint of fire, and he laughed softly, "What? I surrender." Chapter 49 The Fury of the Head of State, First Update, Central Gold Seal Noble Conference Room. This highest conference room belonging to the 5 nobles is located deeper underground than the central underground conference room. Completely sealed passages from top to bottom, zigzag to this theoretically highest legal decision-making place in the entire Soul Society. At this time, because of the major crisis of the 5 nobles losing 2 heads in a row, and the Yuan Liu War front line advancing from District 37 to District 33, and there is no intention to stop until now, a large number of feudal nobles were slaughtered, and the interests of countless nobles were greatly damaged. Therefore, the secret passage leading to the Golden Seal Room was already crowded with heads of families, big and small, all of whom were fat and well-fed, and of different ages. The only thing that was the same was that all of them had extremely sad expressions on their faces, which were difficult to dissolve. Now, the nobles of the entire Soul Society are counting on the Tsunoya Shiro family, which is responsible for the Soul Society, to come up with a practical solution at such a critical moment. The woman with the most anxious expression was the ISE family. Since the ISE family has been responsible for the affairs of god hanging, curse, and soul burial for generations, the heads of all generations have been the family's own children. At this moment, the middle-aged head was holding a golden Kagura bell tightly in her hand, and praying nervously in her heart. However, the door in front of them was still tightly closed. There was no intention to open it. Everyone knew that the remaining heads, led by Lord Tsuneyashiro Shogo, were discussing effective countermeasures. Suddenly, there was a very light sound of footsteps behind them. It was a petite figure wrapped in black clothes. He was also wearing a black mask. Xingjun. Is there any news from the front? I'm afraid they lost again. I don't believe it. I never believe it. However, no noble had the courage to stop this servant, and everyone quickly made way for the intelligence officer to pass through. Bang! The door of the Jinyan conference room opened and closed. When the Xingjun rushed into the room, Tsuneyashiro Shogo was surrounded by 4 or 5 commanders, who were using a map to show him the current changes on the front line. Now our front line has retreated to the Atago River in the West 33rd District. The Yuanliu troops have surrounded our last troops stationed in the Uda clan. As long as they can eat them, our Tong side front line will be completely broken. Tsuneyashiro Shogo is old and strong. Even in the face of such a situation, he still looks firm and calmly soothes people. It doesn't matter. The front line has received the news that the head of the Shiba family has been released. As long as the Shiba family can mobilize their forces to maintain the sundered boundaries in various places, the Uda family only needs to hold on for a while. And we can rely on the convenience of the Black Cavity to launch the first counterattack. Just at this time, the criminal army pushed away the adults around him and broke into the innermost. Tsuneyashiro. Urgent report from the central 46th room. The head of the Shiba family has defected. But the criminal army failed to obtain the pursuit order. The childish voice that suddenly sounded made the entire conference room quiet in an instant. The brains of everyone present seemed to have gone blank. All the counterattack plans they had formulated were based on the sudden emergence of the new force from the Shiba family. The commanders around were all staring at the Xingjun in a daze. For a moment, I don't know how many people wanted to grab his collar and ask him if he was a traitor who infiltrated the Xingjun from the Yuanliu. But everyone knew very well. This was impossible. So, one of the 5 highest leaders on our side in legal terms. Did he really defect? Tsuneyashiro Shogo also seemed stunned. He sat in the same place, still holding the pen in his hand, tapping on the nodes on the map. At this moment, he began to shake unconsciously. However, this old man who had presided over the situation in Seoul society for thousands of years, even under such a major impact, even though his whole body was trembling slightly and his jaw muscles couldn't help but bulge, still maintained the most basic rationality as a leader. He endured it and quickly said to the people around him, Tsuneyashiro Shinto, Tsuneyashiro Ogata, Kokaki Jinrei stay. Everyone else, go out. Hearing this news, the remaining people, those from the Shiba family and the Shihaoran family, looked at each other for a while, and then soon breathed a sigh of relief. After the order was issued, they walked out of the room quickly. The huge room suddenly became much emptier after only the last 4 people were left. Only in front of these few people he trusted the most, did Tsuneyashiro Shogo finally reveal his truest emotions. Bang! Tsuneyashiro Shogo slammed his big hand on the table, and the wooden table instantly cracked into large spider web-like mottled cracks, and shouted angrily. Shiba Yama! He is the head of one of the 5 noble families in Seoul society. He is the head of the family. How dare he betray us? Does that kid think that he can get any benefits just by joining the Yuanliu in the middle? Idiot! Trash! Coward! Tsuneyashiro Shogo swept all the things on the table and cried angrily. Cursing, why are there so many brainless reckless people in the Shiba family? Shifunji Yuanchihiro is the same. Those black-skinned idiots, What do they think of the criminal army and the secret operation? Is it their family's private property? Do these people know what we, Tsunoya Shiro, have sacrificed for the Soul Society? Idiots! All of them are idiots. The people outside first saw a large number of people being driven out of the house, and then heard the roaring and shouting from inside, and they could not help but feel cold in their hearts. Everyone knew that the information brought by the criminal army just now might have completely pushed them into a dead end. For a while, many people even began to cry bitterly. However, in this extremely fierce scolding, Tsunoya Shiro Shinto, the eldest son and the candidate for the next head of the main family, glanced at the shaking Kokaki Jinrei beside him, and hurriedly reminded him with a serious face. Master of the family. Master Kokaki is still here, please pay attention to your manners. We haven't lost yet. However, Tsunoya Shiro Shogo did not look at the eldest son who spoke, but turned his head and looked at the illegitimate son who had remained silent since just now. Tsunoya Shiro Ogata sighed and said calmly, Master of the family. Now that things have come to this, please execute the plan. Until his voice sounded, Tsunoya Shiro Shogo finally stopped his almost crazy posture. No more sadness, no more yelling. Just looking at his illegitimate son quietly. He paused, his voice hoarse. Ogata. Tsunoya Shiro, I will remember your sacrifice. Father. At this last moment, Tsunoya Shiro Ogata also inadvertently changed the address, lowered his head slightly, and said calmly, the family has paid too much for this time. If my actions fail to achieve results, please stop here and obey the king's orders. However, Tsunoya Shiro Shogo did not answer. Just looked at him quietly. Alas! Having said this, Tsunoya Shiro Ogata has fulfilled all his obligations as a son and a minister. Father and son looked at each other. Tsunoya Shiro Shogo slowly opened a wooden box from his hand and pushed it in front of him. Placed in the center of the wooden box was a pure white spiritual sword. That was not Yan Luo Jingdian. However, both Kokaki Jinling and Tsunoya Shiro Shinto subconsciously stepped back half a step. Only Tsunoya Shiro Ogata reached out and picked it up. He is the eldest son of a concubine. And this is the responsibility he has to shoulder. Is there really no one chasing after me? Fujimiya Makoto looked at Shiba Yakumo, who walked out of the spirit garden and crossed the blank line in confusion, and looked at the group of criminal soldiers standing opposite in confusion. Although he was confident in his own strength, if so many criminal soldiers rushed forward, even he would probably have to spend a lot of time and effort. Shiba Yakumo smiled indifferently and took out a golden Shifunji Yuan family token from his sleeve. Brother Kyunri lent me this thing long before I set out. Criminal soldiers, only look at the token and don't recognize people. In addition, he said, and suddenly laughed again, and stretched out his hand to Fujimiya Makoto cheerfully. From today on, we are our own people. Fujimiya Makoto was also startled when he heard this. It seemed as if the scene of him personally stabbing Asado into the man's chest happened yesterday. This feeling of turning enemies into friends really makes people feel a little subtle. However, he still shook the hand. He felt an inexplicable sense of excitement in his heart. It was like being recognized and walking on the right path. Suzuko Jiro walked beside them and glanced at the two of them, not taking them seriously at all. Only the praise from Master Genri Yusai was the most valuable. However, when the two hands were held, Fujimiya Makoto saw but suddenly a prompt popped up. Bond event: the fury of the head of state. The bond level between you and Tsunoya Shiro Shogo has been raised. Reward: spirit level +1, talent point +1. Obtained bond trait: the last light. Spirit, 5th grade upper, 4th grade lower. Bond trait: the last light, when trapped in a desperate situation where death is inevitable. An unprecedented power will inevitably burst out, and then fall into an extremely weak state for a period of time. Note: Cowie, give me a mouthful of teeth. Chapter 50: The World in the Cracks. Update 2. Fujimiya Makoto didn't know that when the three of them left the spirit court, another group of people in the court slowly left from the White Gate. The leader of that group was Tsunoya Shiro Ogata. On his waist, he had a second pure white soul-infusing sword. Not just him. All the people in this team had the same standard short sword on their waists. All of them looked indifferent, without any emotion, and their skills were also quite neat. They went straight to the Yuanliu headquarters of the 64th district. In front of this group of people, there was a tall pure white messenger flag. Although now, Yuanliu and Spirit Court have the fighting has already reached the point of no return, but due to the most basic war etiquette, the envoys of both sides can still pass between the territories. Even the most radical Yuanliu civilian death god will not touch these people. This is exactly what Tsunoya Shiro used. From District 1 to District 64. The number of people in this team is constantly decreasing. When they entered District 64 and saw the mountain range of the Yuanzi Academy headquarters from afar, only 3 people headed by Tsunoya Shiro Ogata were left under the envoy's flag. The bastard raised his head and looked at the buildings on the mountain range from afar, sighing slightly. In front of him, Okiyagen's hero had been waiting for a long time. Tsunoya Shiro. Mr. Genri Yusai, please go up to discuss matters. Tsunoya Shiro Ogata nodded slightly, thank you. The scenery of the Yuanzijuku is naturally not magnificent. Compared with the buildings and palaces that Tsunoya Shiro Ogata has seen, it can only be regarded as simple. Even the headquarters of the Yuanliu is just an ordinary dojo. Occasionally, students from the academy walk around and train. Tsunoya Shiro Ogata is not as inexperienced as Shiba Yaku, and can see at a glance the huge gap between the Yuanliu and the Yuzure. He means the gap between the upper and the lower. It would be strange if such a force could not defeat the long-decayed Yuzure. Tsunoya Shiro Ogata laughed at himself. When he approached the dojo, he saw Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shigakuni already sitting firmly in the center. There was no one guarding around. Or rather, the Raijin Jaka that shocked the Soul Society and his fists were the most powerful guards in the world. When Tsunoya Shiro Ogata was led to take a seat, Yamamoto slowly said, I wonder what else Ogata-sama has come for. Just as I said before. The Ozrai-T and the Genryu have long been at the point of a life-and-death struggle. Or, the most fundamental purpose of the Genryu's existence is to wipe out the Ozrai-T. What else is there to say? However, Tsunoya Shiro Ogata was extremely confident and said calmly, I come for peace. Please speak. Yamamoto gestured with his hand. Tsunoya Shiro Ogata's voice was almost flat. As the administrator of Soul Society, the Tsunoya Shiro clan has made a decision. From today, the outer 40 districts of the 80 districts of Rukonga can be handed over to Genryu for control. As long as you are willing to release the nobles of the fiefdoms in various places to the O-Soul Court, we can return to peace. By then, the people will naturally no longer suffer from the pain of war. In addition, Genryu can also nominate 5 candidates to enter the position of sages in the central 46 rooms. This is Tsunoya Shiro's sincerity. Please consider this for me, Master Genri Yusai. Tsunoya Shiro Ogata's voice fell. Genri Yusai subconsciously frowned, his thick folds folded up, and his eyes revealed a bit of doubt, as if he was puzzled. Until the end, the middle-aged old man couldn't help but let out a low sneer, not angry but laughing. Tsunoya Shiro. Are you provoking me? The moment the voice fell, Yamamoto Genri Yusai opened his eyes wide. In an instant, a terrifying beast seemed to emerge behind him, and the murderous aura alone was enough to make people lose their minds instantly. Then, the extreme spiritual pressure that suddenly surged to the point of making it impossible to breathe poured out of his body continuously, twisting the surrounding air into a shape visible to the naked eye, making people's eyes black uncontrollably. We, the Yuanliu boys, have been fighting for many years. How dare you think that what I and them want is just a mere authority? How dare Tsunoya Shiro humiliate me? Genri Yusai's dull roar that made people feel like they were hit by a heavy hammer seemed to be able to pry open people's skulls. That terrifying look seemed to have heard some unacceptable insults. At this moment, ordinary people would probably be crushed into a ball of meat if they just stood in front of him. However, Tsuneyashiro Ogata, who had already put life and death aside, could still maintain his rationality in front of this old man. He just looked at the other party calmly and asked solemnly, "So? Are you going to refuse? What do you think?" The old man asked him angrily. Just as he has an extremely calm and solid side, Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shigakuni, whose soul essence is the strongest fire-type Zanpakuto in the entire soul society, naturally also has the most fierce and violent side in the world. But Tsuneyashiro Ogata's next move was beyond the old man's expectation. He knelt in front of Yamamoto and slowly pulled out the soul-injecting knife at his waist. Yamamoto laughed disdainfully at first, but the next second, he saw Tsuneyashiro Ogata suddenly holding the spirit-injecting sword upside down, stabbing at his chest with a whistling sound. Yamamoto suddenly opened his eyes wide. The next moment, the figure of the old man had appeared behind the other party. I don't know when the shallow strike in his hand was pulled out. The instant step that was as fast as the world's extreme even exceeded the speed of Tsuneyashiro Ogata's moving hands. With just one knife, he cut off both of his wrists, without a single mistake. "You want to commit suicide in front of me?" Yamamoto cursed in a low voice, feeling unlucky in his heart. Unexpectedly, Tsuneyashiro Ogata showed a mocking smile on his face. "Master Genri Yusai. Just like you are willing to sacrifice your lives to protect those lowly civilians on Rukonga. Tsuneyashiro, there is also a reason to fight for your life." Hearing this determined and awe-inspiring voice, Yamamoto looked at him with a higher eye. But the next second, the soul-infused sword that fell to the ground with his wrist suddenly floated in the air. The tip of the sword rushed towards Tsuneyashiro Ogata's chest. Yamamoto frowned and swung the sword. However, the moment the blade fell, he found that it swung in vain. Isn't this a blade with a physical body? The next second, the soul-infused sword suddenly pierced into Tsuneyashiro Ogata's chest. He smiled with difficulty and looked at Yamamoto. "I'm sorry. Master Yuan Liuzai." Almost at the moment the soul-infused sword pierced his chest, Tsuneyashiro Ogata's body instantly turned into countless torn tiny soul particles, constantly flying into the sky. The most basic function of the soul-infused sword is to break the original balance of the spirit body. In this case, even a vice-captain level soul source can form a soul bomb that is many times more powerful than it is now. However, the reason he did this was not to kill Yamamoto. With a loud bang, a giant spiritual pressure column that penetrated the sky and earth instantly covered the entire Yuanzi Academy. Not only that, this spiritual pressure column at the moment of flashing, giant spiritual pressure pillars lit up in all the Yuan Liu jurisdictions centered on the 64th district of West Ryokan Street. With Yuanzijuku in the 64th district as the center, they were connected to form a giant circle area split by spiritual pressure. In an instant, I don't know how many people were caught in it. The already extremely fragile three-world space barrier trembled faintly. In this premeditated action, the gap between the two worlds was torn open bit by bit, and they were connected to each other with spiritual power as a chain. The Tsuneyashiro family has been responsible for maintaining the entire Soul Society domain for generations. Naturally, they are also very clear about the weakest nodes in this world. On these special space nodes, only 50 large spiritual pressure reactions erupted at the same time, which was enough to split a small limited area. At this moment, this area has formed a huge rift zone where Soul Society and Hueco Mundo overlap. Enough to accommodate countless spirits and hollows passing through each other. Rift. This is the true mission of this bastard. What's going on? Fujimiya Makoto and his group, who had just finished most of the return journey, looked up at the beams of spiritual light that lit up at the same time in the distance, and the large number of dark cracks that suddenly appeared around them. They were all at a loss for a moment. Only Shiba Yaku, who was familiar with the broken world, saw the clue at a glance. This is a black cavity. How could so many appear at once? The so-called black cavity is the countless entrances and exits of the broken world connecting the three realms. However, even Shiba Yaku, who was responsible for managing the broken world, had never seen such a large range of black cavities appear at the same time. Only Quibu reacted immediately and looked into the distance. That is, the direction of Yuanzi Academy. Something happened. Makoto, the head of the family, returned at full speed. Okay. However, the three of them had just rushed across a mountain range in an instant, and they couldn't help but stop at the scene in front of them. Giant hollows surged like tides, pouring out from the opposite side of a crack, forming a hollow tide that was difficult to see the edge at a glance. In the center, there were even several killians over 100 meters tall. In the distance, a peaceful village blocked by this tide was swallowed up by the endless evil ghosts in just a moment, and no one could escape from it. They were almost trapped in the deepest encirclement as soon as they appeared. Just as Fujimiya Makoto was staring at this spectacular scene and was unconsciously stunned, he saw that Suzuki Kojiro had already stood in front of the two of them, with his back to them, and said calmly, "You two. Please follow me." The moment the voice fell, Suzuki's body surface was already covered with strands of jumping and shining golden lightning. The shallow strike in his hand turned into a western sword. Pierce him, Yan Ling Wan. Chapter 51 How to Close the Channel, Third Update. It was the first time that Fujimiya Makoto saw Suzuki Kojiro use his full strength. The golden lightning was like a chain, constantly jumping and flashing on the surface of his slender body. Around the western sword-style Yan Ling Wan, it was faintly like a firefly, and a vigorous spiritual pressure burst out from the inside out. He showed a standard western rapier sword stand in his hand, and his whole body was like a bow stretched to the extreme. Until the next moment. Bang! The whole person was like an arrow from a string. Suddenly leaped. In the center of Fujimiya Makoto and Shiba Yoroswia's vision, the figure of Suzu Kojiro was like a floating light jumping in the center of the group of hollows between the continuous flashes, the golden lightning on his body almost connected into a series of tortuous lines. And the road of thunder was paved with countless giant hollows with pierced masks and corpses. His sword stand was extremely solid and labor-saving. His left hand was behind his back to maintain stability. Even the floating spiritual pressure on his body was compressed to the extreme. Every step and every sword was quite neat, like a stream of light passing through the dark tide. Too fast. It was not until this moment that Fujimiya Makoto understood what Suzube's reminder just now meant. Let's go. Seeing that Shiba Yoroswia was still in a daze, Fujimiya Makoto immediately shouted and followed Suzube Kojiro in an instant. The three of them immediately crossed the entire hollow group with Suzube as the arrow. He rushed straight to the direction of Yuanzi Academy. However, the scope of this space rift that spanned several areas and almost covered the entire West 58th to 70th district was too outrageous. The Shiba clan had controlled the Broken Realm for so many years and had never seen such a large-scale hollow tide disaster. As for saving people, there was no need to even think about it. Lord Suzube, please save some spiritual pressure. Shiba Yaku seemed to have discovered something, and his eyes swept around the vertical spiritual light pillars that still stood between heaven and earth, and said in a deep voice, "We can't kill them all by ourselves. We must destroy the spiritual flow that penetrates the Hueco Mundo. If we go on like this, it will only become endless." Suzube's expression froze when he heard this, but he immediately stopped and charged straight to the front. The three people present quickly understood this truth. Hollows are creatures that can only survive by devouring spirits. The people living in Hueco Mundo must constantly fight with their own kind and with the strong in order to obtain the most insignificant survival resources, and step on countless corpses on the road to becoming great hollows. For them, living with countless whole soul society is simply heaven. Countless weak spirits with almost no ability to resist life carefree on the earth, enjoying water and sunshine. For hollows, such existence is like stripping themselves clean and putting unlimited food on the plate. At this time when soul society and Hueco Mundo are connected on a large scale, no matter how many they kill, there will inevitably be countless hollows pouring into soul society from the other side. So, the first task is to destroy the passage. Fujimiya Makoto turned his head to look at Shiba Yoroshiya with hope, and said in surprise, "Master Shiba, do you know how to destroy those things?" Shiba Yoroshiya's expression froze, looking at the streams of spirit particles that penetrated the sky and the earth, and for a moment he was a little confused, with an embarrassed expression on his face. I don't know much either." Fujimiya Makoto's expression paused at first, and then he seemed to remember something immediately, and immediately took out a black box from his arms. It was the wireless spirit platform that Shutara Senjumaru had delivered to him some time ago. It doesn't matter if Shiba Yaku doesn't know how to do it. It's fine as long as someone knows. Fujimiya Makoto opened the box, took out a wireless earphone-style ear-mounted communicator from it, put it on his ear, and input a small amount of spiritual pressure. The sound in the earphone was rustling and blurred for 2 times, but soon connected to the only user on the other side. "Hello? Senjumaru? Can you hear me?" He shouted as loud as he could, fearing that the recording effect of this inferior earphone was too poor. Then, he heard Shutara Senjumaru's iconic plain tone from the other side of the earphone. He seemed to frown even when he spoke, and said with dissatisfaction and venom, "Do you need me to give you an artificial vocal cord? If your own vocal cord is not good, cut it off and replace it with another one." Hearing Senjumaru's voice, Fujimiya Makoto was relieved. "How are you guys? Is Kiri-chan okay?" "Brother Makoto. I'm fine." The energetic shout of Hikifune Kiryu came from the other side of the earphone. Then, there was a knock on the head. Shutara Senjumaru quickly summarized the current situation. A large spiritual power reaction broke out at the main hall of Yuanzijuku, and I took that brat with me. But Yuan Liu's AI seems to have been swallowed by a space channel, or it may be sealed. Now Yuanzijuku is temporarily managed by the woman Anohana. Where are you now? This again? Fujimiya Makoto thought. He has discovered it now. No matter which battle it is, the old man Shan, who is usually responsible for the main attacker, seems to be the first to be banned. We are now in the West 60th District, heading towards Yuanzijuku. Fujimiya Makoto also tried to compress the time as much as possible, and said quickly, "The head of the Shiba family is also with us. He believes that we need to break the surrounding spirit particle flow as soon as possible and block the space channel. Do you have any solution?" "You need to mention that kind of thing." Shutara Senjumaru was about to complain, and suddenly caught the key point from his voice. "Who did you say was around?" "Shiba Yeki. Bring him back immediately. As fast as possible." As if he had received some surprising news, Shutara subconsciously raised his voice. "Hey!" Fujimiya Makoto was stunned, but Shiba said he didn't know how. "He doesn't need to know." Shutara Senjumaru said, "The information related to the severance familiar to the Shiba family is exactly what our technical development department lacks the most now. As long as you bring him back, we will have a way to close the channel from the severance." "I understand." Hearing this, Fujimiya Makoto suddenly realized. When he turned his head again, he saw that Suzyube and Shiba had already stuck to his earphones and listened attentively, which scared him. "Close it from the Dankai." "I see." Even Shiba Yaku was a little surprised to hear this idea, but it seemed to be a matter of course. After all, the Dankai is the only way to connect the 3 realms. Even if the Hueco Mundo and Soul Society begin to have a celestial sphere intersection, it only compresses the route of the Dankai to a very short degree. As long as this road is cut off, no matter how hungry the hollows are, they can't fly over from Hueco Mundo across the Black Chamber. Shidorashi Senjumaru on the other side of the headset was still shouting loudly, "Anyway, you guys need to be faster." According to the intelligence team, nearly 10% of the land in the Yuanliu area has been swallowed up by the hollows. The hole and death gods from all over the place are fleeing to the innermost circle of the area. If it's any later, we will be surrounded. This situation is really bad. Fujimiya Makoto glanced at the two people beside him and let out a long breath. Until the end, Shidorashi Senjumaru's seemingly casual voice came from the headset. In addition, "Don't die." Fujimiya Makoto was startled at first, and then responded in a low voice. Yet, the sound in the headset was disconnected. This woman is really a person with a sharp tongue and a soft heart. Fujimiya Makoto and Queeb turned their heads to look at Shiba Yoroswia at the same time. This newly minted traitor of the spirit court tried hard not. "I know what to do." Suzu nodded slightly and quickly ordered, "Then next, Makoto and I will take over and lead the way, and take turns to restore spiritual pressure. Make sure to send the head of the Shiba family to the jurisdiction of the Yuanzi Academy. At any cost." At this time, Suzubu no longer had the mind to think about Fujimiya Makoto's genius identity. "Didn't you hear the news just now? Even Genri Yusai was exiled to the Dankai. He is definitely not going to die, but it is unknown whether he can come back. At this time, the current combat power and importance are the most important things. A genius who suddenly dies without growing up will only make people regret for a while." Fujimiya Makoto also understood this truth and nodded. "Yes." Suzu turned around and walked forward. However, just as his figure appeared in front of him, a flashing arrow shot from the side suddenly penetrated the air and pierced through the body of Quibuo Kojiro, and shot him into the distant cliff with a bang. Boom! The violent explosion sounded half a beat late before it sounded in the ears of the two. Fujimiya Makoto and Shiba Yashiki's expressions were both stagnant. The next moment, a chameleon-like Ashoka's, which was hidden in the jungle, slowly crawled out of the disguise. Its big mouth seemed to be able to open 180 degrees, and it smiled at the two people behind Quibuo and screamed. The first one. Chapter 52 Nelil du Odshvenk, 4th update. The moment the Ashokas finished speaking, one figure after another slowly peeled off the invisible barrier and appeared in front of Fujimiya Makoto and Shiba Yashiki with a grin. Just as they knew, most of the Ashokas in the second stage of the Great Hollow act in groups. Seeing this scene, Fujimiya Makoto's heart suddenly sank. It seems that they have been targeted for a long time. "Don't eat alone, Chu." As the voice fell, an ape-type Ashokas that was obviously smaller than the other Ashokas grinned and looked at the two people surrounded in front of him with a gloomy look. 7 heads? Fujimiya Makoto glanced over and had a rough idea in his mind. However, before he started to act, the eyes suddenly paused. As if it had noticed something abnormal, the ape-type Ashokas suddenly tensed up, and its whole body shrank into a sphere like a hedgehog. Just this instant reaction allowed it to avoid a life-and-death crisis. The golden floating light suddenly shone, flashing like real thunder. The blazing spiritual pressure made Suzub's figure penetrate the masks of 2 Ashokas in an instant, and only the last one happened to dodge. The surrounding Ashokas seemed to be shocked, and they stepped on the ringing and spread out, subconsciously letting out roars. The torn clothes of Suzub Kojiro stood in front of the two again. He stretched out his hand, pulled off the half-rotten death suit on his body, and threw it aside, revealing the muscles under the clothes that had been tempered in countless training. The bronze skin surface was stained with a little ashes and blood. There was an obvious wound on the side of the abdomen. "Mr. Suzub!" Shiba Yako shouted in surprise. However, the expression on Fujimiya Makoto's face was not so relaxed. He knew very well that compared to the steel-skinned hollows, most of the Shinigami were fragile characters. Even if Suzub was really strong, how much combat power could he have left after being hit by this move? "Makoto, I'll leave it to you next." However, Kojiro Suzuki only gave instructions in a flat voice, his eyes always staying on the Ashokas in front of him. People make mistakes, horses stumble. Kojiro Suzuki, who became a stray boy due to carelessness, needs to take the responsibility that originally belonged to him. Makoto Fujimiya pursed his lips, but did not say a word. To this day, he no longer has any thoughts like conforming to the direction of the original work. If people are careless, there will be casualties. This has been repeatedly verified in countless previous battles. All he can do now is to reduce the losses of Yuanzijuku as soon as possible. I understand. Wait, Makoto. Shiba Yaku was stunned. Makoto Fujimiya swept his eyes coldly over him and said calmly, Suzuki will survive. Let's go. As if he felt his determination, Shiba Yaku looked at him in a daze. Before he could react, his body was dragged by Fujimiya Makoto and started running. Hypo flash. Several black and red beams of light flashed suddenly. However, a faint whisper was heard behind him. The 81st binding technique, severing the sky. Although this high-level ghost technique can only exert less than 1/3 of its defensive power after abandoning the chant. However, it is enough to block these half-baked hypo-flash. The translucent giant wall was across the air, intercepting all the flying hypo-flash and bursts of violent explosions. Kojiro Suzuki just stood there and watched them quietly. I'm so lucky to have met a great noble. Death God. Only the ape-like Ashokas had lived long enough to have any knowledge of soul society. With a certain understanding. Looking at Kojiro Suzuki, his eyes gradually became more solemn. Hey! Feeling the spiritual pressure flying in his body and the severe pain gradually coming from his side, Kojiro Suzuki couldn't help but let out a long breath. It seems that a quick battle must be resolved. He turned his head and looked at the Ashokas in front of him. Let me show you. Understand? The moment he heard the first two words, the ape-shaped Ashokas suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. The next moment, the vision was filled with the dark clouds that suddenly gathered in the sky and the golden thunder that descended like a canopy. The spiritual pressure that suddenly surged in the young man's body seemed to break through the restrictions of the entire sky and continuously connected with the thunderclouds in the sky. The accumulated falling thunder formed a curtain, shining in front of the hollows. Kojiro Suzuki stood in front of these Ashokas with his upper body naked. Under the illumination of lightning, he looked like a god descending from heaven. He extended the tip of his western sword and pointed it at the other side. Huang Yanling Palace. All the Ashokas understood something in their hearts. They seemed to have kicked a piece of iron plate. In an instant, on the other side of the mountain, dark clouds covered the sky and thunder roared. The roaring spiritual pressure resounded through the sky. Fujimiya-kun, that is. As if he felt the terrifying spiritual pressure coming from behind that was so powerful that it seemed to break through the sky, Shiba Yaku suddenly turned around in astonishment. Fujimiya Makoto smiled and nodded, it's the spiritual pressure of Suzyub. Don't look at him like that. In fact, he is a man personally recognized by Master Genri Yusai. I see. Hearing this, Shiba Yoshio also let go of some of his worries, and his expression became more excited. However, Fujimiya Makoto was not so optimistic. Suzyub Kojiro is indeed very strong. But as far as he knows, because the power of the strongest lightning system is too overbearing, and his spiritual pressure level is not enough, Suzyub may not last too long. Fujimiya Makoto thought of this, and his heart sank a little. It was a little regretful. The only thing to be thankful for is that since they rushed out of the previous encirclement, they have encountered a smooth road. On the whole road, they didn't even encounter a group of hollows. It makes people feel a little fortunate. However, the longer this inexplicable safety lasts, the more uneasy it makes people feel. Until passing a village, Shiba Yaku's expression suddenly became solemn. Makoto. We must change the road. Fujimiya Makoto looked at him with a puzzled look. Then, Shiba Yaku pointed to the few pieces of linen clothes still left at the edge of the village, and his expression was more solemn than ever. There is no blood or limbs, only clothes. This is a sign that the spirit was crushed by the huge spiritual pressure source. The reason why I am fine along the way is probably because there is a very powerful hollow in front. Fujimiya Makoto's heart suddenly skipped a beat. If you want to crush a spirit with spiritual pressure alone, Yaku Cause can't do it. As for the Shinigami, there are probably only a few top teachers who can do it, but their control is not that bad. So, almost at the moment when this thought came up, Fujimiya Makoto suddenly raised his head in the direction ahead. Even though he had crossed dozens of spirit miles, he could still feel the strong sense of existence that burned his skin like a flame. Just standing there would cause other existences to self-destruct. Neither restrained nor indulged. Just existence. This is Vastad. The highest level of Great Hollow. The Vastad in the distance seemed to have sensed the spiritual sense coming from afar, and turned his head to look behind him in the direction of his gaze. The sheep's hooves under his feet kicked slightly, stepping on the soft ground, leaving several clear footprints. It was a female Vastad with a human upper body and an antelope lower body. She stood there, most of her head was covered by a pure white bone mask, and a large piece of snow-colored armor made of the same bone grew on the human body. Her arms, waist, fingers, and palms were completely covered, and only the chest and abdomen covered with steel skin were exposed to the air, showing an extremely graceful figure. In her right hand, she held a giant lance with two conical heads and an exaggerated size. Just by being swept by that gaze, Fujimiya Makoto couldn't help but feel a strong chill in his heart, as if his eyeballs were pierced by needles. The next moment, he heard a teasing whisper from the side. "It's been a long time since I came out to play. I won't allow you to spoil the fun of that adult." Fujimiya Makoto's whole body tensed up unconsciously, and he suddenly pushed Shiba Yaku to the other side, and he himself crossed dozens of meters in an instant. With a bang, a violent explosion sounded from the place where the two were originally standing. A human-shaped hollow with a body size of more than 5 meters and covered with earth and rocks came out from the ground, drilling out, the two palms with a width of more than 2 meters clasped fiercely. The intense wind pressure blew Fujimiya Makoto's long hair, making a rustling sound. But Fujimiya Makoto's eyes were still fixed on the Vastad in the distance, trembling slightly. "Master Shiba." His voice suddenly became serious, which shocked Shiba Yaku, who had turned over, and his expression was calm. "The next road. I'll ask you to go by yourself." Chapter 53 Apology Etiquette Death God Chapter, 5th Update. Please subscribe. The moment this sentence fell, Fujimiya Makoto had already drawn the shallow sword from his waist, set up the middle section, and calmly pointed the tip of the blade at the Yaku cause that drilled out from the ground in the distance. "Makoto, I." Shiba Yaku stood behind him and called out subconsciously. Fujimiya Makoto turned his back to him and suddenly said, "Shiba-kun. Do you know what is more important than one person's life?" Shiba Yaku was startled and said subconsciously, "Is it two people's lives? It's responsibility." Fujimiya Makoto interrupted this cold joke unhappily. How could this guy interrupt the heavy atmosphere at this time? He was posing for nothing. "So, go." Fujimiya Makoto sighed. "Hurry up." To be honest, he himself didn't know how long he could hold off a Vastad. Hearing this, Shiba Yaku finally stopped calling. After finally looking at his back, he decisively turned around and left. The khaki-colored Ashokas looked at him quietly and said with a grin, "I don't mind if you run away with me. As long as you don't disturb that adult, a little fellow like you will be fine wherever you go." Fujimiya Makoto couldn't help but smile when he heard that. "Really? Then, can you please let go of your hands on the ground?" Ashoka's voice suddenly dropped, and he looked straight at him. Almost at the same moment when the voice fell, Fujimiya Makoto and the Ashokas disappeared at the same time. Neliel watched this scene from a distance, and her slightly dull face didn't have much expression like a human. Obviously, this was a hollow that had just evolved into Vastad not long ago, and had not yet formed a complete personality. Nelly Lu simply ordered. "Butcha! Don't die!" Accompanied by a roar that stretched to the extreme, the huge figure of Ashoka's, who was called Butcha, suddenly fell from the sky. No question. The pair of giant hands, whose diameter was much larger than the height of an ordinary person, fell from top to bottom like a pair of heavy hammers, making a very dull vibration sound, and the surrounding ground rippled like waves thrown into a boulder, shaking in waves. With just this punch, the ground farther away seemed to shatter and rise like a living thing, forming a circle of giant walls like a gladiatorial arena, trapping it and Fujimiya Makoto in the center. Seeing this strange ability, even Fujimiya Makoto was stunned. Ashoka's, who could follow Vastad, was indeed quite capable. But it was not enough. Fujimiya Makoto first withdrew from the frontal impact area of the waves. When the vibration of the ground slowed down, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, and a very condensed spiritual pressure impact burst out from his feet. His figure turned into a black straight line in the air. First form, cutting steel. The blazing and violent spiritual pressure was highly compressed and condensed on the surface of the already extremely small shallow blade edge, bringing the concept of sharpness to the extreme, forming a layer of vaguely transparent film. Raise the knife and swing it down. Buletingo immediately raised a huge arm to block in front of him. However, the seemingly fragile blade, like a hot knife cutting butter, cut into his arm without any hindrance, and cut it in half with a smack. Neither the steel skin nor the steel bones could block it at all. How could it be? The huge and thick arm collapsed along the direction of the blade, and tiny stone fragments flew in the air. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. In the distance, Nelly Lu frowned slightly. Seemed a little surprised. However, before Butcha could feel the pain, he saw Fujimiya Makoto's pupils glowing with green light like jade beads. After cutting off his arm, he did not stop at all and continued to rush forward. "Damn kid! How dare you look down on me like this?" Accompanied by a heavy roar, before Fujimiya Makoto's instant step could break through the short distance, another giant arm was seen swinging horizontally like a mountain, raising a large amount of dust on the ground, immediately blocking the vision of both parties. Fujimiya Makoto's instant step stopped immediately, and he jumped up in the air by stepping on his arm, freeing up several meters. However, before he could stand still on the ground, he saw a black and red stream of light breaking through the smoke and dust and shooting towards him. Boom! The smoke and dust flew, and a long trail pierced a straight cylindrical hole. On the other side of the hole, there was a man who put his hands on the ground like a cannon, and pointed at Fujimiya Makoto. Ashoka's with a big mouth. Fujimiya Makoto's eyes were slightly cold. His arms, do they even have the ability of superspeed regeneration? The next moment, he saw endless hollow bullets like machine gun bullets, pouring like water. Boom boom boom! Fujimiya Makoto turned half a circle around Butcha's body, and the violent explosions behind him almost became one, and the soil was like a sea of cannonballs, with large pieces of ash columns rising. Looking down from the sky, you can see a half-circle of charred petals drawn on the ground with Butcha as the center. The launch speed of the hollow bullet is fast, and the power is far weaker than the hollow flash, but that is for the hollow. An ordinary Shinigami without steel skin will either die or be injured if hit. With such a huge body, Butcha has survived in Hueco Mundo for many years, so he has naturally summed up a set of strategies to deal with flexible opponents. He expected that this Shinigami would not dare to take it head-on. Until he pushed the opponent into the trap he had already laid, Butcha suddenly showed a cruel grin on his face. Ahaha! At the moment he shouted, the ground under Fujimiya Makoto's feet burst into a flash of light at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is exactly where Butcha stopped at the beginning. Flash delay. This is one of his unique abilities. The soil exploded and formed a sky full of smoke and dust, and the floating dust filled the entire land. The bright fire rushed straight into the sky, as if to illuminate half of the sky together, and a series of muffled sounds echoed in his ears. "You got hit. Really, too naive. Death." Butcha laughed loudly, and made a series of strange ho-ho-ho cries in his old voice. Until, a clear sound of steel skin tearing suddenly sounded from behind him. Swish! The blade in Fujimiya Makoto's hand slashed horizontally, cutting off Butcha's relatively slender waist from behind, and the broken steel left a long trail of light. Silently. Butcha's laughing expression solidified on the mask, and the crack tore a fixed amplitude. The heavy upper body, under the gravity of the huge arms, fell forward uncontrollably. Amputation from the chest up. Fujimiya Makoto shook off the blood on the blade and asked in confusion. "It's really strange. At the beginning, I clearly exposed your trap, right? Are you stupid enough to think I would fall for it?" "Hey!" Butcha could only make a weak gasp. He stared straight at the figure in the smoke in the distance. The afterimage slowly disappeared. The 26th binding technique, curved light. Compared to the completely unreliable invisibility, the most important ability of this binding technique is actually the distortion of light. A little trick. Fujimiya Makoto walked towards Butcha's head and raised the shallow sword in his hand. He cut off a white thread. Dang! A pure white double-cone bone lance blocked his sword path lightly. Fujimiya Makoto was startled. A sudden sweat broke out on his back. From the beginning, even when he was fighting with the Ashokas in front of him, he always paid attention to the movements of this Vastad. But, until the last second, he did not notice any trace of the other party's movement. Almost subconsciously, a chill rose from deep in his heart. He raised his head and looked at the Vastad beside him. Nellil also looked down at him. There was still no expression on her delicate face, with a weak expression, which formed a strong contrast with the hideous bone helmet on her head. "My lord," Butcha called out with difficulty. Nellil's expression was more indifferent than peaceful. "If I were playing with you, would you spare his life?" Fujimiya Makoto looked at her, and his facial muscles, which were originally stiff due to the chill in his heart, slowly pulled up an ugly smile. "He said to fight, and you said to spare?" With a bang, Fujimiya Makoto's body burst out with a strong and clear spiritual pressure. Although the 4th level spiritual power level is not as good as the captain level, it is still the top one in the entire Soul Society. The surging and violent spiritual pressure set off waves of pure white shock waves in the air, spreading endlessly towards the distance. The surface of his shallow strike was wrapped with spiritual pressure and wool, and at the same time restrained to the extreme. Continuously pressed down. Until the blade wrapped with clear spiritual pressure pressed the bone spear hard and pressed towards Butcha's bone mask. Fujimiya Makoto raised his head and asked, "What if I don't agree?" The blue spiritual pressure slowly rose from Nellilu's body, wrapping around the lance, still firmly blocking Butcha. Between the two, the pure white and sky blue spiritual pressures constantly collided with each other, forming a series of spiritual pressure cyclones that kept rolling. The small and the big continued to stalemate, clearing the surrounding ground. In the sky, the rolling clouds kept spreading in all directions. Nellilu's voice remained flat, and she said coldly, "I will apologize." Ding! Nellilu raised the lance slightly, and bounced Fujimiya Makoto's shallow hit along with her body. Or from the beginning, she didn't use her full strength, and always held the lance lightly with one hand. Fujimiya Makoto swiped out more than 10 meters, pressing one hand on the ground to support his body, with 2 pairs of cute little white and pink scabbards on his waist. The women's foot bag fluttered like a perverted flag. He had a smile on his face that showed he was not afraid of death, and he roared with full energy, "When it's time to apologize, you have to show your pie completely. This is the basic of the etiquette of the god of death. Imprinted in my bones, remember it." The next moment, his figure broke through the air, and the blade cut through a dazzling stream of light. The blade was facing the direction of Nelly, and it slashed straight away. At the same time, the brat's extremely happy shouting rang in his mind, and he was so excited that he seemed to jump up. Cow-ee-I-you! You finally got it right! That's right! That's it! Tell me your impulse honestly! You stupid guy who wants to save face! Don't pity me! Hurry up and stuff me into the warm body of the centaur girl! I want to build a 1-bedroom, 3-living-room house in the party of the centaur girl. Chapter 54. First, let's make a promise, 4K subscription required. The blade wrapped in the leaping spiritual light whistled through the air, drawing a continuous arc in the center of Nelly's vision, passing through the dust and smoke, and the extremely sharp spirit membrane left a long, deep, and delicate mark on the ground with just the wind pressure. First type, breaking steel. Fujimiya Makoto let out a wild roar. However, Nelly just quietly looked at the figure in front of her, and suddenly raised the pure white lance in her hand and swung it to the side. Dang! The collision of spiritual pressure caused a burst of light and flames to explode between the two sides. If you look closely, you can find that the blade and the lance are not even in full contact. The defense formed by the spirit particles alone has already blocked Fujimiya Makoto's full-strength sword. As for the figure charging from the front, it turned into a group of afterimages the moment it passed by her. It is obvious that the curved light does not have the effect it should have on everyone. Although Fujimiya Makoto still maintained a fearless look on his face, his vigilance had been raised to the highest level. This guy is much stronger than the fake Shifunji Yuanchihiro. Bang! Nelly waved the lance, and the heavy bone cone tip just passed through the air, setting off a violent whistling sound. In front of the lance, Fujimiya Makoto's body was as light as a fallen leaf. Without any effort, he was swept up by the sweeping shot. The whole person turned over and passed through the air. His feet landed on the ground and slid 2 long traces by inertia. Slashing technique +10. Centaur girl. My favorite centaur girl today. I want to get under your belly PR. So strong. However, the weakness is also obvious. Fujimiya Makoto's mind is fully devoted to the battle. No matter what he sees, hears, or feels, every breath on his body is summarized in his mind as all the information for the battle. Until this moment, he really understood the words that the old man on the mountain once mentioned. Know what to do in the battle. The smoke and dust exploded, and the spiritual pressure erupted. Fujimiya Makoto's figure twisted and turned along the ground. His super high-speed instant step made him seem to turn into a snake-like line segment, with surging smoke and dust behind him, and the blade in his hand almost touching the ground. Nelly just looked at him quietly. When Fujimiya Makoto got close, he shot forward without any surprise. SHH. The sound was extremely subtle. But in Fujimiya Makoto's vision, the tip of the gun was condensed with extremely surging terrifying spiritual pressure. If he were to be penetrated by this shot, half of his body would probably explode. This is Vastad. The highest level Great Hollow, the true ruler of the Hueco Mundo, even if he has just taken shape, has a terrifying strength far beyond the captain level. However, facing this terrifying shot, Fujimiya Makoto did not dodge or evade. He faced it head-on. The blade in his hand drew a trace like flowing water between the surging spiritual pressure. Zhang! The next moment, Fujimiya Makoto, with the shallow blade wrapped in spiritual pressure like flowing water in his hand, faced the lance from the front. The moment the blade edge collided with the tip of the lance, a sharp and piercing terrifying sound suddenly rang in the ears of both parties, as if the metal was torn apart by both hands. The metal and bone material scratched each other. The moment before the strength of both parties reached the extreme. Interlaced. Fujimiya Makoto's eyes were suddenly bloodshot, his pupils were highly contracted, and the black pupils almost formed pinhole-like dots. In his field of vision, the whole world turned into a black, white, and grey three-color picture. Only the still surging spiritual pressure still retained a little light. Everything reflected in his eyes was in his brain, forming an image that was slowed down by a very high multiple, and each frame passed by one frame after another. Clear and slow. No injury circle. In this extremely short period of time, the blade in his hand had already deflected by 0.1 degree. Just this extremely small difference made the resistance in Fujimiya Makoto's hand suddenly reduced by half. At the same time, Fujimiya Makoto's feet erupted with a very intense explosive spiritual pressure, forcibly pushing him at an ultra-high speed. The whole person kept moving forward. Muscles, tendons, and blades formed a taut bow at this moment. In this interlaced moment, the power of his knife was raised to the extreme in a moment that could not be detected by the naked eye. Type 2, Ruo Shui. At the moment of interlacing, the blade in Fujimiya Makoto's hand seemed like a real stream of water, swaying and sliding along the bone lands in front of him, with the blade pointing directly at Nellilu's open soft chest and abdomen. Even Nellilu, the vast old, was a little surprised by Fujimiya Makoto's extremely fast reaction. However, she was still not in a hurry. The lance, which was originally in a stabbing action, shook slightly and swung in the direction of the blade. Clang! A ball of intense sparks exploded between the blade and the handle. Fujimiya Makoto's pupils suddenly turned blood red. The knife bounced. But it's not over yet. His figure crossed with Nellie's human-headed antelope body as if nothing happened. Immediately afterwards, Fujimiya Makoto's feet, which burst out with blazing spiritual pressure, suddenly stepped on the ground, exploding a ball of dust that spread out from the hole, and the ground sank. With this recoil, his charge route actually showed a very slight angle of reversal. He rushed towards Nellie again. Indistinctly, the groaning sound of his ankles under the heavy load could almost be heard. The surface of the blade in his hand was almost completely covered by spiritual light. Ruo Shui second stage. This time, Fujimiya Makoto's target was extremely clear. Directly pointed at Nellie's sheep's buttocks with a small fur tail. He observed it very clearly. Because of the special body shape of the centaur and the physiological structure of the human body arranged forward, it was extremely inconvenient for Nellie to protect the direction behind. If it was possible for him to injure the opponent, he could only start from this aspect. Instant step plus 10? Attacking a girl's butt is so much my style. Let me feel the pain too? Feeling the sharp sting from behind, Nellie couldn't help but frown, and turned the lance in her hand to protect her butt. The tip of the lance collided with the blade. Still failed to hit. However, a glimmer suddenly appeared in Fujimiya Makoto's eyes. The tip of the lance moved. Maybe it was because of the hasty response, or because it was inconvenient to attack from behind, but it undoubtedly showed the same thing: the tactic he chose was correct. Slashing technique plus 10? Modo. Keep charging at the butt of the centaur girl? Rarely, Fujimiya Makoto chose the same approach as Kobato. His charge lasted only for a moment. After missing the target, he fled 10 meters away, not colliding head-on with Nellie. Every strike in his hand was aimed at the centaur sister's back. Although he was blocked by the lance every time, he seemed to be just a little bit away from hitting the target every time. Slashing technique plus 10. Slashing technique plus 10. A series of prompts, like gasoline flaming at the edge of a bonfire, constantly stimulated Fujimiya Makoto's nerves. It seemed that just one more strike would hit the target. Nellie's frown deepened. This feeling of being coveted by others was really unpleasant, and the feeling of dissatisfaction accumulated more and more. Until the end. Slashing technique, 11th level. Almost at the same moment when the slashing technique was upgraded, Fujimiya Makoto seemed to have a sudden enlightenment in his heart, and the blade suddenly turned half a circle. From slashing to stabbing. Pointing directly at the buttocks. Nellie's eyes, covered by the bone helmet, suddenly shrank. The small fur tail on the buttocks stood up in shock. At the same time, the swinging speed of the bone lance in her hand suddenly increased, and the surface of the cone-shaped head was wrapped with dark green vigorous spiritual pressure. What? In an instant, in Fujimiya Makoto's no-injury circle vision, the bone lance in Neliel's hand seemed to suddenly change from slow motion to 3 times the speed. The sudden increase in speed made his already overloaded nerves only able to barely switch from stab sword to block sword, and his body turned to the other side, ready to unload the force at any time. However, when the extremely sharp shot was drawn to the blade in his hand, the terrifying force like a landslide made Fujimiya Makoto seem to fall into a grey and white frozen picture. The huge force hit the blade, and then passed to the shoulder and elbow. The whole arm seemed to be crushed and squeezed to the side ribs and chest. The fragile body suddenly bent like a shrimp. With a deafening roar, it was hit like a baseball home run. Boom boom! Fujimiya Makoto fell to the ground and bounced up, like a stone floating on the water, and bounced several arcs in succession, and finally rolled down with a large amplitude. The black death suit on his body was mostly shattered in the constant friction and falling, revealing his strong body with bloody wounds everywhere. The whole left arm was hanging in an irregular shape, with bright red blood dripping from the shoulder and elbow, and it could only be considered barely connected. Obviously, it was broken. Ugh! Fujimiya Makoto lay on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The whites of his eyes were engulfed in dark red. His long black hair, which was tied up with grass roots, was spread out. Even his breathing seemed to tear his chest apart. His body was shaking uncontrollably. Violent lithe pain of the broken bones and the pain of half of his body being shattered made it difficult for him to maintain rational thinking for a while. There was only one thought in his mind. Just now, this guy was just teasing me? One shot. It was solved. This gap was so big that it made people despair. Ha 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 ha. Fujimiya Makoto's panting sound had turned into a vague and unpleasant cough. I don't know if the ribs had pierced into his internal organs. However, his right hand, which had not been broken, was still tightly holding the knife. Not only that. The more he maintained that indelible spirit, the more determined his will was, and the clearer his brain became. Wall of size. As the annotation of this trait said, the person who made you the strongest will always be the next sit-up. Once proved, it will be proved forever. Fujimiya Makoto slowly supported his body, from lying to kneeling, and then standing up unsteadily. He held a knife in his hand, pointing at the vast odd in the distance. Neliel's eyes, hidden under the antelope bone helmet mask, were also looking at him calmly. Although he looked like a weirdo who only liked to target others. But, he was surprisingly energetic. Neliel straightened her lance and pointed the tip at him. Fujimiya Makoto also straightened his faintly trembling shallow sword, like a knight about to start a duel, with a firm look. Embarrassed, but not at a disadvantage. The vortex wrapped in dust, like a boundary, passed between the two of them. During this time in Seoul society, Fujimiya Makoto had long been accustomed to life and death. Whether it was the first time he came to the Zaraki district, or the duel with Anohana teacher, or the duel with various soul death gods after joining Genji Academy, Fujimiya Makoto has always been clear. If a person is killed, he will die. Similarly, those who are not prepared to be killed by others are not qualified to pick up the sword. He knows everything. It's just. If possible, it's better to be the winner. Fujimiya Makoto's somewhat distracted eyes looked at Nelielu opposite him, and slowly asked his little broken sword. Hey! I've come to this point, you should play a positive role, right? When he spoke, he didn't have much hope. From Fujimiya Makoto's experience these days, there are too many death gods who have not been able to successfully release their own Zanpakuto even if they have been fighting to death. But at this time, he will inevitably look for some unrealistic thoughts. Unexpectedly. This time, the little broken sword actually responded. Eh? What are you talking about? The one who refused to respond to himself was Makoto from the beginning, right? As long as Cheng is willing to accept the real him? With Cheng's purity, he can do anything? Reject respond? Fujimiya Cheng seemed to have thought of something, but his heart suddenly became a little chilly. And even the will that had been tempered in countless battles was inevitably shaken a little. Xiao Padao's sharp and vulgar words kept emerging from the depths of his mind. In fact, didn't he always know it? Wasn't that the dirty words he said in his previous life when he was online with friends, in the Iron Bar, in the game, and in the Bika Forum, and when he was discussing with countless people? It's just that Xiao Padao shouted it out in public, so no matter how many times he heard it, he was unwilling to admit it. Can't think about it. Can't admit it even if he dies. Just thinking of that scene after scene, Fujimiya Cheng felt a mental tearing feeling that he was repeatedly killed by the resurrected memories. He was just venting on the internet, just talking. Did he really want to start a harem just because he said he would? On the internet, how can things on the internet be real? In real life, he was a person who hid his various systems perfectly. That was not the real him. He thought so. However, when Fujimiya Makoto raised his head again, his originally blood-red pupils suddenly reflected a faint pink, faintly heart-shaped glittering light. Crack! In the depths of the young man's heart, it seemed that there was some kind of extremely solid thick barrier, and a thin crack appeared. Although it did not collapse completely, it was no longer solid. That's right. That's it. Although it's not very crisp, it's barely okay. The moment the voice fell, in Fujimiya Makoto's body that was about to wither and die, a little bit of extremely fine bright light slowly emerged. He raised his head and looked across. Nellie Luo looked into his eyes and was unconsciously startled. Then, a light pink light flashed in her eyes at the same time. A cute voice with a bit of morbid meaning sounded from the brains of both of them at the same time. First, let's make a promise. Before I stab the blade into your chest, no one is allowed to die. 5th Chapter 15 Life X Joyful World. When can we meet again? Meet at dusk during the Obon festival. Hook your fingers, don't lie. Those who break the promise will be crushed to pieces. Go ahead, the path to the gods. Offer. Almost at the moment when the girl's cute and somewhat morbid voice fell in the ears of Fujimiya Makoto and Nellie Lu, a distant nursery rhyme sounded at the same time, sometimes clear and sometimes blurred. Accompanied by the brisk and childish tone, the environment around the two people also changed rapidly. From the original wasteland, it turned into a quaint arena surrounded by tall stairs like a city wall, with various luxurious gilded embellishments on it, large enough to accommodate hundreds of people at the same time. Fujimiya Makoto and Nellie Lu stood in the center. A number representing 3 appeared above their heads. The audience around them seemed like unactivated puppets, with dull eyes and cheering postures, looking forward, all in a state of stillness, as if they were shouting something loudly, but time was suddenly paused. Seeing this scene, Nellie's indifferent face finally revealed a slightly vigilant look, and she looked at the crowd around her with a hint of nervousness. Even if she was ignorant, she had heard that there were many noble Shinigami in Seoul society who were as powerful as Vastod. Is the ability of this Shinigami actually to summon companions? However, when she turned her head to look at Fujimiya Makoto, she found that he was also in a strange state of stillness, standing still. Not only that, the Shinigami's arm, which was originally seriously injured, was actually restored to its original state. What a bizarre ability! This Shikai must be destroyed immediately. Thinking of this, Nellie Lu's expression immediately became a little colder, and she thrust her spear straight at Fujimiya Makoto. The tip of the spear pointed directly at his arm. Swish! The pure white bone lance suddenly pierced through the air and instantly broke Fujimiya Makoto's left arm. The broken arm rolled in midair and fell to the ground, making a muffled puff sound. Nellie Lu's horse hooves rustled under her feet, and her upper body kept the posture of thrusting the spear. She turned around like a real knight and looked at the death god behind her. However, when she turned around and looked behind her, she found that the scene around her had not changed. Her brows were immediately furrowed. On the contrary, the childish voice of the girl just now suddenly rang in her mind. Character Centaur Girl, Love Gladiator. Violate the rules once? After the voice fell, Nellie Lu suddenly found that the original number above her head changed from 3 to 2. At the same time, the spiritual pressure in her body also rapidly dissipated in an extremely strange way, as if she was fighting fiercely with a strong man of the same level, and it continued to decrease at a very fast speed, and even her body began to become a little weak. Nellie Lu's eyes became more and more urgent. Something is wrong. This world is really wrong. Is this the ability of the rule system? Even spiritual pressure can be plundered out of thin air. At this moment, Nellie Lu didn't notice that there was another circle of hearts on the edge of the heart pattern in the center of her pupils. Don't worry. My script hasn't started yet. Just when Nellie Lu looked anxious, she heard Fujimiya Makoto's voice from behind her. Antelope Knight turned his head and his pupils suddenly contracted. I saw that the arm that Fujimiya Makoto had just cut off was rewoven and reconstructed at a flying speed, just like a hollow with superspeed regeneration ability, from bone to skin, to form a complete arm. Not only that, the number on his head has changed from 3 to 4, and even the spiritual pressure has increased sharply compared to the initial one. If Nellie had the ability to accurately measure the total amount of spiritual pressure, she would definitely find that the spiritual pressure that Fujimiya Makoto gained was exactly the same as the spiritual pressure she lost. Fujimiya Makoto lowered his eyes slightly, and moved his right hand to his side. An ordinary shallow sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. There were 2 pairs of pink and white small socks hanging under the scabbard. This decoration was the special hobby of the little broken sword, and it had nothing to do with him, Fujimiya. He turned around and faced Nellie. The look in his eyes was vaguely complicated. In the short time just now, the information about this small part of the ability of the first release had been transmitted to his mind. It was really unimaginable. In Soul Society, there are such outrageous and bizarre abilities. This time, even the simple and honest Antelope Knight realized that something was wrong and cautiously did not continue to attack. Seeing this, Fujimiya Makoto could only chuckle and explain. Here is a life scenario based on myself, which weaves scenarios and is forced to act out. In this scenario, you and I must follow the rules and plunder each other's spiritual pressure, until one of the parties' scores is cleared. Until the score is cleared or the agreement is reached. No one can die. Here, rules are everything, and they are absolute laws. After the words fell, Fujimiya Makoto's eyes, which were full of love, slowly raised and looked in the direction of Nellie. The Antelope Knight subconsciously tensed up. Her expression was solemn. Is this the script set by the self of this god of death? Although she had heard countless times about the various Zanpakuto of the gods of death and the countless abilities that could directly affect the rules when she was in Hueco Mundo, it was the first time for Nellie Lu to experience such a strange ability in person. She looked at the man in front of her with a solemn look. Her mind was extremely heavy. So, what exactly is the self of this god of death like? Since it is an arena, is it here to compete with the willpower of both sides in the form of immortality? Or will some terrifying beast be released from the cage outside? Or, is it just to face the siege of everyone in the arena? It seems that it will take another bloodbath. Thinking of the scene that made her uncomfortable, Nellie Lu frowned, her thoughts kept jumping, and her mind quickly constructed various plans to deal with it. The most important thing is, what exactly are the rules that this god of death has emphasized countless times? Since even her spiritual pressure can be plundered after violating it, it must be a very strict rule, right? Just as Nellie Lu was cautiously on guard with a heavy heart, Fujimiya Makoto also sighed deeply. Although he was reluctant to admit it, this script was really the purest part of the beast in his heart. After all the rules were stated, Fujimiya Makoto suddenly opened his eyes and spoke in a deep voice. His voice was like a wave sweeping across the entire arena, and he ordered, "Life and joyful world!" The moment his voice fell, everyone in the arena seemed to have transformed from puppets into real people again. Their eyes, movements, voices, expressions. Everything became lively and active at this moment. Even though Nellie Lo had gradually forgotten her life in this world over such a long time, she seemed to have returned to the death arena thousands of years ago, standing in the center of the ring, welcoming the cheers and scolding from all the audience around her. However, when Nellie Lo heard the shouts from the people around her, she couldn't help but feel confused. The audience shouted loudly, "Go, Centaur girl! Use your speed gun to crush that little guy to death. That's right. After defeating him, immediately use your big ass to pin that guy to the ground and give me. Kawiya, I want to see the big carriage crush the little bean. What are you still hesitating about? Fight! Fight, close up!" Listening to the dirty words from the high platform, Nellie Lo fell into an indescribable stagnation. He turned his eyes straight to Fujimiya Makoto, as if he was still expecting this guy to give him some tips on the rules. Is this his self? Is there something wrong? There must be something wrong. Even if Nellie, who has been a hollow for more than 1,000 years, is cold and indifferent, she has never seen such a scene. What is wrong with the heart of this death god? Wait. Are all death gods like this? However, Fujimiya Makoto, who was explaining the rules to the Antelope Knight with a very handsome look just now pretended to be a fool and turned his head to the other side with great difficulty, as if his ears had just gone blind. Yes, I'm very sorry. This was his favorite excellent work before. Now it was randomly selected as a battle script. I'm really sorry. Just when Fujimiya Makoto was about to deny himself to the point of bursting, the cute voice of Xiao Padao rang in their ears at the same time. Happy World, Super Fighting? Love Arena. Subject, Fighting and Super. Rule, after knocking down the enemy from the front, you must knock it down hard in another sense. Note, since this is a mandatory proxy script, the host has no privileges. The moment she heard the script rules, Nellie Lo's face suddenly turned into a blue-gray like granite. Looking at Fujimiya Makoto, her eyes were full of disbelief. So the existence of the god of death, even the hollow is not spared. Nellie Lo didn't know how many years she hadn't felt this emotion called fear, and even the small fur tail behind the sheep's buttocks stood up. Fujimiya Makoto had already given up. He raised his blade towards the Antelope Knight, acting like a real berserker according to the script, and roared loudly. Yaaaik! Fight! Under the bone mask of Nellie Lo, her clear eyes stared at him. During his performance, the overly sharp gaze from the female knight even made Fujimiya Makoto think of whether he should kill himself as soon as possible. The two sides looked at each other. But they fell into a strange silence. The next moment, the Antelope Knight turned around and ran. This strange gladiatorial rule. Who wants to abide by it? Chapter 56 Gu. Kill me. 4K subscription request. Despicable. It's really too despicable. How can there be such a strange ability in this world? For the first time, Nellie Lo realized that she was still too young. Whether in Hueco Mundo or Soul Society, she had never met such a guy. Fighting and super. I can't accept it at all. Before her thoughts turned to this, her body had already begun to run uncontrollably. Escape from here. No matter what kind of ability this god of death has, his spiritual pressure is limited. As long as you rush out of here, you can escape from his Shikai range. While thinking, Nellie Lo's body erupted with a quite amazing spiritual pressure reaction. The four hooves under her body rushed towards the edge of the arena, and she jumped up, and her elegant and healthy figure drew a flying arc in the air. Under the bone mask covering the upper half of her face, the girl's beautiful cheeks were obviously tense, and she shouted loudly. Emerald shooter. Accompanied by this crisp sound, the surface of the thick and slender double-headed lance in Nellie Lou's hand suddenly burst into a verdant light, completely covering the lance and turning it into a strip like a stream of light. With a bang, the lance shot out and pointed directly at the audience seats blocking her in front of her. With just one shot, the virtual flash of light as high as tens of meters bloomed vigorously, swallowing up half of the audience seats in the blink of an eye. The violent explosion sounded throughout the arena, and the flying dust poured down like a dark cloud, sweeping the sand and dust whistling past. The stepped giant wall blocking the front was blasted out into a passage as long as tens of meters. However, Nellie Lou didn't take any of this seriously at all, and her eyes, which overlapped into two hearts, looked straight ahead. Under the pink light, a glimmer of hope lit up her eyes. The four hooves of the antelope knight leaped forward and began to run towards the only way out. As long as I get out of here, I can. The super-fast turn made Nellie Lou pass through the short tens of meters in the blink of an eye. Looking at the vague light in front of her, the eyes of the simple antelope knight opened wider and wider. It's out! The girl whispered in relief. However, a familiar, childish reminder with a bit of morbid smile suddenly sounded in her ears. Character Centaur Girl, Love Gladiator. Violation of the rules twice. 2. 1. The expression on Nellie Lou's face suddenly froze. Immediately afterwards, the antelope knight discovered that the spiritual pressure in his body was actually flowing away at an even more terrifying speed, rushing to the other side, with no end in sight. When she raised her head again, the figure of Fujimiya Makoto was reflected in those loving eyes again. Beside him, the arena was still intact, and all the spectators who were killed by the emerald shooter just now reappeared in the audience seats in full vigor. They were still laughing and cheering like crazy. What a fierce centaur girl! Very energetic. Her smell is strong. Strong. Sigh. Young man. Why don't you start fighting? Hurry up and start charging at the sheep's buttocks. Various voices intertwined, causing Nellie Lou's heart to gradually rise a little chill. Even when she was in the Great Hollow Forest and faced hundreds of Killians at the same time, she had never experienced such a heavy pressure. The opponent this time is different from all the previous ones. The most important thing is that kind of embarrassing rule. Fujimiya Makoto said slowly, didn't I say it before? These venues, audiences, cheers, are just scripts, no matter how much they are destroyed, it's useless. He pulled out the shallow fight, raised his head calmly, and looked at Nellie Lou. No one can leave until the battle between the two of us is over. That's the rule. It's just. How much spiritual pressure do you have left now? Every word that Fujimiya Makoto uttered weighed heavily on the antelope knight's heart. And the number above his head had changed from 4 to 5. The moment the voice fell, Fujimiya Makoto's figure suddenly moved. Boom! The huge spiritual pressure that he had never controlled before made the total amount of spiritual pressure under his feet obviously exceed the strength it should have, but it also burst out at a terrifying speed far beyond the ordinary. First form modified steel breaking continuous hit. The shallow blade wrapped in pure spiritual light cut a very deep and delicate mark on the ground, and the speed was several times higher than usual. The whole blade seemed to turn into a stream of light, sweeping in the direction of Nellie Lou in a light arc. Although the antelope knight was weak, his reaction was still amazingly fast, and the double-headed lance suddenly swept towards Fujimiya Makoto. However, this time, the result was completely different. Clang clang clang! Amid a series of crisp explosions, the originally hard-bone lance was easily cut into several pieces in a flash of blade light, and the spiritual pressure originally wrapped around the surface of the lance turned into ashes. Unable to withstand a single blow, Nellie's pupils, which were hidden under the bone helmet, suddenly shrank to the extreme. Almost at the moment when the blade was about to approach her neck, she suddenly shouted loudly. Emerald shooter explosion! With a loud bang, the lance was split into several pieces in the blink of an eye, like a huge explosion source, turning into a continuously expanding virtual flash of light. The violent explosion impact swept Fujimiya Makoto and Nellie Lu away at the same time. Fujimiya Makoto's body rolled on the ground, holding the knife in his backhand and stabbing it into the ground to reduce speed. The other hand had already closed into a palm, pointing at Nellie Lu from a distance, and whispered, "Broken Deo number 88. Flying Dragon Strike Thief Thunder Cannon." Instantly, a thick beam of light wrapped in thunder suddenly penetrated a distance of dozens of meters. The terrifying pressure repelled the air and struck a vacuum path in this short distance. The center was faintly white with extremely high temperature. There was a slight obstruction in the middle. Whether it was stones or dust, they all turned into flying smoke in the blink of an eye, unstoppable. Before Nellie Lu's four hooves could support her body, she had already faced this attack. Her originally tightly pursed mouth suddenly opened to the maximum. Flash rematch. The next second, she saw that the originally powerful lightning was swallowed by her in one gulp. The space around the corner of her mouth seemed to be distorted, and it continuously absorbed the spiritual pressure until the girl's chest swelled to the peak. Then, she opened her mouth and spit. Boom! The lightning, which had already increased its power to the peak below the 90th level of the Broken Deo, suddenly increased its power again and rushed towards Fujimiya Makoto in a more intense form. The 81st of the Binding Deo, breaking the sky. Fujimiya Makoto shouted in a low voice, and an invisible barrier blocked his way. The terrifying lightning plunged in front of the barrier, bursting out with a might that seemed to melt the world, and the virtual flashes mixed in it fluttered and showed black and red light, but it still failed to crush the translucent barrier, and only smashed countless cracks in the air as fine as spider webs. Ghost Deo +10. However, before Fujimiya Makoto could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw the figure of Nellie Lu suddenly rushing out from the smoke and dust beside him. She was wrapped in smoke and dust, and the rehooked lance in her hand was still sharp, pointing directly at Fujimiya Makoto. Dang! The lance collided with the blade, and a dazzling fire burst out. However, this time, with the help of huge momentum, the blow to Fujimiya Makoto from above only made his feet sink into the ground and slide back a few meters. It can no longer have the effect of sweeping the lance like falling leaves as before. The more this happened, the stronger the sense of urgency in Nellie Lu's heart became. And the speed and strength of the wheel lance rose higher and higher, trying to arouse all the strength in the body. It was hard for Nellie Lu to imagine that if she really lost, then under this strange rule, what kind of treatment will I encounter? After being a strong person for a long time, it is often difficult to imagine myself returning to my weak state. Especially when facing a death god with such an incredibly terrifying heart. That kind of deep fear is even more urgent than when she is facing a life and death crisis. This is something she can never accept. The huge lance whistled rapidly in the air, and the pointed ends at both ends were connected like a white silk, constantly rotating and stabbing at Fujimiya Makoto from top to bottom and left to right. The tall centaur body made the Antelope Knight occupy an extremely the superior relative combat position, the skills honed in countless years of fighting in Hueco Mundo, almost to the extreme. During the high-speed collision between the two sides, countless ripples of spiritual pressure and flames splashed out. Ordinary people could not catch the process of the fight between the two of them. They could only barely see a series of blurred shadows colliding, separating, and approaching each other again. A dense clanging sound filled the ears. During this process, every time Fujimiya Makoto's blade passed through the body of the Antelope Knight, it could take away a wisp of spiritual pressure from her body, allowing his advantage to continue to increase. However, the Antelope Knight was not to be outdone. Every time the lances that kept dancing in a round fell on Fujimiya Makoto's body, they could barely draw away some of his strength. This is the most basic form of the scenario, a battle for spiritual pressure. Until one side is drained. However, the simple Antelope Knight did not notice it. With 5 on one side and 1 on the other, Fujimiya Makoto's skills were only as good as hers. It was a trap set by a black-hearted death god for this simple little antelope. Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound. Fujimiya Makoto's fierce bone hammer hit the antelope on the side of Nelly Lu, knocking her out, and a large dent appeared on her body. The huge force made Nelly Lu roll to the ground, but her body seemed to have the ability to regenerate at super speed, weaving the original wound again. The young man looked at Nelly Lu, who was struggling to support her body from a distance, with a look of confidence, and suddenly asked with a smile. "Hey, Vastold! What's your name?" The body of the antelope knight was already extremely tired. Although the injury could be infinitely recovered, the physical strength was by no means the same. But, there she was still half kneeling on the ground, leaning on her lance with difficulty, despite the desire for victory, or rather, she didn't want to be supported by the will of the terrifying death god? In every sense. Hearing Fujimiya Makoto's voice, the girl whispered. "Nelly'll do Ochavenk." "Nelly, is that so? My name is Fujimiya Makoto, please remember it." The young man spoke gently, stepping towards the antelope knight. The light sword that was always wrapped in a faint light did not touch the ground, but still left a deep mark on the ground. His steps were brisk, and even his voice seemed to be a little happy. "It's just a pity. Compared to the heroic female knight at the beginning, Nellyl is now full of a strange fear in her heart. Very cowardly." Fujimiya Makoto stood only 5 meters away from her, opened his arms, laughed and kept provoking. Are you only this level?" However, in this brief moment, a shining light suddenly lit up in the eye holes of Nelly Lu's mask, and her decadent temperament changed. Her whole body's spiritual pressure rose, and she concentrated all her remaining strength into this last attack. At that moment, Nelly Lu merged with her lance, turning into a dazzling stream of light, and suddenly broke through the short distance. This attack was the last hope of the Antelope Knight. It was her last dawn. Antelope Knight Super Acceleration. The lance that turned into light instantly pierced Fujimiya Makoto's chest, nailing this careless and talkative villain to the ground with a sneak attack. Fujimiya Makoto bled from his mouth, his eyes were grey, and there seemed to be a dazed expression on his face. Instantly, the entire arena was silent. It seemed that a situation that no one had expected had occurred. There was complete silence. Until the childish and tender voice of Xiao Padao rang in everyone's ears. "The winner is Centaur Girl? Love Gladiator Day?" Almost at the moment the voice sounded, the entire arena, which was originally silent, suddenly erupted with a thunderous cheer, deafening. Nelly Lu also raised her head with difficulty, and under the mask of the girl, she couldn't help but reveal a smile of surviving a disaster. She raised her head and looked at everyone in the audience, her pupils trembling slightly. From the despair of hearing the rules to the hope ignited after the victory. "After becoming Yakukaze, I don't know how many years it has been since I encountered such a bizarre and strange desperate situation as today. But fortunately, this god of death was careless. If that's the case, this place should also disappear, right?" However, just as she was thinking this, she heard Xiao Padao's puzzled questioning voice. "Centaur Girl? Love Gladiator, what are you waiting for? Enjoy your spoils?" Nelly Lu was startled when she heard this, and turned to look at Fujimiya Makoto, who was supposed to be nailed to the ground behind him. At some point, the lance nailed to him disappeared, replaced by handcuffs and shackles that locked him to the ground. Noticing his appearance, Nelly Lu seemed to be vaguely aware of something. The clear eyes of the simple Antelope Knight began to tremble unconsciously. Wait a minute. I won, and I have to do this." The young Nelly Lu shouted with a voice that was obviously a little broken. "Isn't that natural?" Someone in the audience suddenly shouted. Immediately afterwards, there were bursts of shouts from all directions. "Drive a big car! Drive a big car! Drive a big car!" Nelly Lu raised her head and looked at the people in the audience. Her whole body was tense, and the spiritual pressure in her body had already dropped to the extreme. It was not until this moment that the simple antelope knight finally realized the true horror of this script. This script seemed to be a competition between the two sides in terms of their ability to plunder each other's spiritual pressure and abide by the rules. In fact, it was a competition between the lower limits of being human. The lower limit of the hollow and the lower limit of the god of death. Which one is lower? If it was in the past, this would probably be an easy question to answer. However, after Fujimiya Makoto appeared, everything became difficult to say. Nellil slowly turned her head and looked at Fujimiya Makoto, who was shackled to the ground. Her eyes trembled, revealing a sense of earnest expectation. Even if he was a god of death, he would not be able to endure being raped by a female Vastad, right? Then, he met Fujimiya Makoto's scorching eyes. This guy, he was just what he wanted. However, Fujimiya Makoto seemed to have remembered something again and remembered his role. The young man tilted his head, pretending to be in a difficult situation, and whispered, "Go kill me." Chapter 57. The promise is printed. It's over. No matter how you look at it, this guy is actually enjoying it. The moment she realized this, Nellil felt that her entire brain was in a very subtle crash, and even her eyes were a little dazed. No. This kind of thing is not allowed. Is the god of death such a terrifying creature? If I had known that even the great hollows would be coveted. For a brief moment, the simple antelope knight who had fought in the Hueco Mundo for hundreds and thousands of years hoped that everything she had encountered was fake. But unfortunately, the cheers from the surrounding audiences continued to strengthen her impression, as if they wanted to imprint this moment worth recording in her memory, so that she would not forget it even after 1,000 years. Move! Hurry up! What are you waiting for? I came here to see this, the centaur girl crushing the sword slave's son. Sigh. Damn it! If you don't want to fuck that sword slave, I'm going to do it. I want to see the centaur girl eat hot dogs too. Drive a big truck. Drive a big truck. Even though Nelly knew that everything in front of her was fake and a script, the enthusiastic expressions, boiling shouts, and hormones of the audience on the steps brought deep mental trauma to the innocent and simple antelope knight, more serious than being injured by a dump truck. What are you waiting for? The cute voice of Xiao Padao, which was childish and a little morbid, sounded in Nelly's ears, like a tempting little devil, whispering in her ear. If all the spiritual pressure was taken away by this god of death, you should know what would happen, right? Now, you have a chance? As long as you can gallop on the field of the sword slave like a real knight, you can constantly take away his spiritual pressure like he chopped you with his sword? As long as you take away all his spiritual pressure, you will be the real winner? Then, the script will end? Cold and shaking. Nellilo only felt that her heart seemed to be shaking with the sound of the small broken knife, and her eyes were staring at the death god who was close at hand. Do you want to know the meaning of victory? Do you want to get out of this copy? Yes/okay? Until the moment when the last voice sounded, the string representing reason and faith in Nellilo's heart was finally tightened to the extreme. The righteous antelope knight suddenly stood up, and with 4 hooves moving, he slowly walked towards the direction of Fujimiya Makoto. She didn't know where the power came from, and she squeezed out the last spiritual pressure from her body that should have dried up, and lowered her head slightly. The bone antelope mask covered the girl's beautiful face and cast a shadow on her. No. This is wrong. Nellil suddenly raised the lance high in her hand, and looked at the death god in front of her with red eyes, as if she was making a final resistance to the heart that kept tempting her to fall. This means that she has failed in this competition to test the lower limit of life. The one with a lower limit is still our Fujimiya Makoto. However, knowing this, Nellil still chose to fully follow her heart. Even if the end result is that the spiritual pressure is dried up and her life is taken away, as a Vastold, she has an existence that she must not give up. Antelope Knight is also a real knight. The girl looked at the number above Fujimiya Makoto's head. 5. This is the ultimate way to escape from this script, except for Cece. Allowing to break the rules is. It is also part of the rules. Sorry. Nellil whispered and thrust her lance at his chest. However, Fujimiya Makoto inadvertently showed a smile of success on his face. Puff! In an instant, the bone lance pierced his chest. The death god, whose limbs were nailed to the ground by shackles, had the ground under him stained with blood. Almost at the moment the lance was thrust out. The audience around him, who were still shouting wildly, all returned to the original state of stillness and stagnation. It was as if all the time was taken away by some invisible existence in an instant. Everyone's cheers, roars, and screams stayed on their faces and bodies, turning into a miserable grey like puppets. Nellil bit her lips tightly and tried her best. At the same time, she heard a helpless and childish sigh as if she had missed the show. Character Centaur Girl, Love Gladiator. 3 violations. Almost at the moment when the voice fell, Antelope Knight's body suddenly became weak and decadent. A huge amount of spiritual pressure was continuously extracted from her body, and it was plundered to the utmost. Even the last trace of spiritual energy left in her body was not let go, as if to squeeze her dry. The numbers above their heads also changed. 1, 0, 5, 6. The chains that originally bound Fujimiya Makoto's limbs were all broken. At the same time, the childish and joyful voice of Xiao Padao sounded in their ears at the same time. The number of violations has been exceeded. End of the script. Happy World, Super Fight, Love Arena. Winner, Host. At the same time as the voice sounded, Fujimiya Makoto held the weak lance of the Antelope Knight and slowly stood up. He held the lance with one hand and gradually he forced the opponent to retreat, and laughed a very stinky laugh. He, haha. That's right, that's it. Do you think I'm a scum who will do anything to get rid of the Centaur girl? In fact, what I want is your strength. The victory in the script does not mean the real victory. The script will end eventually. Fujimiya Makoto looked at Nellil, his voice extremely flat. Don't blame me for being mean. Nellil. The power of the god of death and Zanpakuto is like this. At this moment, the Antelope Knight had been drained of his spiritual pressure, and the whole person staggered back several steps, loosened his lance in his hand, and fell to the ground. He looked at the god of death in front of him with a dull look. For a moment, it seemed that even the spirit body could not be maintained. Looking at this scene, Fujimiya Makoto couldn't help but feel a bit of confidence and reserve that belonged only to the winner. I just don't know why, but I always have the illusion that I won the script but lost my life. It should be an illusion, right? The next moment, the two people's eyes, which had originally turned into two hearts, suddenly lit up with pink light. And the huge arena that originally surrounded the two people slowly dissipated as the script ended. Wait until everything faded away. Fujimiya Makoto and Nellil reappeared in the original wasteland. Wind, sand, smoke. Everything, did not change at all. It seemed that the entire script just now did not exceed 1 second. Nellil fell to the ground with a bang, but her eyes looked around in astonishment. Even Butcha, who was cut into 2 pieces, was still lying not far away. However, when he noticed all this, the Antelope Knight was stunned. Not dead. The only thing left on her was the abnormality at the spiritual pressure level. Feeling the extreme weakness in her body, Nellil seemed to have thought of something and suddenly looked into the distance. As Vastod, their existence is extremely special. The spiritual pressure that becomes too huge due to continuous devouring will make most Vastod unable to control this power in detail, so when passing by, all the weak people around will be crushed into powder, causing them to not dare to approach anyone who wants to get close. This is still for the existence of Vastod. So, what if a weaker existence suddenly gets this power? Nellil looked into the distance, and somehow, a glimmer of hope suddenly rose in her heart. Boom! The next moment, she felt a violent and extremely powerful spiritual pressure, which continuously burst out from the body of the god of death not far away, straight through the sky. The spiritual pressure that had nowhere to vent was like a waterfall rolling back to the sky. However, Nellie could also see it clearly. Fujimiya Makoto's already broken body was forming a series of tragic collapse wounds under this extremely huge spiritual pressure. His eyes were shining, and every inch of his body was tense to the extreme. Blood was constantly flowing out of the wounds. The wounds that healed under the huge spiritual pressure and the wounds that collapsed under the huge spiritual pressure were constantly competing for control of the body. If an ordinary person was tortured by such intense pain, he would probably not be able to retain even a trace of rationality. However, Fujimiya Makoto still stood there. Wall of size. Your will always remain at the moment when you are stronger until you die. Fujimiya Makoto found that only when he really faced life and death could he truly feel how important the will that the old man Shan had taught him since the first lesson was. His body was shaking constantly. He tried his best to maintain the posture of holding the knife and pointed the shallow blade at Nellie not far away. Facing the moment of life and death, he had no time to think about the original characters, the centaur sister, and the strange things like wanting to be ridden by the antelope knight. The young man's eyes were directed at the antelope knight. The spiritual pressure that was taken from the other party was poured out by him without any reservation. Whether it was instant step, slashing technique, or physical strength, they were all raised to more than one level under the blessing of this terrifying spiritual pressure. In the severe pain that seemed to tear the whole body apart, he could only think of one thing. Pierce her. Spray out all the spiritual pressure. Almost at the moment when Fujimiya Makoto's eyes fell on her, Nellie couldn't help but feel an extremely strong sense of danger in her heart. Following that, Fujimiya Makoto took a step. Bang! The heavy footprints fell on the ground, and the soil collapsed in a deafening roar. Starting from the deep imprint, a pile of soil like a hill exploded backwards. His figure suddenly disappeared. Nellie, who returned to the real world, also felt the terrifying body of Vastad again, which only needed a little movement to decompose countless spirits. The girl condensed a bone lance in her hand again, and abnormally condensed a bone shield in the other hand, and the two overlapped to block herself. But it was still not enough. Lost the drama. The antelope knight after this is too weak. At this moment, even with Fujimiya Makoto's special ability, he felt that his will was on the verge of the real limit of this body. Every step he took while running wildly was constantly tearing the muscles of his thighs and recovering them. Every bone was making unbearable wailings, and every tendon was constantly breaking and healing. All he could do was to vent all his spiritual pressure on the blow in front of him. Erupt on the antelope knight in front of him. His will, spiritual pressure, and body have all reached the end that can be reached at present. Third type needle star. Like starlight flashing and light flying. The dazzling and violent spiritual pressure seemed to penetrate the space, and nothing could stop it. Boom! The great sound is silent, and the great elephant is invisible. The endless pure white shock wave spreads in all directions, flattening the surrounding soil, earth, dust, and clouds. Only a clear sky is left. The tip of the knife in his hand cut off the lance and pierced the shield. It flew straight into the chest of the antelope knight. Blood gushed out of Nelly's mouth, and the eyes under the bone mask met the empty eyes of the death god in front of him. After he shot, he had lost consciousness. However, a familiar voice sounded in the depths of both parties' brains at the same time. Request: no one is allowed to die before I stab the blade into your chest. Agreement is sealed. The moment the voice fell, a faint pink light flashed in the pupils of both parties again. In addition to the two overlapping hearts, there was another heart shape. Finally, it quietly disappeared into the depths of the pupils of both parties. Disappeared. Chapter 58. Just consider it a favor. Sato Normal School, it's in this direction. It's a little further ahead. A loud shout came from the wind and sand. He held the newly developed positioning instrument panel in the technical development department in his hand, constantly measuring in the air, walking in front and leading the way. When he found some clues, he immediately shouted in the direction behind him. However, before he could finish his words, he saw a petite figure rushing out from beside him like the wind. The speed of the full-strength instant step was even faster than the ring turn used by the Great Hollow to move space. And a pair of dark purple twin ponytails were pulled into two straight lines in the air. Sato Furuabushi carried a sword on his waist and flew in the direction where he could faintly feel the huge amount of spiritual pressure remaining. However, his face rarely showed the excitement when encountering fierce battles, and his one eye unconsciously revealed a bit of solemnity. After returning to Uenzijuku, Shiba Yaku had already told Fujimiya Makoto and Suzuki Kojiro about encountering the Great Hollow and sacrificing their lives to cover the rear. It doesn't matter what Suzuki guy is like. But, Makoto. No matter in which sense, he is a very important person in Uenzijuku now. When the news first came out, everyone in Uenzijuku was in despair when they heard that he encountered a vast odd and an Ashokas alone. Even a teacher with relatively ordinary strength could die without a burial place if he encountered such a configuration. What's more, it was Fujimiya Makoto, a genius who had not yet grown up. However, among the people who stayed at the scene to guard, only Shikatori Bakunsai, who was confused, and Sato Furobushi, who strongly opposed it. In the end, it was Anohana Yachiru, who was now in charge of the situation, who set the tone. He should be able to survive. When the woman said this, her face was still expressionless. However, Sato Furobushi, perhaps because he had been dealing with this bastard for a long time, could vaguely perceive a hint of expectation in her words. Damn it, isn't that your own student? Sato Bulletin Lao Bulletin Si cursed in a low voice, and she herself didn't know what she was cursing, but her steps became even faster. When she appeared again, she was already in the middle of a wasteland. Sato Bulletin Lao Bulletin Si looked at the middle of the wasteland surrounded by abnormal spiritual pressure. There, a figure whose life or death was unknown was lying there. Sato's one eye glared slightly, and his figure instantly appeared beside him, and he quickly half knelt down and turned his body over. It was Fujimiya Makoto. Sato Bulletin Lao Bulletin C's thin lips were subconsciously pursed, and the expression in his one eye was a little inexplicable, but there was no wavering or panic at all. The slender white palm quickly pressed on his chest, and the subtle spiritual pressure from the palm was probed to touch the lock in Fujimiya Makoto's body. Just this one probe made her breathe a sigh of relief. Even the tightly pursed thin lips subconsciously opened, revealing a smile of relief. There is also spiritual pressure. But, thinking so happily, Sato Fu Lao Bulletin Shi turned his head and looked at the almost flattened land around him. The almost desertified wasteland formed a very sharp contrast with the dark soil around it, which was full of weeds and wild vegetables. The enemy this kid is facing is really not simple. Sato Fu Lao Bulletin Shi rarely showed some excitement, and the little snake head inadvertently brushed across his lips, and even the depths of his single eye lit up. However, when she looked closer, she seemed to have discovered something, walked to the position in front of Fujimiya Makoto, and looked at the ground dark bloodstains on the ground. This should be the mark of being injured by Makoto, right? Because the power of Zanpakuto is related to blood, Sato Furuabushi habitually squatted down to touch the bloodstains on the ground. However, as soon as his fingertips touched the sandy ground, he saw that the soil suddenly sank. Sato Furuabushi was startled. This sinking mark seems to be a sword mark? As if thinking of something, Sato suddenly turned his head to look at Fujimiya Makoto at his feet, and waved his hand fiercely to raise a wind pressure. With a whistling sound in his ears, the sand and dust within a radius of nearly 100 meters were swept away. At the same time, a large pit covered by sand and soil was revealed. Sato Furuabushi stood quietly in front of Fujimiya Makoto, looking at the trace on the ground that stretched all the way to the horizon and could not see the end, and his one eye slightly opened. The whole person was a little dazed, not knowing what he was thinking. For a long time, the girl with twin ponytails suddenly stretched out her foot and stomped Fujimiya Makoto's face hard, and seemed to be very angry and shouted. "You bastard! You can only swing such a sword when you are in life and death crisis. It's really I'm so angry. I've never seen it before." Halfway through the scolding, Sato suddenly turned his head again, and the twin ponytails turned half a circle as if they were about to fly up, and the volume increased. "Hey medical team, hurry up! Baldy!" Under the scabbard that Fujimiya Makoto still held tightly in his hand, 2 pairs of pink and white tabi swayed slightly in the breeze and fell again, tied very firmly. On the other side, Hueco Mundo. The sky was full of wind and sand, and the bright moon illuminated the earth. In Hueco Mundo, there was only eternal night. The white desert lines undulated, and the terrain occasionally changed with the wind. Only a few scattered dead trees could be seen from a very far distance. If you lie on the ground, you can see the shape of those fine gravels. Each grain of gravel on the ground is actually a super small hollow, mostly formed by extremely weak souls such as insects, bacteria, and fungi. After countless years of accumulation, it fills the endless land of Hueco Mundo. On weekdays, they always fight and devour each other in order to become larger hollows. If they encounter a strong spiritual pressure reaction, they will all lie on the ground and pretend to be dead, or simply be crushed into corpses. If you encounter a large hollow that is half dead and lying on the ground and unable to move, but the mask is still intact, then it will naturally become a feast for these decomposers. However, today is obviously not so lucky. Pa! The hoof fell, stepping out a thin pit in the sand. Neliel walked forward in the desert with difficulty, holding a lance in one hand and holding Butcha, who only had half of his body left, in the other hand. There are no large hollows above the level of Killian in this area of Hueco Mundo. Because they were quite close to the Soul Society passage, most of them had already entered the paradise that was unknown how long it would be open. Naturally, Hueco Mundo became much safer. The wound on the right side of Antelope Knight's chest was still slowly healing. She did not have the ability to regenerate at high speed, but she could use saliva to heal herself. At the same time, it was also thanks to Vastod's already abnormally strong body. Even after such a heavy blow, Neliel managed to hold on until she entered Hueco Mundo. Until her physical strength was almost exhausted, she finally found a rock that could shelter from the wind. First, she threw Butcha's body aside and waited for him to recover, and then curled up and lay aside, enduring the pain and waiting for recovery. "I'm really sorry, sir." Butcha's voice was weak and guilty. "This time, it was all my fault that I held you back. You still need to drag this broken body. I'm really to blame. A useless guy like me, please eat me." Neliel lay on the side, too lazy to even open her eyes. "I said it. Don't say such excessive words, Butcha." "But your injury." The Yaku cause wanted to say something else. But Neliel raised her head and glanced at him. So, Butcha had to shut up and continue to recover from his wounds. "Oh, sir." As if he remembered something, or perhaps because he had been patient for a long time, Butcha lowered his voice and asked, "What happened between you at that time? Why didn't you kill that god of death? If you eat him, his spiritual pressure alone should be enough for you to recover some of your strength, right?" In Butcha's eyes, the sir just looked at the god of death. The next second, the situation suddenly reversed. As a bystander, he didn't notice anything that happened in the script. So much so that he still looked ignorant until now. Obviously, what happened in life can't be real. What the bystanders noticed. Hearing this, Neliel suddenly fell silent. She unconsciously recalled the fight between herself and the Grim Reaper in the arena. It had been so long, even if she was slow, the simple Antelope Knight should have realized the difference between her and him. Yes. How could a Grim Reaper with spiritual pressure at least 5 times hers fight her in close combat? Even though the Hollows had basically no experience in fighting with weapons, and most of them were decided by claws and limbs, Nellie Lo could clearly feel the exquisiteness of Fujimiya Makoto's slashing technique, which was at least one level higher than her wild way of practicing spearmanship alone. If that guy exerted his full strength and crushed her to the ground in the arena. Nellie Lo recalled the scene where Fujimiya Makoto was trapped on the ground with multiple chains and could not move at all, and subconsciously put herself in that situation. The antelope's body was tied up with chains, and his hands and forehooves were tied to the ground. He could only maintain a prone position, sticking to the ground pitifully, and his whole body's spiritual pressure was completely exhausted. He didn't even have the strength to resist. He could only let the chains pull him in all directions. His little furry tail trembled and pressed down tightly, but it couldn't even cover his buttocks. Just thinking of that scene, Nellie Lo couldn't help but shudder. Wouldn't he really let him do whatever he wanted to her? If that kind of thing really happened, even if she won in the end, it would probably leave a very deep shadow in her heart, right? Fortunately, that guy didn't do that. Instead he gave her the right to choose the subsequent script. Thinking of this, Nellie Lo's eyes couldn't help but become a little complicated. Dignity and life. Which is more important? Fujimiya Makoto, hey. This strange name left an indelible mark in Nellie's heart. He has such a distorted and perverted inner world, but he is unexpectedly a decent guy? This subtle sense of contradiction made Nellie unsure of how to evaluate it for a while. However, she probably didn't dare to go to Soul Society for a long time. Sir. Butcha didn't notice Nellie's complicated eyes. Nellie's face turned red subconsciously, and she turned her head away. 3 subtle pink hearts were reflected in her eyes under the night sky. She lowered her voice and said, Just think of it as repaying him a favor. Ah! The two were talking in a low voice, and suddenly raised their heads at the same time. In the distance, a dazzling fire suddenly lit up in the far distance of the eternal night of Hueco Mundo. Straight into the sky. It takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but only 1 day to deploy it. What's more, what we are facing now is a major event where the entire core area of Element Flow is attacked by a group of Hollows, and the chief teacher is even more unknown where he has been teleported to. When he thought of this, Shutara Senjimura was so angry that his teeth itched. In addition, it was unknown what happened to Fujimiya Makoto. Since entering this office, Shutara Senjimura has not been out for a long time. Before she could think deeply in this short time, a member of the Sangha section at the table suddenly shouted loudly, his face full of joy. Director! A supergiant spiritual pressure reaction was found in the 116th area of Hueco Mundo. The spiritual particle fluctuations are basically consistent with the spiritual pressure reaction of the chief teacher. Shutara Senjimura immediately slapped the table and stood up, excitedly saying, Where is the large-scale cross-border communication device? Activate it. The moment he heard the news, almost everyone felt a little hope in their hearts. For a moment, the movements became more neat. In this era, the name Yamamoto Genryu Rongyu has the ability to turn people from despair to hope. Or, it will remain so for the next 1,000 years. This is an exceptional individual. If one must use a noun to describe him, probably only hero or flag are more appropriate. Hueco Mundo. Unlike the usual appearance of being completely shrouded in darkness and poured with moonlight, today's Hueco Mundo is exceptionally bright. No, it should be said to be scorching hot. A tall middle-aged man with a standard hairstyle, he had a straight top knot, with a slight bald spot on the temples. His black hair was tied into a bun, and his eyes were bright. He walked slowly on this snow-white desert made entirely of hollows. Every step he took on the ground ignited a stream of blazing white flames. If someone looked at the ground with a microscope, they would see the horrific scene of countless micro-hollows being burned into charcoal. He held a knife in his hand, was covered in flames, and the stream of flames behind him was like a neat formation of thousands of troops, slowly following behind this general. The spiritual pressure, which was as huge as that of the god of death, poured out in all directions unscrupulously, crushing all the lucky or unfortunate beings around him into dust like a flood. Even in Vastad, there had never been an unimaginable existence as terrifying as him. After sensing this delicious spiritual pressure, countless hollows that had lost their minds rushed towards him like crazy, but after gradually approaching 100 meters, their minds were completely shrouded in extreme fear. Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shigakuni simply walked past them, and all the hollows, whether strong or weak, were burned into blazing flames. In his other hand, he held a figure whose body was charred and limbs were broken. Even though he had fallen to this point, Tsuneyashiro Ogata was still alive. He laughed softly. "It's useless. Master Genri Yusai. At this time, your disciples near Genjijuku must have been trampled by the endless stream of hollows." His vitality was extremely tenacious, and he had a spiritual pressure level higher than that of ordinary vice-captains. Even in Yamamoto's hands, he could still retain a certain degree of rationality, and his will was almost tenacious. Tsuneyashiro Ogata raised his head with difficulty and whispered, "You may know about the virtual bait, but what you don't know is that the 5 nobles have virtual baits that can attract Vastad to a certain extent. In order to attract enough Vastad, 10 of them are buried in the bodies of my men. Now, you have at least 3 Vastads in Yuan Liu's territory. Do you think your disciples can solve it?" Yamamoto Genri Urangyu's face remained calm, and he asked back, "So what?" Tsuneyashiro Ogata was stunned at first. Then he understood. Yamamoto never cared how many people followed him. He just needed some people to help him take over a world that had eradicated the nobles. Those people regarded him as a banner and a symbol. But has he ever regarded those who followed him as tools and consumables? Yamamoto Genri Yusai has always only valued the goal of eliminating the nobles. For this, as long as he is still alive, it is enough. He. Tsuneyashiro Ogata suddenly laughed hoarsely. "Master Genri Yusai. You keep saying that the nobles should treat the commoners as human beings. But in fact, aren't you the one who takes human life the least seriously?" "Yes." However, facing his ridicule, Yamamoto Genri Yusai did not dodge or evade, and did not mean to defend himself at all, but in this disgusting era, only a murderous devil can control you. A bunch of evil spirits, isn't it? For this, the lives of civilians, the lives of the gods of death, the lives of disciples, the lives of friends, and even my life. All can be used as bargaining chips. You are evil? Then I am more evil than you. If this alone can kill all of you." At this point, Genri Yusai looked down at the young man with broken limbs in his hand, and narrated in an extremely calm voice. "I am willing to do it." This time, Tsuneyashiro Ogata was completely stunned. He listened to Genri Yusai's extremely calm words. Although he was surrounded by scorching fire, he could not help but feel a strong chill in his heart. This guy will really kill all the nobles. He is not doing this out of hatred or selfishness, but he regards this matter as Amos Zion. Evil, evil spirit! Evil spirit! He roared hoarsely as if he had a mental breakdown. At this moment, the old man suddenly sensed a wave of spirit particles coming from afar, as if trying to communicate with him. The old man opened his eyes slightly and answered the call immediately. "Master Genri Yusai." Shutara Senjimaru's voice appeared in his mind, "Can you hear it from your side?" "Well, you go." The old man's voice was still neither sad nor happy. He casually threw Tsuneyashiro Ogata at his feet. "Now, he is no longer needed. Now please go northwest immediately, just go straight." Shutara Senjimaru's voice was quite urgent, "That is the closest passage between the 2 worlds to you. In addition, there are also a large number of hollows gathered there. Please wipe them out together. Now all we need to do is this." Hearing the voice from the other side, Yamamoto smiled. After years of training. In the Yuan Liu, there are finally many people who can stand on their own. I know. After a pause, he continued to praise. Senjumaru, you did a good job. Shutara Senjumaru said unhappily, you old man, please don't cause us trouble all the time. Haha. The old man smiled generously. He is a man who can tolerate even the indescribable guy like Fujimiya Makoto. And he doesn't care about the little complaints of the juniors at all. How could he be angry? After laughing, he stomped his feet hard. With a bang, his figure leaped up, so fast that it was impossible to catch it with the naked eye. The whole Hueco Mundo could be seen from afar. In the dark sky under the bright moon, there was a meteor that was extremely hot and violent. When he landed, the whole desert shook and swayed with his roar, and it could even be transmitted to the great hollow forest underground. Everything will be reduced to ashes. The blade is like fire. Scorching hell. Dozens of flames rose straight up, illuminating the dark night sky and directly covering an area of hundreds of kilometers. Everything in it was burned into charred dust by the extremely high temperature in front of them. No one was spared. Although I'm not angry. But... Old man, you are very angry now. Even with the help of the small broken knife, he barely used the first release of the peak state of half-step great perfection, but Fujimiya Makoto was still very clear in his mind. That's why he didn't think too much about playing the little game of adults riding horses with Nelly Lu in the script at that time. It was a life and death crisis after all, so he had to think about human affairs. Luckily, when he swung the last knife, if there was no problem with his memory, he should have stabbed it. As for what happened afterwards, maybe he was brought back by a passing masked death god? Fujimiya Makoto was lying on the bed, but found it difficult to move. When he looked down, he saw that he was tied tightly to the bed. At a glance, his body was tied with special white restraints all over. I don't know what they were used for. Turning his head again, he saw Sato Furuabushi lying on his back on the bamboo lounge chair next to him, with a little trace of crystal saliva on his mouth. Sato Shifen? Immortal Chan. Fujimiya Makoto called out twice with difficulty, his throat was very hoarse. With a pop, Sato's dream of immortality was suddenly broken. He turned his head with a confused look and looked around. Then, he immediately caught sight of Fujimiya Makoto, who had woken up. The expression on the face of the big loli with twin ponytails finally came alive. Her little hand slapped him on the shoulder and said happily, "You guy, you've been lying for so long, you're finally awake. I thought you were really going to die this time." Fujimiya Makoto's shoulder was hit, and he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air with a hiss. He didn't notice it when he was lying on the bed just now, but now he was hit, and he finally found that his body was actually like bloating, and his muscles were sore all over. "First, pour me a glass of water. Also, why am I here?" Fujimiya Makoto looked at his dormitory with some confusion. Generally speaking, shouldn't a seriously injured soldier like him stay in the big bathhouse of Kairanji Ten's hero? Hey? What a hassle! It would be really strange if Sato Furuabushi could take care of people. However, after hearing Fujimiya Makoto's request, he still stood up and poured him a cup. While feeding him water, the big loli explained, "It's all because of the stupid things that the guys from the Rei Ting did. Now there are seriously injured soldiers with broken arms and legs everywhere in Uenzijuku. Except for a few people who stayed behind, almost everyone has been rotated on the battlefield. After you were sent in for simple treatment, the guy from Kairanji let you go back to recuperate by yourself. It's just a minor injury anyway." Fujimiya Makoto was stunned when he heard this, and his eyes widened immediately. My injury is still a minor injury. If he remembered correctly, at least his arm and half of his ribs were broken, right? Fujimiya Makoto didn't lose his memory. However, when he tentatively shook his left arm, he was startled again. His arm seemed okay? Sato Furuabushi looked at him. Seeing what he was doing, he explained casually, Kairanji said that before you fainted, the huge amount of spiritual pressure remaining in your body should have passively healed some of the injuries in your body. Only the lock knot part has a certain crack due to the impact of excessive spiritual pressure. However, it is also within the range of self-healing. Fujimiya Makoto finally understood and sighed in a low voice, so that's it, Kairanji, that guy, should I say, he is worthy of him. But why did Kairanji seal me in the bed? He lay on the bed, like a fish on a chopping board, struggling hard for a few times, and didn't know what the strap was made of. With his strength, he couldn't move. Turning around, he saw Sato Furuabushi lowered his head, and a somewhat cold smile appeared on his pretty face. Because, that was the seal that I asked someone to help make. Fujimiya Makoto was stunned. Then, Sato Buletin Lao Buletin Shi moved silently and half-crouched on his belly, with a hint of amusement in his single eye. I'm talking to you. So you've been keeping something from me since the beginning. What reservation? Fujimiya Makoto didn't understand, so he had to bite the bullet and ask. Still want to hide it? Sato Biglowly glanced at him with disdain. After bringing you back, I specially asked someone to check it. The remaining spiritual pressure in the center of the battle area is at least at the level of second-class spiritual power. Even the terrain has been semi-permanently changed. Makoto. Sato Buletin Lao Buletin Shi squatted on his belly, stretched out his hand to lift the young man's chin, and showed a bloody smile on his face. You are not honest. This. Hearing this, Fujimiya Makoto's body suddenly became completely stiff. How could he not know what the immortal Chan was referring to? However, Fujimiya Makoto had no way to refute it. After all, judging from the remnants of the battlefield, the attack he made during the last battle with Neliel was indeed a full-strength attack from a second-class spiritual master. At this time, the more he denied it, the more it would arouse Sato's immortal competitive spirit. In the end, he might even force him to use his full strength. When he thought of that scene, Fujimiya Makoto felt his scalp tingling. Not to mention that his last birth was just using the power lent to him by the little broken sword. Even if he could really control his Shikai, Fujimiya would not dare to use it on Immortal Chan. What if he accidentally got into a strange script? A room that cannot be left after 24 hours of not love or hypnosis. All girls Yuanzijoku? A battle with the discipline committee member Sato. Fujimiya Makoto knows his system too well. If someone he knows about it, he might as well be killed on the spot. Seeing that he had a tense face and looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, Sato Furuabushi's smile became more dangerous. He gently pinched the young man's earlobe with his fingertips and pulled it to the side, threatening. Speak. Fujimiya-jun. At this moment, the emotions in the heart of the one-eyed big loli were actually not as calm as she appeared on the surface. Whether it was the woman Anohana or the little bastard Fujimiya Makoto. The master and apprentice both relied on their superior talents and did not take her, an ordinary person who fought her way up from the bottom, seriously. Especially Fujimiya Makoto. He was obviously not as strong as himself, but he dared to hold back on her during the sparring. Even if he was beaten into a pig's head, he did not use his full strength at all. What an infuriating guy! Damn it! Sato Furuabushi secretly decided in his heart. If this idiot can't find a good reason, he will definitely beat him up and squeeze all the potential in his body. Not a drop left. However, just when Furuabushi was thinking this in his heart, he saw Fujimiya Makoto suddenly turned his head to the other side, seeming a little embarrassed, and even muttered. Because. Hey? Speak louder. Sato turned sideways, and his whole little head was almost touching his mouth. Fujimiya Makoto gritted his teeth and said the reason he had just made up to avoid the first question, and raised his voice slightly. Because if all the strength is used at once, won't it be impossible to push further? Hey! Sato Furobushi was stunned, and the uneducated girl was still thinking about what pushing further meant. Fujimiya Makoto took a deep breath, and was completely shameless. What does it matter? Anyway, the news of him hanging a tabi on his scabbard has spread all over the Uenzijuku. Adding another name of a foot fetishist is not much different. All this is to increase the upper limit of instant step. Thinking about this, Fujimiya Makoto was much more confident and explained loudly, after all, tabi can't satisfy, I've been satisfied. If Sato-chan still wants to fight a stronger me, she should show more sincerity. That's right. I didn't show my full strength, it's all Sato's fault. You want the horse to run, but you don't give it to the horse every night, how can this be possible? Sincerity. Sincerity. Sato-chan, do you understand the human heart? Accompanied by that powerful shout, Sato, who was almost on his chest just now, with a sharp tone and aggressive, suddenly shrunk to the other side of the bed. The one eye looking at him revealed a bit of incredible light that could not be restrained. The girl made a very subtle sound of doubt. What kind of strange reason is this? However, when Sato glanced at the two pairs of tabi hanging on his scabbard, he felt a little uncertain. If it was Makoto, it seems that it is not incomprehensible. You know, Fujimiya Makoto's name has long been stinking in the entire Uenzijuku. The foot stinks. Not only Sato fell into a very strange confusion, even Zayapadeo came out to interject. Oh. Makoto. A man should be treated with new eyes after 3 days of separation. I'm beginning to accept my true self? I'm happy for you? Hearing the sound from the Zanpakuto, Sato's strong premonition was immediately confirmed. How could the Zanpakuto lie? Fujimiya Makoto was lying on the bed, his face full of tears. However, the air in the dormitory was stagnant for a long time, until you could hear a pin drop. Miss Sato, who was curled up at the other end of the bed, looked around unsteadily. The girl's fair cheeks were inadvertently stained with a few blushes. She lowered her voice and muttered. Then what do you mean by sincerity? Hey! Fujimiya Makoto, who was tied to the bed, turned his head and looked at her, his eyes wide open. Is it really possible to mention it? As if noticing his astonished look, Fushigi-chan shouted fiercely, you guy! No, don't go too far. Fujimiya Makoto's eyes suddenly converged, and he said tentatively. Anyway, you have to let me go. Then, start with foot massage. Chapter 61, Fujimiya Makoto's self-struggle. The reason why we think girls' feet are beautiful is that we will stop in front of them, instead of bravely stretching out our hands towards them like those fearless warriors. Fujimiya, what the hell do you write, Makoto? Words, included in the great spiritual book corridor. At this time, Fujimiya Makoto had been untied from the seal. Although his whole body was still a little swollen and painful, it was just a slight sequelae of being blasted by a huge amount of spiritual pressure, and it was not actually an injury at all. As long as he can endure this period of time, it may be good for his body. Naturally, and with his strong willpower, it was nothing. The most important thing was that he was busy with other more important things. Tap, tap. Fujimiya Makoto was a science student in his previous life. His vocabulary was so poor that when he saw delicious food, he often didn't know what words to use to describe it. He always felt that his brain was empty. If he had to speak his mind, there would probably be only one sentence. Edible. At this time, Sato Furuo was forced to sit on the recliner beside his bed. Her face was small and her expression was stiff. Her one eye wandered to the other side of the empty dormitory, pretending to be perfect. She looked like she didn't care at all. In fact, the girl's eyes always turned to this side from time to time, and a faint pink color appeared on her cheeks. Her thin lips were tightly pursed, as if she was suppressing the shame deep in her heart, and as if she was emphasizing to herself that it was nothing. The girl's legs were slightly bent at the knees, and she was covered by black wide trousers from the ankles up, with only a pair of snow-white soles resting on the edge of his bed. Fujimiya Makoto is not a foot control. He just knows how to appreciate beautiful things. Sato's feet, as if they walked out of the flawless snow, are pure and round. Perhaps because they are spirits, they are different from humans who change with metabolism. The girl's body is completely different, with no smell or stains. The girl's fair skin on the back of her foot can be seen with faint blue veins, and each toe is like a carefully carved work of art. The small toenails are embedded in the jade-colored toes, showing a healthy light pink, and the fingertips are full. As if she noticed his gaze, the girl's toes trembled slightly and hooked up, as if she wanted to avoid it. But when he held it in his palm, it slowly stretched out again. The arch of the foot was outlined into a gentle arc, but the toes began to exert force, subconsciously hooked on his palm, secretly tensing up, as if she didn't want to succumb to this strange guy's palm. Hey! Sato Bulobushi has always been a carefree and arrogant person. He didn't think that feet were special before. But now, seeing this guy concentrating as if on a pilgrimage, he couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry, and cursed in a low voice. Are you done? Didn't you say it was just a foot massage? It's been almost an hour. Fujimiya Makoto's tone was still stable and calm. Relax, the foot massage outside is the same. I'm a young master, and it takes some time to massage you properly. In fact, he was a little anxious. He kept glancing at the panel in his field of vision. If he kept pressing like this, wouldn't he really be regarded as a foot fetish pervert? Hurry up, my unique talent. Pi. Name, Fujimiya Makoto. Spiritual power, 4th level medium, Vice Captain. 4 skills. / 11th level, 68/100, secret skill, 3. Fist, 8th level, 89/100, bone blow. Ghost, 6th level, 16/100. Walk, 10th level, 76/100, limited talent. Zanpakuto, unreleased. Talent points, 2. Bond traits, swordsmanship genius, foot art enthusiast, wall of size, there must be a teacher, no injury circle, Shiba Yoro QLV1, last light, Tsunaya Shiro Shogo LV1, inch stop, Nelial LV1. Love traits, none. And although he hasn't seen the system panel for a long time, Fujimiya Makoto has to browse his panel every night to review his little advantages. After almost 2 years in Uenzijuku, even Fujimiya Makoto has figured out how important talent points are. The more you advance, the more valuable they are. As we all know, the god of death has its limits. Since that's the case, the higher the level, the more difficult it will be to break through. In the end, it may become the legendary terrifying unit of measurement Kensi. In this case, the foot art lover trait that allows him to bypass the limit of talent points and increase the upper limit of instant step through the foot art road becomes extremely valuable. For this reason, Fujimiya Makoto decided to spare no effort. It's just that the so-called foot art hobby essentially also needs the enthusiasm of the other party, right? How can a one-sided hobby last long? Thinking so, he tried a little. If I keep pressing it for you in the future, will Sato like it? Hearing his voice, Sato Furuabushi was subconsciously startled. She turned her head, and her one eye reflected Fujimiya Makoto sitting on the bed. The young man's face was still a little pale because of the serious injury, but he was still handsome. His slender hands with distinct joints kneaded her soles carefully and cautiously, as if holding some precious treasure. His movements were sometimes heavy and sometimes light, and his eyes were very focused. When he asked in a low voice, he also lowered his head slightly, as if he didn't dare to look at her, just lowered his head to look at his feet. Seeing this scene, even Sato, who called himself immortal, felt a sense of excitement in his chest. Something hot was jumping. But soon, she realized that something was wrong with her, and gnashed her teeth in anger. What do you like or not? If you hadn't made a strange request even for a fight, two would have run away long ago. Who would satisfy your boring hobby? At that moment, Fujimiya Makoto's voice seemed unusually lost, and even his head drooped slightly, as if he was extremely regretful. Is that so? So, Sato doesn't like it. Somehow, at this moment, Sato Bulletin Lao Bulletin Si suddenly had a strong desire to refute. She wanted to interrupt Fujimiya Makoto's words immediately, explaining that she didn't dislike him, that she didn't hate him, a guy who might become very strong in the future, and that she was not used to this way of getting along that made her a little shy. Sato Bulletin Lao Bulletin Si didn't want to see this idiot's depressed look. However, thousands of years of fighting did not let her learn any social skills and the art of language, let alone how to confide. When it really came to the critical moment, the girl's throat seemed to be blocked by a stone. She couldn't speak for a long time, hesitating and suffocating, and was extremely clumsy. Who could expect a girl who had been killing people or on the way to killing people since she was a child to understand what like meant? Until the end, she muttered softly. But if you are willing to be honest and let me see your full strength, it's not impossible to let you touch my feet occasionally. Really? Fujimiya Makoto's expression paused slightly, and he suddenly raised his head. The surprise on his face almost blinded Miss Sato's eyes, making her face flushed continuously, and she couldn't stop it at all. The girl immediately realized that something was wrong with her, and immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. Damn it! If you drag it on, I won't beat you. But in the suddenly raised tone, one could hear a sense of guilt, as if she wanted to escape from something. Hey! Fujimiya Makoto was a little anxious when he heard it. Just when he was hesitating whether to just start and give a foot bath service, the door was pushed open with a clang. Sato, who was already tense, put his feet. She shrank back from Fujimiya Makoto's hand, sat on the recliner and hugged her legs, her face flushed and looked out the door with caution. Steam was coming out of her head. Fujimiya Makoto just slid the ice cream away. The complex emotions of regret, disappointment and regret at that moment suddenly exploded in her heart. Foot Art Road, now breaking through the current upper limit, level 12. The guy's eyes suddenly lit up again. Hey, you're here at the right time. Who? Sato Furuabushi's whole petite body was about to shrink into a quail, but her voice was particularly loud and powerful when she spoke, cursing. Don't you know you have to knock before entering someone else's house? She said this as if this was her own home. Senior Sato. When the addicted burglar, Shikatori Bainsai, saw the situation in the house, he froze for a moment. His big eyes under the glasses suddenly revealed a very subtle light, and he said in astonishment. It turns out that you have this kind of relationship with Makoto. Sato Furuabushi was shocked when he saw an acquaintance, and subconsciously said. Wait, it's not me. Then he immediately grabbed his tabi and shoes, turned his head and ran towards the window, and disappeared with a bang. He didn't dare to let anyone see his face. Before leaving, he could still see the girl's red earlobes from a distance. What a hateful thing! That fierce girl with glasses. Thank you for your help, Bainsai. Fujimiya Makoto sighed and thanked him sincerely. If it doesn't work, he almost gave it his all. Kano Torai Bainsai was startled at first, and then seemed to have discovered something, and sighed helplessly. I wanted to see if Makoto-kun has written a new manuscript. Alas, what a pity. In his current situation, it can be seen at a glance that he hasn't started writing yet. Sorry. Fujimiya Makoto also reacted, and suddenly remembered the terrifying time in the small black room a few days ago, and immediately promised in great fear, I will definitely make up. I can make up for it all. That's great. After sighing, Miss Kano Torai remembered the business. By the way, Master Anohana has one more thing. Why don't you talk about this first? After a while, Fujimi Makoto's body barely recovered. During the time when he was unconscious and recuperating, he heard that the Technology Development Bureau had welcomed the missing old man back to the headquarters. After Yamamoto came back, the entire Uinzijuku immediately seemed to have roots. The intensity and speed of clearing the hollow groups in various places have increased a lot. The most important thing is that in order to speed up the progress, Yamamoto Genri Yusai often personally went out to wipe out the hollows. In just the past few days, it is said that the cracks in various places have been almost suppressed. This is the meaning of the existence of the old man. However, in addition to those large frontal battlefields, the people of Shudera also found that when the hollows were in chaos in various places, there were also a small number of places where many abnormal hollows and souls disappeared on a large scale. Because of the current shortage of manpower, Uinzi Academy can't spare any manpower for the time being. In addition, it is probably because ordinary people can't deal with the events there if they go there. I understand the reason, but... Fujimi Makoto turned his head and looked at Shudera Senjimaru who was following him, and then looked at Okuga Genshiro on the other side, and asked in confusion, "At this time, given the importance of the two of you, is it really okay not to stay at the headquarters for protection? Fujimi-kun, why do you think that woman Anohana sent you out?" Shudera Senjimaru glanced at him, and her tone was still indifferent. "What's more, given the level of this incident, if I don't do it myself, I'm afraid no one can investigate it clearly." Hearing this, Fujimi Makoto's eyes unconsciously sank a little. "Are there any masters?" "That's not the case." Shudera Senjimaru waved his hand and explained. "It's just... there are humans from the real world who have sneaked in." Hearing this, Fujimi Makoto was stunned. There was an ominous premonition. Chapter 62 Scare Me. Ola 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 ola. A wild and sharp roar sounded in the valley. The huge woman waved her fist as big as a sandbag. She rushed into the endless stream of hollows like a phantom. Her pure white cloak and uniform were stained with blood, and her golden curly hair flew in the air. Facing the huge source of spirit particles, all the surrounding hollows rushed towards the direction of the female giant under the instinctive drive, but all of them were broken by her one by one. After penetrating the entire hollow group, the woman couldn't help but let out a rough roar. Whether it was the taste of blood or the incredibly rich spirit particles in the Soul Society, she couldn't control herself and showed an extremely excited smile on her face. The muscles of her whole body continued to swell in the smell of blood. "Olato! Stop playing around! I have something important to do this time." Just when the woman was getting excited, she heard a faint voice from not far away. Hoarse voice, flat tone. The woman called Orato turned back with a smile. "Hey! Cedriz! Come and try it, this is the first time I see so many virtual gatherings together. It's much more refreshing than the small fights in the real world." The man called Cedriz is an old man who also wears a snow-white cloak uniform, an eye mask, and combs his short hair back. Although he looks old, his figure is still slender and straight, and his clothes are meticulous. He looked at the giantess who was at least 2 heads taller than him, and asked calmly, "Do you want to disobey His Majesty's order?" The bloody smile on Orato's face stopped unconsciously, and he lowered his head in fear for a while, but still spoke in a rough voice. I know. Isn't it just that I couldn't help it occasionally? Anyway, whether it's a death god or a hollow, they are all useless things, what's the rush?" As soon as these words came out, a death god who had been following them from the beginning suddenly changed his face and scolded loudly. "How dare you, a mortal, look down on the spirit court?" Orato and Cedriz turned their heads to look at him at the same time. The giantess showed a disdainful smile at the corner of her mouth, wiped the blood on her face casually, and put it all into her mouth. Cedriz stroked her chest slightly. "Please forgive this ignorant German barbarian, Mr. Tsunamiyo. She just has a bad brain. After all, some truths should not be said." "You!" Hearing the last sentence, the death god was so angry that his face turned blue. If it weren't for the order issued by the head of the family and the current precarious situation of Thesperit court, he would have left long ago. Why did he run away instead of drawing his sword? The death god glanced at the slowly dissipating corpses of the hollows behind the two of them, and couldn't help but shudder behind him. He could only shout angrily, as the messenger of the Empire of Light, "Are you planning to cooperate with the Osling court in this way?" "No, I am not targeting you," Cedris slowly said. "What I mean is that whether it is your Osling court or the death god of Yuan Liu, they are all fledglings." The death god of Tsunoya Shiro stopped talking and just stared at him with anger. Cedris didn't care and continued to walk towards the plain outside. Alado showed a terrifying ugly face to the death god of Tsunoya Shiro, and then quickly followed the old man. When they left, a row of corpses were lying quietly in the valley behind them. Among them, most of them were wearing black death suits. If there were people from Yuan Liu standing here, they would definitely recognize that this was a team that was sent to perform a mission before, but was completely wiped out on the way back. "Please, please." Just as they were about to leave, they heard a low voice of thanks from a ruin. "My lords, is it the Yuan Liu death god who came to rescue us?" The three of them turned their heads and saw a young woman holding a child, looking at them with hope, with the smile of having been saved from a desperate situation, and a few tears still remaining on the edges of her red eyes. "Thank you so much." The expression of the Tsunoya Shiro death god froze for a moment, and then she subconsciously wanted to curse. However, the giantess named Orado grinned an ugly smile and said gently, "Yes, we are here to rescue you. Please come out quickly." "Yes, yes." The young woman immediately held the child and crawled out from the ruins. As a result, before she could fully stretch out her body, she saw a huge palm falling from the sky. There was a pool of dark blood on the ground immediately. "This guy is too stupid." Alado laughed wildly again, laughing like a madman. "Delicious. The idiots here are so delicious." "Alado." The old man scolded lightly, "It splashed on me." "Ah, sorry." The female giant's tone was still perfunctory. On the contrary, the expression of the Tsunoya Shiro death god behind the two of them was slightly twitching. What does delicious mean? Just as he was thinking about this, he saw three figures suddenly appear on the road they left. Cedris turned his eyes away with contempt. From a distance, he heard a slightly puzzled questioning voice from the front. "Are they the only ones?" "Not a few." Almost at the same moment the voice sounded, Orado suddenly seemed to have discovered some prey that exuded a wonderful smell, and his pair of vertical pupils like a beast suddenly swept towards the direction of the voice. A hideous smile slowly appeared on that face. "Prey. It appears again." Cedris frowned, and before he could give an order, he saw Orado leap over with a whoosh, landing in front of the three people, smashing a small hole. Fujimiya Makoto looked at the female giant with a solemn expression. On her wrist, there was a silver cross of extinction. Obviously, this was the symbol of the Quincy. Oh. Shutara Senjimaru looked at her coldly. To the woman in front of him, his voice was calm but with a hint of sarcasm, "I have only been dead for a few years. Are the humans in the world so ugly now? Be careful." Only Fujimiya Makoto looked a little solemn. Unlike Shutara Senjimaru and Okuga Genshiro who still didn't understand the situation, he knew how powerful these Quincy's were after reading the original work. But fortunately, there were only two of them. He looked around cautiously, and it was all open areas. In this case, if he wanted to escape when he was outmatched, he could still do so. However, after hearing the conversation between the two, the female giant in front of him did not show any dissatisfaction, and the smile on her face became even brighter. She clumsily imitated Cedris's posture, bowed to the people in front of her, and said in a loud voice, "Nice to meet you. My name is Orado Weber. I am an envoy from the Empire of Light and come with a beautiful vision of peace." The Empire of Light. Fujimiya Makoto slowly pulled out the shallow sword from his waist and stepped towards her, saying in a flat voice, "What a coincidence! I have an acquaintance called Ultra Father, who also lives in the Kingdom of Light in the M78 Nebula. I don't know if you have heard of him." The female giant was startled when she heard this. Before she could react, she saw Fujimiya Makoto swung the blade in his hand violently, making a very piercing whistling sound. A sneak attack. Swish! The blade smoothly cut into the body of the female giant in front of her, splashing a puff of bright red blood. The female giant still stood quietly in the same place. The sharp shallow blade slashed through her shoulder and got stuck in her collarbone. It was as if it had encountered something extremely hard and it was difficult to continue cutting. The surface of her skin was flowing with static blood patterns like blue flames. Fujimiya Makoto's expression suddenly froze, and his pupils contracted. Not only him, but also Shidora Senjumaru and Okuga Genshiro, who were standing behind him, were all stunned. Cedritz stood quietly aside, watching with cold eyes. Like him, Orado was one of the members selected by His Majesty to join the Empire's new frontline combat force, the Stellar Cross Knights. Her code name was O. Overkill, Massacre. As long as the more and stronger the targets are killed, the stronger the strength will be. Since coming to Seoul Society until today, Orado has killed more than 20,000 Hollows and Ryahun. A wanton smile slowly appeared on Orado's face. You. Only this extent. However, when she lowered her head, she suddenly found something strange. The smile on the face of this death god was even more pleasant than hers, as if he had encountered something lucky. Fujimiya Makoto smiled and asked, "Is this your blood-quiet suit?" Orado's pupils suddenly contracted. The next moment, her huge body suddenly flew up, and with a roar like a roar, it slammed into the distant mountain with a bang, raising a violent wind on the flat ground. The calm expressions on the faces of the death gods Cedritz and Tsuneya Shiro suddenly froze. Pfft! Fujimiya Makoto spat on the ground, shook off the blood on the blade, and said disdainfully, "What a rotten fish and shrimp! You scared me." Chapter 63, Flying Boots and Midas Touch. Wait a minute. What was that just now? Cedrice's one eye widened, looking in the direction of Fujimiya Makoto, with a bit of incredible light in his eyes. If he was not mistaken in that moment just now, the young man seemed to be swinging fist. In the smoke and dust, Orado shook his head, still a little confused and struggling to climb up from the rock, covering his abdomen with difficulty. There was a sunken mark as big as a human head. The whole person suddenly woke up from the arrogance just now, looked at Fujimiya Makoto in the distance with shock, and a slightly unnatural smile appeared on his face. "I see. This guy should be the so-called teacher, right?" Blood gushed out of Orado's throat, and he asked in a hoarse voice, "No wonder he is so strong. But only guys like you are worth being torn apart by me." "Hey," said Ritz. "Can that thing be taken off?" Hearing her say this, the old man also nodded slowly, looking solemnly in the direction of Fujimiya Makoto. "Since it is a teacher, it is indeed necessary to weigh it. I allow it." Hearing this, the female giant laughed loudly, but her eyes were blood red. She tore off the blue and white gloves on her hands. "That is the secret of the Quincy. The soul-scattering gloves. Just take it off, and you can reach the peak that humans cannot bear in a very short time. The side effect is that you can no longer use the power of the Quincy. But in today's era, this is nothing at all. Because His Majesty is here." Instantly, the female giant's body surface suddenly erupted with an extremely shocking spiritual pressure reaction. "I will tear you apart." Fujimiya Makoto just stood there, looking at her quietly, his tone flat. "Don't speak wildly easily. That will only reveal your weakness." Almost at the moment the voice fell, Senjumaru and Okuga both turned their heads to look at him. Perhaps because they were shocked by his usual appearance of speaking wild words at any time, seeing Makoto become serious, it would be a bit shocking. This sentence doesn't match this guy's style. But at the same time, Fujimiya Makoto could clearly feel that the spirit in his body seemed to have become much more obedient, and even his body became faintly lighter. A light lit up in his eyes. Is this the effect of inch stop? However, for Orado, this is undoubtedly a mental stimulation. Roar ah ah ah! Accompanied by the furious roar, the entire body of the female giant seemed to expand again. The spiritual pressure originally wrapped around her hands turned into two sharp fist blades under the effect of spiritual concentration, flashing with light. Her eyes were filled with blood red, and the two wrist guards wrapped around her wrists continued to spread dark spiritual lines along her skin, continuously providing her with a huge amount of power. In an instant, the concentration of spiritual particles wrapped around the surface of her body increased several times in an instant. Behind her shoulders, two spiritual particles like flying wings were ejected. The whole person looked like an angel. This is Quincy final form. Shutara Senjimura suddenly opened his eyes wide and said hurriedly. Be careful. Chang. Before Senjimura could finish his words, Orado's mouth curled up suddenly, and the whole person disappeared in an instant. Fujimiya Makoto was concentrating all the time. At the moment when Orado disappeared, he suddenly sensed the impact from the right through the spiritual channel induction of inch-stop perfect form. The asado in his hand suddenly turned around and swung a knife towards the air. Clang! The spirit fist blade intersected with the asado, making a violent friction sound that was no different from the collision of metal, and the squeaking sound seemed to pierce the eardrum. Okugagen's hero reacted very quickly and immediately raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the female giant. The 61 way of binding 6-staff light prison. The shining beam of light pierced straight towards Orado. Although the chanting had been abandoned, it could still effectively delay him as a ghost master. However, at the moment when the 6-rod light prison was formed, Orado hummed softly, and the beam of spirit particles wrapped around his body immediately turned the vague beam of light into decomposed spirit particles. Sacred servants. Transform the matter and life composed of spirit particles into the most basic spirit particles, and master them for their own use. Dare to use spirit particle technology in front of the Quincy. Don't underestimate me. Idiot. But before she could finish her words, she saw Fujimiya Makoto raised the blade in his hand, stepped into his arms, and his left hand suddenly stretched out, bursting out a spiritual pressure reaction as hot as fire. It slammed into the belly of the female giant. One bone. With just one punch, Orado's entire body was slightly lifted into the air. The violent explosion seemed to crush all her internal organs. Her strong muscles were repeatedly crushed by the force of the shock, and she couldn't resist the impact of the punch at all. Damn! The female giant wanted to swing her fist down, but saw that the blade in Fujimiya Makoto's hand turned again. A thin layer of light suddenly lit up on the surface of the blade. He looked cold and whispered. First type, steel breaking strike. The blade passed, leaving a trail of light flickering like an afterimage in the air. Orado's arm suddenly flew up, and the huge amount of spiritual pressure wrapped around the surface of her body did not play any role in resisting at all, and the cut was extremely smooth. Before the woman felt the pain, Fujimiya Makoto continued to walk, the spiritual light in his eyes became stronger and stronger, and the light film on the surface of the blade seemed to extend out. Orado. Cedritz opened his eyes wide. He was indeed an old senior. He realized that something was wrong almost at the moment when Orado's arm was broken, and rushed out. Shit! Is this what the god of death calls liberation? However, the blade in Fujimiya Makoto's hand had already shot out like an arc of light, drawing countless extremely fine lines in the air. First form, modified, steel broken continuous hit. The fine slashes formed a death web in the air. As if he had finally realized the crisis, even with Orado's brain, he no longer dared to take it head-on. A large amount of spirit particles were infused under her feet, and her sickle foot was like a high-speed reverse car, forcibly going against inertia, dragging the giantess body, and flying to the other side. Swish! However, after only a moment's delay, a large amount of blood gushed out from her lower body. Both legs were broken. However, even with such injuries, the female giant still roared like a dying beast. The severe pain seemed to arouse the wild blood in her body. With red eyes, she threw the fist blade clenched in her last arm towards Fujimiya Makoto. Giant fist. The seemingly huge fist blade, after being thrown into the air, was only about the size of a fingernail. Even the spiritual light looked extremely weak. However, just seeing the seemingly weak spiritual light, Fujimiya Makoto suddenly felt an extremely intense fear in his heart. Only relying on instinct, he subconsciously concentrated on injecting spiritual pressure into his feet. He did not dare to have the slightest thought of resisting it. The next moment, he saw the weak spiritual light, like a crossbow arrow pulled by some kind of silk thread, suddenly flying towards the direction where Fujimiya Makoto had just stopped. A continuous line was drawn in the sky. Silence. However, before Fujimiya Makoto could react, he suddenly felt a high-frequency vibration coming from behind him that seemed to shake him apart. Following that, there was a terrifying explosion that was transmitted from the soul. Looking far behind him, the violent sound waves spread, and even the clouds in the sky seemed to tremble with it. The originally invisible shock waves formed a translucent spherical wave under the layered transmission, which was deafening. He turned his head suddenly. Then, a bottomless, extremely smooth black mark suddenly appeared on the ground in the distance. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a real fist mark. What an amazing attack power! Senjumaru and Kongaya stood side by side in front of Cedriz. The classical woman turned her head and looked at the bottomless pit, commenting mockingly, "If you also have the attack power of these weapons, we should be the ones who are running away now, right?" Cedriz looked at her solemnly. Just at that moment, they also had a brief fight. Then, the old man looked down at his left shoulder. A delicate scratch appeared on the surface of the pure white cloak and clothes, and a little blood flowed out. However, it was not fatal. He stretched out his hand calmly, and a handkerchief appeared in the air with aura, and slowly wiped the wound. Thus, the entire wound, including the clothes, was completely healed. Cedriz looked at the two people in front of him and suddenly introduced himself. "My code name is I. You can call me Inventor. If you are surprised by this, to be honest, I am relieved." While speaking, the shoes on his feet suddenly turned into leather boots, with small wings growing on both sides. A short stick suddenly appeared in his hand. Senjumaru was startled. In an instant, Cedriz's figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind her. The short stick pointed at the woman. Senjumaru's body suddenly turned into a human-shaped gold. Okage Genshiro's eyes widened. The old man held a short stick in his hand and said calmly, "After all, I am much stronger than her." Which.jpg Chapter 64, Stronger Than Me, There Are Others. Senjumaru. The moment Cedriz's voice fell, Fujimiya Makoto's figure suddenly crossed an arc in the air, and the light sword in his hand danced with a shrill wind whistle, slashing towards the old man's shoulder. The old man stretched out his hand calmly and pointed the short stick at him. Alchemy. However, Fujimiya Makoto's figure did not dodge or evade, and still flew in his direction. It was useless. The old man's face showed a trace of astonishment. Before he could react, Fujimiya Makoto's low voice rang out from behind him. Second form, Ruo Shui. Supported by the jet-like instant step, Fujimiya Makoto's slender figure drew several curves in the air like a snake, and the blade in his hand flashed. The wings of the leather boots under Cedriz's feet flapped. The figure disappeared and reappeared again. It disappeared like a flash. This unusual thinness immediately made Fujimiya Makoto feel like he was punching cotton, and there was no feeling of hitting flesh and blood in the past battles with death gods or hollow blood. Before he could react, Cedritz raised the short stick in his hand for the third time. Alchemy. At the same time, Fujimiya Makoto subconsciously made a defense. The 39 way of binding, round gate fan. The circular light gate blocked Fujimiya Makoto like a shield. Just this slight blockage, the whole body of the round gate turned into a dazzling golden color. A slight chill rose in Fujimiya Makoto's back. At the same time, he vaguely understood the law of this ability. Just turning the material in his field of vision into gold? While he was delaying for a while, Okuga Gen's hero on the other side had already finished chanting the entire verse loudly, holding his hands forward. Heideo number 63, Thunder Roar Cannon. The golden glow penetrated the air, and the piercing thunder resounded through the sky, deafening. This time, Cedritz unexpectedly did not dodge, but dispersed the short stick in his hand, turned it into a small mirror again, and pointed one hand in the direction of the lightning. Reflecting mirror. The golden lightning was immediately swallowed up by the seemingly ordinary mirror. Following. The violent thunder sounded again, rushing towards Okuga Gen's hero, forcing him to dodge desperately to avoid the attack. The smell of burning became stronger. However, before Cedritz could relax, another knife slashed from behind. Flashing. His figure once again penetrated dozens of meters. The old man's single eye swept the two figures coldly, his expression indifferent. Are there two left? The so-called teacher is just like this. It seems that the idiot Orado was too careless. Fujimiya Makoto and Okuga explained and looked at him with serious eyes. This battle was really weird. The death gods who have been fighting against the hollows and other death gods since ancient times have never met a person like this guy who doesn't fight with you directly. And, until now, they don't even know what the opponent's purpose is. But Fujimiya Makoto suddenly smiled. If you underestimate me, be careful of piercing your tongue. Piercing. A faint female voice suddenly came from behind Cedritz. The old man was startled at first, and then he immediately shouted. Iron Cloak! Almost at the moment the voice fell, he heard a series of dull piercing sounds from his body, and then he saw that the surface of the coat that had become heavy and hard for some reason, from the inside out, there were narrow needle marks that seemed to penetrate the body. The thick needle rubbed against the coat that turned into steel, making a very harsh metal collision sound, like a cat's claw scratching a blackboard. Cedritz suddenly vomited blood from his mouth, his eyes widened. Isn't it an attack from the outside, but from the inside? When the slender and elegant golden figure of Shutara Senjumaru appeared silently behind the old man. A long needle suddenly pierced through the golden skin and reached the air outside. Then, the layer of gold wrapped around her body was easily torn apart from the inside by the three flexible bone hands, just like layers of fine metal gauze. The ladylike woman seemed to have anticipated what he was thinking, and chuckled. Of course, the moment you looked at me. Sew him. Pierce him. However, before the needles piercing his body started to move, Cedritz had thrown away the mirror in his hand and shouted. Skin drawer. The next moment, his original body was like a huge suitcase, with the zipper pulled open from the inside by another person. Soon, the next old man in neat clothes and without any injuries suddenly jumped out of it and flew towards the direction of Orado's body. At most, his face was a little pale, the original body was thrown in place. I underestimated them. Definitely. You must tell His Majesty what happened here. The existence of the god of death is not as weak as they saw in the real world. Cedritz's brain was always clear and rational, and he knew very well that he came to Soul Society this time just to serve His Majesty as a vanguard. For him, the most important thing is to return to the real world safely with the information here. In addition, the information about the Quincy cannot be left to the god of death. Fujimiya-san, Fujimiya-san. Look, there is an old man Doraemon. He can transform quite well. I want one too, make one for me too. However, before his figure flew to Orado's body, he heard a voice like a young child suddenly ringing in his mind. Cedric's heart was chilled. There are still masters. Before turning his head, he immediately wanted to shout out something called invention. However, this time, before Cedric could open his mouth, he suddenly felt as if his throat was being strangled, and he could not make any sound. What on earth is this? While the question was still in his mind, Fujimiya Makoto's whisper sounded behind him. Third type needle star. Instantly, the arc of light like a meteor passed through the sky, and the young man's slender figure penetrated the sky without making a sound. It seemed that all the spiritual pressure was condensed on the blade in his hand, turning into a tiny and invisible singularity. Bang! When his figure appeared again, he was already in front of the old man, maintaining a quiet stabbing state. The ground was splashed with tiny blood spots. As for the side of the waist of the old Dora behind him, a smooth hole as big as a human head appeared. It can be seen from the front and back. Fujimiya Makoto turned his head, holding a seemingly ordinary lens in his hand. He threw the lens at Dora and whispered, "You can only keep 3 of your inventions at the same time, right? You have to keep your own things safe." Just now. It was because he held down the lens tightly and did not let it turn into pure spirit particles that he stopped Dora from calling out the props. For this kind of player who relies purely on external forces, without the ability of the holy text, he can still kill as he wants. However, the Quincy of 1,000 years ago was really weak. While thinking this, he stabbed the old man's throat with a puff sound and stabbed it horizontally. Finishing the knife is a good tradition. This is safe. Chang! But, just as when she was about to chop the old man Dora's body into pieces, she heard Shutara Senjimaru's voice rise in dissatisfaction. "That's my trophy. This is a newly appeared species, which has not been seen in nearly 500 years. Even if it's a monkey who only knows how to swing a sword, you have to pay attention to me, at least leave the whole body." Hey! Fujimiya Makoto was not tolerant of her. Finishing a blow is the etiquette of fighting in Soul Society. If you don't chop the body into pieces, how do you know he has no power to fight back? This is the golden rule passed down by a Nohana teacher. Do you know more about fighting than her? Tisk! Do you think they are all weird? Just as Shutara Senjimaru was about to mock and rebuke as usual, his eyelids suddenly raised. "Get out of the way!" Fujimiya Makoto was startled at first. Then, he felt a huge amount of burning sensation coming from his feet. Boom! The body of Dora the old man suddenly expanded to the extreme like a balloon being blown up, and then exploded. The violent explosion instantly engulfed everything within a radius of 20 meters. The dazzling fire and light covered everything in front of him, and the surging airflow alone blew several people not far away into the air. Cedric's figure appeared in the distance. In his hands, he was holding the body of Orado, with only the head and the upper body of one arm left. The old man looked at the scene in the distance with a cold expression, and murmured, "You actually saw through the flaws of the holy text so quickly. It's amazing. It's a pity that there is no way to pick up all the fragments." Fujimiya Makoto's guess was not wrong. Cedric's invention does have a quantity limit. But it's not 3, but 4. Just for insurance, he always maintains an explosive clone. The skin drawer that he just threw out is his real body. However, if it is just that kind of power, it should not be able to do anything to them, right? Sure enough. Before Cedric could sigh in his heart, Fujimiya Makoto, Senjimaru, Okuga, and others had already turned to look at him. Unfortunately, this distance was obviously out of the attack range of the 3 of them, and they could not stop the other party. "This time, we are not prepared enough. But please rest assured." Cedric swept his calm eyes over the people present, and said coldly, "Next time, I will let you experience the sacred glory of your majesty." As soon as the voice fell, a spiritual knife had cut a space channel behind him. The old man turned to the door with half of the corpse in his hand. Fujimiya Makoto chuckled and suddenly said, "Oh, I forgot to say that just now. We are not normal schools." Cedrice's body paused slightly, and his sharp eye swept towards Fujimiya Makoto, his eyes sharp. Fujimiya Makoto looked at him fearlessly, pointed at himself, and smiled brilliantly like the four kings. 8 generals, and 72 small leaders under the throne of the devil. There are at least 13 stronger than us. Each of them can kill the 3 of us with one hand. I don't know how many of them your poor majesty can kill." Cedrice looked at him silently, but saw that the 2 people around the man did not refute, and the pupils in his one eye suddenly shrank. "Humph!" For a moment, the old man Dora immediately quickened his pace. "It can't be handled. We have to run." Chapter 65 Not so good, right? Teacher. Bang! The old Dorum man's figure had just disappeared in the gate when Fujimiya Makoto was suddenly hit on the head. He was hit so hard that his head lowered and he turned his head in confusion. Shutara Senjimura tilted his head to look at him and said coldly as usual, "Mr. Makoto. Even if it was a monkey who could only swing a sword, it would not be as stupid as you to throw out the information of its own tribe for no reason. You'd better not speak up just to show off. Otherwise." A thin short needle appeared in Senjimura's hand, and his eyes calmly wandered over his lips, as if he was going to sew his mouth shut at any time. Fujimiya Makoto widened his eyes and immediately showed an expression of 100% or even 90% injustice. On the contrary, Okuyagen's hero seemed to have discovered something and reminded carefully. "Master Senjimura. Look at the god of death over there." Shutara Senjimura frowned slightly and looked in the direction Okuya said. Then, a god of death dressed in the clothes of the nobles of the Osrati was lying on the ground with a grey face, and a circle of 6 stick-light prison was wrapped around his body. Just looking at the rough way of exerting spiritual pressure, it can be clearly seen that it was the work of Fujimiya Makoto. It should be a casual attack during the interval of the battle just now. However, the current Osrati does not have many suitable people, even the instructor level is very few. Thinking about it, the strength of a mere messenger is naturally not that high. I just remembered it. Fujimiya Makoto sighed helplessly. Since the people from the spirit court have already contacted the outside world, our information should have been leaked unilaterally a long time ago. In order to stop those guys from jumping out to cause trouble at the critical moment, I exaggerated my strength a little bit. At least, we haven't started a full-scale war with those guys, and it's good to make the other side hesitate a little. Yuan Zijuku is too powerful. Even if we can't completely stop the actions over there, we can at least delay some time." He analyzed in a calm voice, "Judging from the habits of Master Yuan Liuzai, it shouldn't be long before we have the final battle with the Ling Ting. What we are most afraid of now is that the other side thinks that the so-called normal school is only at our level, and thinks that we are too weak, so that they form a joint attack during the final war." Cheese sandwiched between 2 pieces of bread. "I want to stab you in the eye." The childish voice of Xiao Padao sounded in the minds of the 3 people. Fujimiya Makoto nodded, "That's about it." After hearing this, Shutara Senjimura still frowned, but nodded slightly in approval. After all, now that a lot of intelligence has been exposed, they can only choose these 2 paths. Fujimiya Makoto thought of more. Spirit Court has been fighting with them for such a long time, and has learned more than a little information. If you think the situation is worse now, Yuhabaka's omniscience and omnipotence has not been sealed by the monk. In fact, no matter whether Fujimiya Makoto boasts that the source flow is strong or weak, there is a possibility of being trapped. Thinking of this, Shutara Senjimura could only sigh helplessly. This is really a troubled time. It can only be like this. The elegant woman bowed her head slightly, and the metal bone hand behind her casually patted Fujimiya Makoto on the shoulder twice to comfort her. It's hard for this brainless little fool to have such a quick wit. Hey, hey! Fujimiya Makoto turned his head to look at her, and said sharply, "Why do I always have the illusion that you are scolding me? How could it be?" Senjumaru turned his head, with a charming look in the corners of his eyes. "I am praising you. You are really smart." Perfunctory. Fujimiya Makoto was dissatisfied. "That's right. You should show your OU. When thanking and asking for something. Give me some sincerity, Miss Senjumaru. If there is no OU, it's not impossible for me to try the hardness of the bone hand." The little broken knife operated steadily as usual, and the voice was unusually cheerful every time there was a beautiful big sister around. This guy would make some noise. Fujimiya Makoto immediately turned his face. "Shut up! What kind of bone operation is this? He doesn't want to use bone hands." Hearing the words no-o, Shidorashi Senjumaru first raised his eyebrows slightly, and then seemed to turn his eyes calmly, looking at him unexpectedly, with a pair of charming phoenix eyes showing a bit of interest, and chuckled. "As for this matter, if Fujimiya has time, it's not impossible." As the elegant woman spoke, her bone hand gently made a flower-picking gesture. It seemed that there was no malice. Fujimiya Makoto waved his hands repeatedly. "Forget it. This is really not okay." Senjumaru then snorted softly, not even wanting free benefits. "There are still such fools. Then pick up the remains of that strange woman for me. I have to test it after I go back." "Ah? Me?" Fujimiya Makoto was stunned. Miss Senjumaru glanced at him, as if she thought of what Xiao Padao had just said, and she couldn't help showing a very subtle look, and her bony hands suddenly rested on her wide collar, making a gesture of slowly pulling it down. She leaned forward, lowered her voice and chuckled. "You can look, but there is a price." Fujimiya Makoto immediately gave in. "No, no, thank you very much. If nothing else, her needlework alone is enough to help me sew my eyelids shut in the blink of an eye. Besides, who doesn't know about Senjumaru's flat airport?" Tisk. Seeing that this perverted guy didn't take the bait, Senjumaru immediately showed a regretful expression. "It's a pity that I couldn't blackmail him. Today, Fujimiya Makoto said that I was a manly man who was sarcastic, cold, and had no characteristics of a second woman, and he would never marry me. Let's remember the grudge first. If there is a chance, I will use my bone hand to grab his life." Miss Senjumaru thought silently. When they returned to Uenzijuku, the three of them first informed the old man of the mountain about the ins and outs of the incident, and also explained the connection between the Osrei and the real world. And the subsequent response was also not missed. Also brought back was the unlucky Tsunoya Shiro Shinigami. "I see." Yuan Liuzai nodded slightly, but he didn't seem to care about the few forces in the world. Or, Yuan Lu had been hurt in the previous battle, and the bottom-level combat power had been lost a lot. At present, he had no spare energy to continue to send troops to the world. In this case, the best result is to maintain a temporary confrontation like Fujimiya Makoto did. Thinking of this, the old man turned his head to look at Fujimiya and nodded slightly. "You did a good job this time. Leave the rest to others." Fujimiya Makoto half knelt in front of the gym and bowed his head slightly. "Yes. But, Master Genri Yusai." He seemed to have thought of something and added, "Based on the fight, if the so-called Your Majesty of these people really has the strength they claim, then it is probably not a small problem that can be solved by a few ordinary teachers." Fujimiya Makoto's words sounded a little unclear, but Yamamoto still looked at him with some surprise. But in the end, he didn't say anything. The old man just nodded thoughtfully. "The next thing is to interrogate intelligence and analyze the physical data of these people who claim to be messengers of the Empire of Light." Fujimiya Makoto knew it very well. Although Yuhabok was born more than 200 years ago and claimed to be the ancestor of the Quincy. However, for the entire three realms, Quincy is undoubtedly a new thing and has never been heard of before. On the contrary, the Fullbringers who have gained special abilities through the power of hollows have been active for quite a few years. In terms of strength alone, they seem to be no less powerful than ordinary Shinigami, but the probability of their appearance is extremely small and they are rarely seen, but the gap with Wiwak is bizarrely large. So, if we don't say something, it will be a disaster if the old man treats them as stronger Fullbringers. Unfortunately, he couldn't explain the source of the information and could only make suggestions based on his so-called personal experience. But it was just a suggestion. It's still too weak. Just as he was thinking this in his heart, he walked out of the gym quickly and saw Anohana Yachiryu standing by the stone path in the front yard, reaching out to touch the edge of the bamboo leaves on the roadside. It's really sharp. Fujimiya Makoto looked at the smile on Anohana's face and could almost imagine what this woman was thinking. Anohana Yachiryu seemed to be very interested in all the aggressive existences in the world. Anohana teacher. Seeing her standing on the side of the road, Fujimiya Makoto guessed that she was waiting for him again, so he quickly followed her and asked in a low voice. Well, it seems that you have recovered well. Anohana Yachiryu just glanced at him, as if he could see through his body structure. The gentle smile on his face and the extremely aggressive eyebrows formed a very amazing contrast. I originally wanted to go and see you after you woke up, but later I thought it would be better to let you relax your muscles first. Anohana teacher seemed to be in a particularly good mood today, and asked, I heard from Sato that kid that you seemed to have released the first release in the battle with the vast old. What is it? Hearing the word first release, Fujimiya Makoto's face suddenly became numb. For a moment, he didn't know how to explain. Actually, it's not the first release, it's just a small part of the power. A small part of the power. Anohana repeated his words, looking at him with some surprise, and suddenly showed a more thrilling smile. Just this level can repel a vast odd. Makoto. You will grow up to be a great man. When Fujimiya Makoto thought of his scripts, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. You're really flattering. Actually, it's not a great thing, it can only be considered a trick, right? As they were talking, the childish voice of Xiao Padao, who seemed to pout and look unconvinced, suddenly rang in their minds. Who said it was a trick? Fujimiya clearly defeated the centaur girl head-on in the arena. That guy had a longer weapon in his hand, but he was no match for Fujimiya and was beaten to a pulp. And at the end, you were just a little bit away from pinning her to the ground and thrusting in and out hard. Shut up! Fujimiya Makoto was sweating coldly on his back, and he quickly turned his head to look at his dear teacher. Then, he saw that the smile on Anohana's face became more playful and interested. Anohana teacher, listen to my explanation. Fujimiya Makoto stretched out his hand. Anohana Yachiryu had already turned around and walked in front to lead the way. Seeing that Fujimiya Makoto was still standing there, Anohana teacher turned his head and smiled. No matter what, Makoto-kun should get used to Zanpakuto as soon as possible. I heard that Kid Sato said. Makoto-kun needs a very special sword Zen ritual, right? Let's go. Fujimiya Makoto stood behind him, looking at Anohana's gentle smile with a bit of sunshine-like kindness. Although he knew that this woman was definitely eager to fight him to the death, he couldn't help but feel a little bit of anticipation in his heart. Teacher Anohana's knee pillow. Not so good, right? While he was still thinking about this, his feet had already followed. Soft. The sky is round. Fujimiya Makoto lay on Anohana's soft thighs, looking at the clear sky half covered by shadows above his head, and sighed in his heart. Is this the weight of human heart? In fact, when he first heard that Anohana's teacher was going to help him with sword Zen, Fujimiya Makoto was very reluctant. It's not that the teacher's thighs are not soft enough, nor that he doesn't want to try the feeling of communicating with Zanpakuto again, it's simply because the teacher's temper is too difficult to grasp. If he is not careful, he might really lose his life. Until today, Fujimiya Makoto has not forgotten the scene when he first fought with Anohana's teacher. But he didn't expect that she would come to him today. And Fujimiya Makoto slightly adjusted the position of the back of his head, so that the top of his head was attached to the teacher's flat and soft belly, and a comfortable low moan came out of his nose unconsciously. Is this the teacher's care? It's so warm. Who can bear this? As for the small broken knife under his neck, there is no need to say more. He has not said a word since just now. While carefully feeling the bliss of the world, Fujimiya Makoto found a little cold hand gently touching his cheek. The slender fingers were soft and smooth, pressing on his side face, as if there was no weight at all. The gentle voice of Anohana teacher sounded from above. Haven't you entered the Zen of Swords yet, Mr. Makoto? With just this one voice, there was no threat at all, but Fujimiya Makoto felt that the fingertips brushing his cheek were as sharp as a knife, as if they were going to cut his skin. Until the end, the fingertips quietly stopped at his neck. For a moment, a chill suddenly rose on his back. Fujimiya Makoto suddenly woke up. This is Anohana Yachiryu, the greatest villain in history. He has killed more people than he has eaten rice. Mr. Makoto. Anohana Yachiru's beautiful face still had a calm and elegant expression, but there was no emotion in his eyes. Not good, teacher. We need to change the posture, Fujimiya Makoto suddenly said. Anohana's eyes just revealed a trace of doubt. Fujimiya Makoto has already climbed up. Knees resting on the pillow, face down. Tiger landing style. Anohana Yachiru was startled and looked down at this traitor. Then, a little surprise appeared in his eyes. At this moment, the spiritual pressure fluctuations on Fujimiya Makoto's body became as silent and peaceful as death. Obviously, this is the state of entering Sword Zen. After a long silence, she sighed and smiled. Sure enough. It's Makoto's style. Seeing his peaceful sleeping face like a child throwing a tantrum, Anohana Yachiru couldn't help but reach out and gently gather his long hair. Her fingertips gently touched his back. A subtle spiritual pressure was released. Different from the drastic change last time. This time, when Fujimiya Makoto entered the Sword Zen state, the whole process of falling into the water was very smooth. Like an astronaut who jumped to a high place on the moon, he slowly fell to the ground following the insignificant gravity. When Fujimiya Makoto regained his will, opened his eyes. What came into his eyes was a picturesque white beach. The vast sea surface connected to the beach, drawing a curved line at the edge of the field of vision. The summer sun was in the sky, and there were few clouds in the sky. However, at this moment, Fujimiya Makoto didn't care about the scenery that would have made him brighten his eyes in the past. Because compared to these, there is a more beautiful scenery right in front of him. You are so slow, Makoto. You are the last one to come out of the locker room today. A cute girl in a red swimsuit stood not far in front of him, holding a swimming ring in her hand, with a teasing expression on her face. As a punishment, the barbecue after the exercise will be left to you. Who is this? When Fujimiya Makoto heard the girl's words, this thought subconsciously popped up in his mind. That's right. Before he could react, he heard another girl next to him speak, dissatisfied. Makoto is always like this, clumsy. Without me, nothing can be done. Fujimiya Makoto's eyes followed and the same question appeared in his mind again. Who is this? However, before he could figure it out, he had already fallen into a soft embrace from behind. The girl with dark purple hair put her chin on his shoulder, her eyes showing a bit of sick light, and whispered. Why did it take so long? Cheng Jun, you didn't cheat with someone in the locker room, did you? Almost at the moment when this sentence fell, more and more female voices sounded from his side. Cheng Jun. Cheng Jun. Cheng. The calls made Fujimiya Cheng's heart sink more and more. As if he wanted to throw himself into everyone's arms. However, the last bit of reason, suddenly stabbed him awake. I will definitely be squeezed dry. Almost at the moment when this thought came up, Fujimiya Makoto immediately broke away from the embrace and calls from the surroundings, jumped out of the crowd, landed on the white beach, and looked around. Something is wrong. What is this place? As if sensing his doubts, a childish voice that Fujimiya Makoto was very familiar with sounded not far away. The tone of the little broken knife today was particularly helpless, and seemed a little unhappy. This place is already script. Following the direction of the voice, Fujimiya Makoto suddenly turned his head. Then, the smallest little broken knife was seen, wearing a pink children's swimsuit, lying on the beach blanket, with the sun umbrella beside him, holding a glass of ice drink in his hand, drinking it slurpingly. Seeing Fujimiya Makoto's eyes looking over, Xiao Padao stood up lazily, brushed off the sand on his butt, and said dissatisfiedly, "You are such a troublemaker, you guy. I am enjoying it. Do you have to come in at this time?" Fujimiya Makoto turned his head, seemed to realize something, and said in surprise, "Enjoy it in the script. Isn't that natural? Why do you think I have to come up with so many scripts hidden in the learning documents?" Xiao Padao said as he picked up the parasol on the ground. With a shake in his hand, the umbrella turned into a knife that looked a little strange. She snorted and said dissatisfiedly, "Today, my side dish is here. Now it's all messed up by you." At this moment, Fujimiya Makoto seemed to suddenly remember what another girl had said to him when he came in last time. "Because it is a reflection of your own heart, you should like some scenes very much. There are actually quite a lot of them around here, such as Fire Dragon Park, Christina Hypnosis High School, Meng Hot Spring Festival Town, Empire Star Railway, etc." Almost at the moment when he thought of this, Fujimiya Makoto's film radar began to beep, and the surrounding scenes suddenly became more and more familiar. "You should be able to tell. This is the 100 girlfriends who love you the most, in." Without Fujimiya Makoto speaking, the little broken knife has already exposed the true face of this script. The brat looked at him and suddenly showed a happy smile. Fujimiya Makoto's Adam's apple rolled hard, and he tried his best not to let his eyes fall on the girls around him, for fear that his will would be shaken suddenly if he was not careful. "Wait! What do you mean by pulling out the knife?" Fujimiya Makoto asked loudly. "Isn't this natural?" A sick smile suddenly appeared on Xiao Padao's cute face, holding his cheek with one hand. "Think about it, when you are enjoying life in the world adjustment mode, a guy with the same power as you suddenly breaks in. Of course, your first reaction is to kill him. What's more? What's the purpose of spending so much effort and difficulty to enter this world? Aren't you very clear about the answer to this question?" Fujimiya. Hearing her words, Fujimiya Makoto immediately understood that feeling. "So, it is really necessary to fight?" Xiao Padao stretched out the blade, pointed it at Fujimiya Makoto in front of him, and laughed happily. "Anyway, come and defeat me. As long as Fujimiya can beat me, strength, script, rules, lovely big sister. This 1/3 of mine, all given to you." Almost at the moment the voice fell, the 100 young girls who had just surrounded Fujimiya Makoto had surrounded the two of them not far away, forming a very distinctive line. Fujimiya Makoto's expression gradually became more serious, and he stretched out his hand to the air. The exact same knife slowly appeared in his hand. "In the end, it really depends on strength to decide the winner?" "That's right." As if he thought of something, Xiao Padao suddenly laughed happily and reminded, "The loser must be squeezed dry by everyone present before he loses consciousness." Fujimiya Makoto's hand holding the knife trembled suddenly, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he tried his best not to look away. Deep in his heart, he roared unwillingly, "Do you want me to lose or win?" The four looked at each other. The next moment, the two of them, who were in tune with each other, shouted out the same promise almost simultaneously. Fujimiya Makoto and Xiao Padao's mouth shapes were completely synchronized. "First, let's make a promise. The party that is stabbed in the vitals by the blade first will be considered a failure. Almost at the moment when the voice fell, the familiar nursery rhyme sounded in their brains at the same time. The symbol with 3 appeared above their heads at the same time. Draw the sword. Chapter 67, 1/3, Middle. Life Happy World. 2 voices sounded from both of them at the same time. Happy World, the 100 girlfriends who love you the most, Middle. Subject, fighting and super. Rule, the loser must be completely drained by everyone present before he is allowed to lose consciousness. Note, the weak also have the right to be squeezed dry. Fujimiya Makoto and Xiao Padao rushed out from their original positions at the same time, regardless of their speed. The speed, angle, and pace are all exactly the same, even the dust rising from the footsteps is no different. This is the battle between oneself and oneself. The struggle between the god of death and the Zanpakuto is always like this. However, there is still a difference. Fujimiya Makoto narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the petite figure of the small broken sword, his eyes brightened slightly. Dang! The blades collided, making a very dull sound. Under the influence of the violently spreading spiritual pressure, a rapidly spreading airflow rose behind the 2 people at the same time, blasting 2 conspicuous jets on the white beach, and the force spread out and surged behind them. Almost at the moment when the 2 swords touched, Fujimiya Makoto's expression suddenly froze. How could she be so strong? Quilla! The blade in Xiao Padao's hand suddenly turned, and the blade swung upward, forcing Fujimiya Makoto to step back and narrowly avoid this tricky attack, and then he followed up with a knife to his thigh. Clang squeak squeak! Fujimiya Makoto held the handle of the knife upside down, and deviated in the direction of the blade swung by the brat, but he didn't expect that he couldn't block it completely. The 2 sides wrestled up and down, and the blades rubbed against each other, bursting a red chain of fire in the harsh sound, forcing him to almost lose his grip on the knife. Almost at the moment when the 2 sides were deadlocked, Xiao Padao suddenly kicked forward, and the seemingly white and thin calf kicked out, but it was wrapped in a white airflow. 1 kick! Xiao Padao shouted in a childish voice. Fujimiya Makoto glared, and his figure suddenly flashed to the back. This dodge made Xiao Padao's short legs fall on the beach. Boom boom! The seemingly soft calf fell, raising a white dust cloud that spanned dozens of meters. A violent storm swept forward and backward, and the entire beach was smashed into pieces by this seemingly simple kick. If you look down from a high place, you can see that the beach covered by dust and smoke has a strange look, as if it was bitten by a giant beast in the sea. Taking advantage of the dust and smoke, Fujimiya Makoto avoided the front with super high speed and swung his sword to the back of Xiao Padao. However, she didn't even look at it, stretched her hand behind her back, and blocked the attack with the blade. As she twisted her body, the blade swung out along the direction of the brat's turn, and her limbs were as flexible as the end of a long whip. The moment she swung the sword, a very subtle chi sound was made. First type, modified, arc strike. The moment the sound rang out, a thin film of light suddenly lit up on the surface of the blade in Xiao Padao's hand. The path where the blade swung was like a stream of light on a page, outlining a wanton arc, and surrounding his body as a fluttering white silk. Fujimiya Makoto had no time to react, and hurriedly blocked with his hands. When the 2 knives intersected, a line of blazing sparks suddenly collided in the air, and then Fujimiya Makoto's blade was immediately deflected by the force of the rotation, and the Stinky Kid's figure suddenly approached with this half-step distance. Swish! The knife light passed, leaving a shining mark in the air. Fujimiya Makoto maintained the posture of retreating, holding the knife in the middle, and exhaling shortly. A footprint was drawn on the snow-white sand. In the center of his chest, the clothes were torn, and a long bloody wound was left. He was only half a step away from being cut in half by the brat. It was very dangerous. However, why was the force so strong? The speed was so fast? What about her moves and actions? Fujimiya Makoto shared her memories, so he naturally knew that he had never made a bone-beating kick with his feet, or a steel-breaking strike that surrounded his body. Stupid! The moment he asked this question reflexively, the little broken knife on the opposite side had already raised her little head triumphantly. Her childish and cute appearance made her proud look quite cute. Of course. That was when she didn't have a knife in her hand. The little broken knife's tone was very proud, even 9 points, since you haven't seen it before, it must mean that I created it myself. Fujimiya obviously knew it, right? The king and the mount. The childish brat was holding a knife that was almost as tall as her, and the tassel at the end of the handle was swaying slightly. The child had a lovely smile on his face, repeating what he had said. Two identical people, who should dominate the battle, and who should be forced to be the subordinate. What is the difference between them? Fujimiya. Do you really understand? Hearing this, Fujimiya Makoto's expression froze. Then, Xiao Padao rushed up at a faster speed than before. Not giving him any time to think. The blade was heavy, and the speed was amazing. Under this powerful attack, Fujimiya Makoto's brain was almost blank, and his hands were limited to extremely reluctant parrying. Xiao Padao's expression was extremely happy, as if he had devoted himself to this battle that belonged only to the two of them. The way he swung the knife was open and closed, making Fujimiya Makoto seem to see himself again in the Zaraki period, swinging the knife completely by instinct. The heavy blade like a hammer hitting an anvil, there was no hesitation, and only a series of explosive metal symphonies remained in my ears. The brat was still shouting happily. Slow. Lazy. Indecisive. I don't like all these emotions of Fujimiya. If it were you, you would obviously also show that kind of eyes that seem to want to lick the cute big sister all over her body, and you only need to look at other girls once to make them get goosebumps all over their bodies. There is also a very outstanding expression, like a fly squatting on the toilet lid, patrolling the target while rubbing his hands, as if staring at the rotten flesh of a dying corpse. As long as you rush forward with that kind of teddy bear spirit, Fujimiya can kill anything. But the voice of the little broken knife suddenly lengthened, and the blade in his hand was raised to the highest point, drawing an extremely explosive arc from top to bottom. With a loud bang, a waterfall of dust and sand exploded on the sand. Just the pure sword pressure went straight forward for dozens of meters, cutting a pure white wave on the sea. The brat turned around, holding the knife that was almost as tall as her in one hand, and raised her eyebrows in dissatisfaction. The current Fujimiya is not pure enough. Absolutely. Fujimiya Makoto avoided the knife, and immediately became angry and retorted loudly. What are you talking about? Who is that guy you are talking about? No matter what, this makes him sound too vulgar. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fujimiya Makoto would never admit that he was that kind of person. Haven't you discovered it yet? Xiao Padao looked at him, sighed helplessly, and put his hands on his waist like a little teacher. You and I are the same, but why am I stronger than you, faster than you, and more creative than you? Isn't the reason very simple? The moment the voice fell, the brat in Fujimiya Makoto's vision suddenly disappeared. A sharp wind sound came from behind. Boom! Fujimiya Makoto's body rolled on the sand, and he got up from the ground in a mess. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Padao behind him, his expression becoming more and more doubtful. Her speed and strength have increased again. Is this also allowed by the script rules? How did she do it? Just as he was thinking this in his heart, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the girlfriends standing in the outermost circle. At this time, these little girls wearing very little fabric all looked worried and seemed to look at him nervously. Completely different from the look at the beginning. This is... Xiao Padao explained softly, the rules have been made very clear from the beginning, right? All scripts are chosen based on Fujimiya's heart. In other words, what will appear here is all the world you want. In essence, it is the extreme of Fujimiya's ugly jade desire. It is the embodiment of your ugly jade desire. While speaking in her cute and tender childish voice, she turned her head to look at Fujimiya Makoto, and seemed puzzled. In such a place, Fujimiya really thinks there will be any fair rules. Hearing this, Fujimiya Makoto seemed to suddenly remember something. Host has privileges. 1. Before the game starts, specify an agreement as one of the rules for the end of the game for both parties. 2. Has the power to specify roles for both parties. 3. Has the power to apply for a change of script once. These rules have been imprinted in his mind from the very beginning. Yes. His script was unfair to both sides from the very beginning. After hearing this, Fujimiya Makoto suddenly raised his head and looked at Xiao Padao standing not far in front of him, as if he had discovered something. Since the rules are unfair, then, is it possible? His biggest advantage was never exposed from the beginning. This is the reason why Xiao Padao is stronger than him? Finally realized it. A happy smile appeared on the cute face of the brat, and he snorted softly. Our biggest advantage is Jade Hope. Jade Hope is purer, deeper, and bigger than anyone else. The more this emotion expands, the stronger it is, and the faster it progresses. Xiao Padao's speech speed is getting faster and faster, whether it's the first time facing a Nohana teacher, the first time fighting with Sato-chan, the first time getting rid of the murderous stone handcuffs in front of Kadori-chan, the first time you were taught the way of ghosts by Kiri-chan, the first time you fought with Chihiro Shifunjiyuan, the Yuruaki cat girl book that kept popping up in your head, from barren to abundant, every time you made extraordinary and super fast progress. Want to be bitter? Want to win? Want to live? Want to show yourself in front of cute girls? All the progress brought by all these wishes can be temporarily increased by 10 times or 100 times in the script. After the voice fell, Xiaopadeo raised the blade in his hand and pointed it directly at Fujimiya Makoto. As if he had finally vented all his dissatisfaction in his heart. Me. But I forced myself to endure the same thing as my 100 most favorite girlfriends. Hya Wang, who is addicted to wine and women, is fighting you to death. Do you understand how much I am? Xiao Padao was chattering, and his voice suddenly stopped. She turned her head and looked at Fujimiya Makoto, who slowly stood up from the spot, and a foreboding premonition suddenly rose in her heart. Fujimiya Makoto stretched out his hand, brushed up the long hair hanging in front of his forehead, revealing his completely relaxed face, and couldn't help but let out a low laugh. So that's it. It's so simple. He whispered, shaking his head helplessly, as if he was laughing at himself. Looking at his completely relaxed appearance, Xiao Padao's fear became stronger. This situation is not right. Before she could make any move, Fujimiya Makoto turned his head and looked at Xiao Padao in front of him, pulling up his belt. To be honest, I wanted to tell you from the beginning. A kind smile suddenly appeared on that clean and handsome face. Although you usually talk a lot, but in your inner world, you are still quite cute. At that moment, Xiao Padao's body suddenly froze. Fujimiya Makoto's seemingly calm smile looked like a devil's rose in her eyes, and the panic in her heart was like a wave. As a Zanpakuto, she could clearly feel the changes in the terrifying Yawang that was like a wave, sweeping over continuously. It's over. I'm going to be pooped. Chapter 68 1/3, below. Fujimiya Makoto longs for a peaceful life. From childhood to adulthood, he has always considered himself a person with low desires. No fighting, no robbing, no greed, no seeking. Many things that others care about do not seem to have such a heavy weight in Fujimiya Makoto's heart, whether it is wealth, emotions, status, power, knowledge, all of them are the same. Once upon a time, he thought he would continue to live in such a plain and extraordinary way, just like in the period of Chiyunibu. But, just like seeing the shadow of Mona Lisa in the art museum. After he learned to hold the handle of his halberd, everything changed. Fujimiya Makoto discovered for the first time that he has the same ugly and strong desire as those vulgar people in his eyes. Even stronger than them. Much stronger. However, all of this has always been well wrapped and hidden by his low-key and untainted appearance, and has never been discovered by anyone. But at this moment when facing his heart, he finally couldn't hide it. However, it's really funny. In the battle, the desire that should not have appeared at first actually became his killer move. Fujimiya Makoto slowly raised his head and looked at the stinky kid standing on the white beach, wearing only a children's swimsuit. His eyes wandered, and his face slowly opened with a terrifying smile that was not a human being. "Be careful!" Xiao Padao was startled. Immediately afterwards, her whole body, whether it was muscles or nerves, was as tight as a rubber band stretched to the extreme, and a strong sense of crisis that was difficult to control rose from the depths of her heart. The next second, Fujimiya Makoto's figure suddenly disappeared from her sight. Even the wind and sound could not keep up with his speed. Xiao Padao's sense of crisis rose to the extreme, and she immediately stopped with her sword horizontally. Her pupils contracted highly under the effect of the no-injury circle, forming two black dots. It was almost the moment when time stopped. Xiao Padao's eyes caught the blade that stopped not far in front of her neck. The pain that seemed to tear her skin, and the miserable end she might face after being defeated by Fujimiya, made her forget even the dirty talk, and she swung the blade in her hand dangerously. Second form Reform Suiyu. The restless spiritual pressure continued to spread, forming a swaying shadow around Xiao Padao's body, and she herself swung the blade under this brief cover, trying to force back Fujimiya Makoto's attack rhythm. However, Fujimiya Makoto's speed was faster than she imagined. Before the blade in Xiao Padao's hand could touch Fujimiya Makoto's chest, a sharp side kick rushed straight to her lower abdomen. Short arms against long legs. Boom! The violent spiritual pressure exploded between the waist and abdomen of the stinky kid, smashing her whole body and flying out in a spin, falling into the sand pile with a muffled bang, and a large amount of smoke and dust rose up, circling in the air, almost blocking the field of vision. However, before Xiao Padao could catch his breath, Fujimiya Makoto jumped high, and a long accumulated upper slash from top to bottom, drawing a blazing arc of sword pressure. Dang! Xiao Padao raised the blade in his hand. At the moment of being hit, both hands that were trying to hold the handle of the knife were shaken. The snow-white bare feet on the beach sank into the sand with a bang, shaking up large pieces of dust. The sand within a radius of 10 meters turned into a giant pit, pouring out this terrifying force continuously. She complained loudly. "Hey, hey, hey! Isn't this cheating too obvious? How long has it been since you solved a small personal problem, you bastard? Shut up!" Fujimiya Makoto a loud shout. A bright pink heart symbol appeared in his eyes. He scolded loudly, Do you know how much effort I have put in to maintain the image of public order and morality that can survive in human society? In order to prevent the tragedy of social death, I work hard every day, every day, every day. Try hard to play the role of a disciple of Anohana who respects teachers. An outstanding young talent of Yuan Zijuku. Tongjiang's gentle big brother. But you. Accompanied by an extremely angry roar, Fujimiya Makoto turned the blade in his hand, and the blades of the two swords rubbed against each other and passed through the air. The intersection was deflected by his huge force, making a crisp sound of bang. Fujimiya Makoto kicked Xiao Padao on the shoulder again, followed by another reverse Kazaya slash. The increasing strength and the rapidly rising slashing skills were superimposed on each other, forcing Xiao Padao to retreat repeatedly, with an increasingly terrified look on his face. At this moment, she seemed to finally feel Fujimiya Makoto's obsession, and seemed to understand the huge contradictions that her words that she couldn't help but say on weekdays brought to his daily life. This strong emotion seemed to accumulate and spurt in the chest of this stinky kid, making her constantly bear heavy pressure, and a strong sense of guilt rose from the depths of her heart. But the next second, Fujimiya Makoto's voice suddenly rose. "But you dare to live alone behind my back in all the classic works I have seen, with wine pools and meat forests. Enjoying every day. Really? I envy you so much." At this moment, the tense expression on Xiao Padao's face suddenly broke. Fujimiya Makoto waved his sword repeatedly with great anguish, forcing the brat in front of him to retreat again and again, and shouted angrily, "Do you understand how hard it is for me to hold back in Seoul society where there is not even a comic book for adults or a short movie? 2 years, 2 whole years. I didn't quit for so long when I followed the NoFap forum. You dare to keep chattering in my ear every day. You keep chattering and tempting me to make a mistake." At this point, the love in his eyes has turned from 1 level to 2 levels. The power and speed suddenly increased again. The little broken knife noticed his gaze, was startled at first, and then subconsciously showed an expression of finished. Wait. In just such a moment of distraction, the blade in Fujimiya Makoto's hand immediately raised very delicately. The deviated blade immediately scratched the brat's slender wrist, and the slight pain made her subconsciously let go of her hand. Immediately afterwards, the sword was lifted into the air and landed on the sand. It pierced into the snow-white desert with a puff. Xiao Padao was empty-handed, and he froze in his place, sitting on the ground. Fujimiya Makoto stretched out the blade with a grim smile on his face. Step by step, he approached. This brat with short white hair and 2 pairs of small socks hanging on his temples, had a hard time showing a flattering smile on his cute face. Fujimiya. I am your dear Zanpakuto. And I am your original heart that has been accumulated for decades. In essence, we are actually in the same group, right? That. The little Zanpakuto grinned a little awkwardly. Hey, can we reconcile? I'll give you all my power now. Fujimiya Makoto smiled and put the sword in his hand on the neck of the brat, and asked in a gentle voice. At this moment. You are not joking, are you? At this point, Fujimiya Makoto suddenly raised his voice and looked down at her. Hey! Look into my eyes. Almost at the moment the voice fell, Fujimiya Makoto and the little Zanpakuto looked at each other. The light pink halo lingering in Xiao Padao's pupils suddenly shattered. It turned into 2 hearts that were completely synchronized with Fujimiya Makoto. Oh, no! I'm going to be severely punished. At the last moment, Xiao Padao had this very bad thought in his heart. On the contrary, the 100 girlfriends around him smiled at the same time. At this moment, Fujimiya Makoto had only one question in his mind. If he overcame the evil spirit in his heart, did he defeat Yawang or lose to Yawang? When Fujimiya Makoto walked out of the white beach, he had a simple wooden sign in his hand. There were 4 characters on it: life, dream, death. At the same time, the scene in front of him changed into a valley with beautiful scenery. There was a small lake at the bottom of the valley. The lying girl who I saw in the cinema last time was sitting by the lake, with a fishing rod in front of her and a comic book in her hand. She would occasionally look at the lake. The red bucket was empty. Obviously, she was a senior Air Force commander. After noticing Fujimiya Makoto's figure, the girl closed the comic book in surprise and couldn't help laughing. I thought you would wait longer in front. I didn't expect you to come here in such a short time. What? Are you not interested in that brat? You used to like BA and stinky scripts so much. Hearing the voice coming from the other side, Fujimiya Makoto did not talk to her without permission, but looked at her cautiously. Although he is not a Saint Seiya, since he has suffered a loss last time, it is naturally impossible for him to suffer a second time now. The rule here is you can't lie? Fujimiya Makoto said calmly, compared with that idiot who only knows how to be bitter, I want to get your approval more now. The girl nodded calmly, looking very understanding. Then, she threw a wooden sign over. Fujimiya Makoto was stunned at first, and immediately reached out to take it. On the wooden sign, there were also 4 simple small words. Shu Zhending Wei. The girl waved at him nonchalantly and said nonchalantly, "Okay, I'll give you my power too. Don't stand here, you'll scare the fish away." Hey! Fujimiya Makoto didn't react for a while. How come it was solved so easily this time? As if she saw through his thoughts, the girl casually explained. If that little idiot represents the self of completely subconscious, then I probably represent the ego of real consciousness. Since you have accepted what you have thought in your mind, and your spiritual pressure has reached the standard, then I naturally have nothing to embarrass you. As if she had guessed something, the girl suddenly looked at him with a sidelong glance and chuckled. I saw ya guys don't want to use some strange calligraphy and rope art to perform tricks on me, do you? Or do you want to avenge the last arrow you shot? Fujimiya Makoto exhaled lightly and said unhappily. It's best if you're fine. I wish you would hand over the shikai directly to me. Yes, yes. The girl agreed with a smile, not taking his little complaint to heart at all. Seeing that he was about to turn around and leave, she reminded him casually. That's right. Although you probably can't get the last part now, I still remind you. The girl fell on the recliner and read the comics, and said casually. Remember your original intention. Fujimiya-kun. Chapter 69 Superego and Causality. Fujimiya Makoto raised the wooden sign in his hand. The scene in his vision changed rapidly. Soon, an ancient palace standing on the edge of a cliff, as if coiled in the clouds, appeared in his eyes. Fujimiya Makoto was not surprised by this. According to the differences between the ego and the self, the small broken swords of different appearances seemed to have their own relatively favorite environments. And if they continued in this order, the only one who appeared here would be Superego. Fujimiya Makoto's expression gradually became more serious. According to the first 2 rounds of duels, he also figured out some of the rules related to his own shikai. The brat, who represents the true self, only has the pure desire of the beast, and the only thing in his mind is pure eating and super. Apart from these 2 points, he also has the shortcomings and advantages of being shameless, talking nonsense, being naughty, and laughing at him after being beaten into a fu, and even trying to take the initiative in the fierce battle. The brat is like a real pure beast. As long as it makes her feel comfortable, she will not refuse anything. And the little broken sword, who represents the self, has a certain rationality and intellect. She knows very well what is good and bad, and she knows that if she, as the host, dies in the next war, then she, as a Zanpakuto, will definitely not get any benefits. Therefore, as long as a certain standard is reached, she will not stop herself from obtaining the power that belongs to her. Then, what kind of tests will the superego, which controls the rationality, morality, and conscience shaped by society and interpersonal relationships and represents the purely controlling side of human beings, give him? Just thinking about this, Fujimiya Makoto felt a little guilty. After all, he is not a good person. However, despite thinking about it, Fujimiya Makoto still chose to stride into the palace in front of him. The palace covers a very large area. It is built on the edge of a cliff and is made of stone. But after entering the palace, you can find that the palace is extremely empty. It seems that there is no other filling except the outline cast by stone. Everything you see is pure white and spotless. The skylight falls from the gap on the top of the palace, dotted with traces of bright light in the long corridor. The edge of the cliff is close at hand, and there are floating clouds, and even the air seems to become thin and pure. Fujimiya Makoto walked all the way to the innermost of the palace. What came into view was a pure white cloud platform standing at the end of the palace. In the center of the cloud platform, sat a tall woman who looked like a marble sculpture. She looked similar to the 2 people I met before, with long snow-white hair falling to her waist. She looked to be about 20 years old, with a slender and plump figure, but she was only wearing a loose bathrobe. Her eyes were as clear as a mirror, as deep and clear as a lake, looking out at the flowing sea of clouds below. No expression. Until she heard footsteps coming from behind. The woman's movements, which seemed to be permanently fixed at this moment, changed slightly. She was still sitting on the edge of the cloud platform, turned her head, and looked at Fujimiya Makoto, who was walking towards her. But after just a glance, she responded. "Go back. Your spiritual pressure is not enough to withstand my power." Her voice was gentle and pleasant, with a hint of kindness like a mature woman. But even when she said this, her tone did not fluctuate at all. But Fujimiya Makoto did not believe it, and slowly pulled out the blade from his waist. "You have to try it first to know." Seeing his determined look, the woman did not refute, but calmly stood up from the cloud platform and turned to face him. A bladeless knife slowly appeared in his hand. Fujimiya Makoto was stunned. The white-haired woman walked slowly towards him and said calmly, "According to Soul Society, the minimum condition for activating my power is the third-class spiritual power. Because it is too powerful, it will become an unbearable burden for you now. Specifically, it means losing part of your personality. Even so, do you want to accept this unbearable power?" Hearing this, Fujimiya Makoto's pupils shrank. Personality? Is this something that can be lost at will? What are you talking about? Fujimiya Makoto imitated the tone of the holy word deaf, as if he couldn't believe it. But the woman didn't seem to mind telling him more. For example, do you remember what emotions emerged from your heart when you were pressed on the bed by the girl you liked for the first time? Almost at the moment when the woman's voice fell, even Fujimiya Makoto couldn't help blushing. Such private things. Don't bring it up here. Just when he was about to answer something, the bladeless blade in the woman's hand suddenly swung downwards. A part of the deep memory seemed to turn into a strange bubble under the gentle swing of the blade, and suddenly disappeared from his existence. In an instant, he forgot the ignorance and heartbeat he had at that moment. The line connecting him and the already vague first love seemed to be easily cut off by this knife. The woman said in a flat voice, "Now, you in school days have become a well-behaved and motivated little virgin." Fujimiya Makoto subconsciously recalled for a second, and then immediately widened his eyes. His voice was extremely shrill. "I don't want it." At this moment, he immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. This woman's ability is much more outrageous than he imagined. The moment he dropped the knife, his life seemed to be slightly edited, and an inexplicable void appeared. A violent spiritual pressure fluctuation suddenly erupted under Fujimiya Makoto's feet, and his figure flashed in the direction of the opponent. First form, modified, arc light attack. Accompanied by a shining white light, Fujimiya Makoto used the modification skills he learned from the brat to the fullest. However, the woman on the opposite side still did not dodge or evade, and asked, "Why are you facing me with a sword?" At the same time, the blade in the woman's hand fell almost synchronously. In an instant, Fujimiya Makoto's movements paused for a very short time. The line connecting him and the woman also showed a very subtle cross-cut mark, and it also broke quietly. The impulse to kill the opponent and the idea of seizing the first release suddenly disappeared from the depths of his heart. The white-haired woman slightly turned sideways and easily dodged his dull blade. She asked calmly, "What is the reason that supports you to learn to swing the sword?" At that moment, Fujimiya Makoto's mind suddenly emerged with countless figures who were killed by him or defeated him. The dense connection with others almost covered his entire life in the past 2 years. However, as the blade of the woman opposite fell, all the connections between him and these people were quietly broken. Fujimiya Makoto stood still, with a hint of confusion and emptiness in his eyes. The blood and courage that had been fighting day after day for several years and trained him from a rookie to the decisive swordsman now seemed to have faded at this moment. People are individuals accumulated by countless experiences and results. If you lose all this, you will naturally become a useless Empty shell. The woman still looked at him quietly, as if waiting for something. Dang! The knife in Fujimiya Makoto's hand suddenly fell to the ground. It made a crisp sound. His steps obviously began to stagger, but he still staggered towards the woman in front of him. But the other party just raised the bladeless knife in his hand. The blade raised it horizontally towards Fujimiya Makoto. She asked calmly, even after losing so much, "Do you still want to get this power?" Fujimiya Makoto looked up at the white-haired woman. Her expression was still indifferent and calm, without any fluctuation from beginning to end, just like a machine completing a task, quietly waiting for his answer. "Remember your original intention, Fujimiya-kun." Somehow, the voice from himself was suddenly awakened from the memory not long ago. As if it was going to pierce deep into his brain. Original intention. As if realizing something, Fujimiya Makoto's face suddenly broke into a difficult smile. He slowly raised his foot, hesitating at first, but when he landed, he became decisive, and then his steps became bigger and bigger, rushing straight towards the woman holding the knife towards him. The woman continued to ask calmly, "What are you like now?" Fujimiya Makoto suddenly shouted and interrupted. No need to say. He avoided the bladeless blade and rushed towards the woman in front of him recklessly, grabbing her collar tightly and swinging his fist with a grim smile. With a bang, he hit the woman's face. Fujimiya Makoto seemed to want to shout out his most real and pure side, and said regardless. "Why so many whys? Even if it's just to surpass you, I have to punch you. Damn it, where's my sword?" However, seeing his reckless look, the woman who was hit hard suddenly showed a faint smile on her face. "You weren't deceived by the cause and effect in your memory. Not bad. But it's still not enough." Hearing the woman's whisper, Fujimiya Makoto paused. The next moment, the woman suddenly stretched out her hand, appeared in front of him, and touched the center of his forehead. Suddenly, the spreading spiritual pressure wave spread in all directions. Fujimiya Makoto's eyes suddenly went dark. Until the end, there was only a gentle voice in his ears. "Wait until you reach the bottom line of what you can bear. Come and take my power." After the voice fell, the world in front of him was like mist, surging and gradually disappeared. When Fujimiya Makoto opened his eyes again, he suddenly felt a soft and warm touch on his cheek. A slender hand fell on his head, gently stroking his long hair. The vision was still completely black. There was also a very light fragrance of yarrow. Having just exited from the sword zen, Fujimiya Makoto's consciousness was still a little fuzzy. He almost subconsciously stretched out his hand and hugged the slender waist connected by the thighs, as if he wanted to feel the warmth more deeply and wanted to sink into it. But the next moment, a familiar voice sounded from his ears. "Are you awake, Makoto?" The voice was also warm and loving, as if it could make people hear the kind smile on the other person's face when the words fell. But, almost subconsciously, Fujimiya Makoto suddenly felt a strong chill in his heart, as if he was facing a life-and-death crisis. The whole person bounced up and regained consciousness from the warm lap pillow. Anohana Yachiro held a cup of tea in her hand, with her long hair loose. She seemed to feel his gaze and looked at him quietly. Fujimiya Makoto's forehead was immediately covered with cold sweat. "Damn it! I almost forgot it was Anohana teacher." Anohana Yachiro looked at him calmly, with the same calm expression as usual, and seemed to be a little puzzled. "So in Makoto's eyes, am I such a cold teacher?" "No, it's not a question of coldness or not, right? Didn't you see that those ordinary Shinigami looked like they were scared to death just by standing in front of you?" For the first time, Fujimiya Makoto discovered that Anohana teacher didn't seem to have any self-awareness of his reputation as a great villain. But his words were completely the opposite. He rubbed his fingertips on the corner of his clothes with a bit of embarrassment, and glanced at Anohana's thigh, looking a little embarrassed. "It's just because my way of swordsmanship is a bit weird. It's really a bit embarrassing." Anohana Yachiru slowly smiled again and said calmly, "That doesn't matter." In addition, when Makoto is practicing swordsmanship, his body will occasionally twist on the ground with his waist straightened like a dead fish with its head cut off. It still looks pretty cute. But in the middle, I don't know why it stopped. Fujimiya Makoto's eyes widened. Ah! Can his inner behavior really be reflected in his body? Almost at the moment he heard Anohana's words, Fujimiya Makoto realized what he was doing inside when he was standing like a dead fish. Isn't that just him teaching the brat? Please make sure to forget that memory. Fujimiya Makoto did a 380-degree turn and bent forward and got off the seat. Is that so? Anohana still looked at him with interest. Then this time, Makoto-kun should have made a lot of gains in sword zen, right? Have you completed the shikai? No, it's still a little short. Fujimiya Makoto answered honestly, wait until the spiritual power grows a little more, it will be almost completed. Still a little short. Seemingly a little surprised, Anohana slightly opened her eyes. There seemed to be some excitement flashing in her pupils. How powerful would the shikai be if even the 4th level spiritual power could not be released? Sure enough, this disciple was not wrong. Yes. Fujimiya Makoto thought of the scene where he was killed instantly just now, and couldn't help but sighed. According to K, at least you have to wait until your spiritual power exceeds the 3rd level before you have the opportunity to fully master this liberation. Anohana's eyes became more and more interested. What about the ability? It's the rule system. Fujimiya Makoto said this, and he couldn't help but become more confident. I am confident that if I can complete this liberation, even if I face a strong man like Genri Yusai, I can at least be invincible. Hearing this, Anohana's interest has been completely aroused, like a drunkard hooked by the aroma of fine wine, curiously asked. How much can Makoto master now? As if he heard Anohana's eager tone, Fujimiya Makoto suddenly reacted and interrupted. Teacher, this shikai is not suitable for use on your own people. Because. Fujimiya Makoto said halfway, his eyes wandered subconsciously, from Anohana's eyes to the fierceness that could not be concealed by the loose kimono, and then to the teacup in front of his thigh. My shikai is extremely dangerous, and it can cause death if you are not careful. That's right. That's it. He didn't lie. Whether it is physical death or social death, it is essentially a kind of self-erasure in human society. In fact, the latter may be much more lethal than the former. It's okay. However, Anohana looked completely indifferent and said calmly, if it's an extremely dangerous liberation, you need the teacher to help you check it. Looking at the joyful light in the woman's eyes, Fujimiya Makoto felt a pain in his teeth. I almost forgot. This is a man who is willing to sacrifice his life in pursuit of the most extreme fight in the world. Danger? Isn't that just right? Just when Fujimiya Makoto was thinking about how to persuade her to give up this idea, he heard the little broken knife who had recovered suddenly yelling. Master! Don't listen to his nonsense, Master! The rules set by the two of us perverts don't even have a trace of blood. It's all astringent heather. The loser eats the shock porridge. Master? Just because I lost the fight, he took away my power in one breath, and I was stuffed into bubbles. Fujimiya Makoto reacted immediately and tried to argue. Anohana-sensei. Don't listen to her nonsense, teacher. Actually, that my shikai itself, well, in terms of ability alone, seems to be quite normal. Probably. Unfortunately, he lost confidence when he thought of the daily performance of his broken sword just halfway through his words. Both sides were silent for a long time, but Anohana-sensei spoke first, with a gentle and slow tone, which made him subconsciously relieved. Makoto. Do you know why I brought you back? Fujimiya Makoto was stunned at first, and then said seriously, teacher wants to train a worthy opponent for you. Anohana continued to ask in depth, then do you know why I am so eager want an opponent? After hearing this, Fujimiya Makoto's expression froze. He shook his head. Anohana smiled sincerely. The first is because it's fun. Hearing this answer, Fujimiya Makoto was not surprised. Teacher Anohana is a person who will do anything for the sake of fighting. But Anohana continued to speak calmly and honestly, for me, life and death in battle is the supreme thing that transcends appetite, luck jade, and all other hobbies and desires. It is everything in my life. If I have to say what other hobbies I have, it's probably to fight with stronger people. This is also the second reason. At this point, Anohana's eyes drooped, and it seemed that even her mood was a little depressed. She sighed slightly and said, "But my strength has reached a bottleneck." Mr. Makoto, have you ever experienced the taste of bottleneck? No. Fujimiya Makoto answered honestly. Anohana Yachiru smiled, "This is your preciousness." She restrained her emotions and said, "But, whether it is me, Genri Yusai, or Yanyuan all know where their bottlenecks are. If Genri Yusai has reached the ultimate as a god of death, then I am still a little short of it. According to the spiritual power classification, it is roughly the difference between the top of the first-class spiritual power and barely entering the first-class spiritual power. In the calculation range of spiritual power, which is used by the 5 nobles to measure the spiritual pressure of the god of death, both of us have reached the end of the ceiling and it is difficult to move forward. But, just like the gap between me and Genri Yusai, the gap between the first class and the first class is also astonishingly large." Anohana Yachiru looked at him calmly, "That is to say, as a death god, I still have a lot of room to move forward. So, I need an opponent who is similar to me, in order to break through the bottleneck. Also take the opportunity to pursue a more extreme battle. All this is both my selfish desire and the meaning of my existence. For this, I will do whatever it takes. Do you understand?" Anohana Yachiru spoke calmly, as if this matter of life and death had nothing to do with her. She just looked at her young disciple calmly and her destined opponent in the future. Fujimiya Makoto was sitting there. It was the first time he heard Anohana talk about the differences between the Shinigami and the final path in such detail. At the same time, he also understood what Anohana teacher wanted to express. As long as your Zanpakuto can help me reach a more extreme realm, then whether it is a pervert or a monster, it is not an obstacle to her. As Shinigami who have lived for thousands of years, Anohana and people at Genri Yusai's level have already seen too many things. The only thing that remains unchanged is the pursuit at the core of their souls. For Anohana Yachiru, there is no doubt that she has only one pursuit: fighting. As for other things besides this, whether it is a mere life, or the more insignificant Aiu in comparison, it's not worth mentioning at all. Yes. Fujimiya Makoto replied. Anohana Yachiru smiled and handed a cup of tea to Fujimiya Makoto, his voice still without fluctuation. "Don't worry, Makoto. Just like I killed my teacher in the final battle in order to surpass him. As my disciple, you must also swing your sword at me with the intention of killing me, or following other rules of the game." While speaking, Anohana Yachiru's loose hair fell from her ears and fell on her knife-like shoulders. Anohana's soft face still had that calm smile. Everything a strong person does is right. So, I am looking forward to the day when you surpass me. Fujimiya Makoto took the teacup from Anohana's hand and took a sip. It was still a little hot. He sighed a little in his heart. Since Anohana teacher said so, then this traitorous disciple, wouldn't he have to do it? It's really distressing. Fujimiya Makoto sighed slowly, drank the tea in the cup, put down the teacup, and the whole person was like a sharp blade just out of the sheath, straightening his back and showing his edge. If Anohana teacher said so, I won't be polite. Anohana Yachiru saw him like this, and finally smiled from the bottom of his heart and nodded slightly. If Makoto can do it. She opened her eyes and looked at the disciple sitting in front of her, who was like an unpolished gem. In just over 2 years, he had grown from the 7th level to the current level. How long do I need to wait? It shouldn't even take 100 years, right? Really? It's hard to contain my excitement. Chapter 71 The Killer Group. Wait until that knife after Zen passed, more than a month had passed. The Yuan-Zijuku, which was attacked, finally cleaned up all the gaps and voids in the core area, and brought back the wandering souls that had been moved to a safe area, barely recovering some of its vitality. However, the population and the gods of death that had been lost could not be restored to their original state. Most of these whole beings, who had no spiritual power and could only use water to meet the most basic survival needs, had no ability to give birth to offspring. They were hardly the same kind of existence as the gods of death in terms of individuals. If they wanted to increase their number, they could only wait for those who died in the world to continue to come here. For the past month, even though they had barely survived this disaster, the sky above the entire Yuan-Zijuku seemed to be shrouded in a cloud called hatred. Everyone could guess that this disaster was related to the sudden visit of the envoy Tsunoya Shiro that day. This kind of strong emotion can only be guided, not suppressed. However, for the current Yuan Liu, it seems that there is no need for strong pressure. Everyone's purpose is clear. Teachers' meeting. After the situation was about to stabilize, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni summoned the teachers who were still busy to the headquarters as quickly as possible. Now, this dojo originally built in the quiet bamboo forest is only half a ruin. Due to the order of the chief teacher to repair important facilities first, this charred dojo has been left like this and has never been repaired. Chihiro Suzuki still stood quietly behind Genryusai. His eagle-like sharp eyes turned aside and looked at the back of the chief teacher without saying a word. After all the teachers arrived, Yuan Liuzai paused and said calmly, "Quibu." "Yes. Let's start." According to the statistics of the 12 groups, there are 35 places with major casualties in the Yuan-Zijuku area. The number of confirmed dead gods is as high as 890, and the number of casualties and missing is. In fact, no one cares about the information here. Most of the teachers have a nonchalant expression. Although the old man's own philosophy is to let the refugees live a human life, most of the teachers in Yuan Liu were originally big bullies in Rukanga. It is really too difficult for them to sympathize with the people's livelihood. Only Shifunji Yuan Chihiro and Shiba Yojio, who were seated as guests, looked solemn when they heard it. Only they could realize how much logistical blow this raid caused to Yuan-Zijuku. If this report is followed, their plan to slowly fight with the Soul Society until all the nobles are expelled and killed from Rukanga will inevitably fail. Yes, the Shinigami also need logistical supplies. Mainly eating. And one or two of them eat more than anyone else. "Hey! Old man!" Sato Furuabushi sat cross-legged on one knee, with his other foot in tabi stepping on the wooden floor. He felt annoyed and scratched his ears hard. "Just tell me the conclusion. Several of these guys sitting here can't even do arithmetic, who can understand what you say?" The expression on the old man's face remained unchanged, and he quietly waited for the Sparrow Department to finish reading the report. Until the end, he calmly glanced at everyone present and asked, "Based on the current situation, we no longer have time to continue to waste time with the people of the Soul Court. The only way now is to give up the cleanup of the remaining nobles, concentrate our forces to attack the center in one breath, and then attack the Soul King Palace to overthrow the rule of the 5 nobles. But there is no way out. This is my next decision." Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni spoke in a deep and calm voice. When he spoke, his eyes were always fixed on everyone's expressions. "Who has any objections?" Hearing this, the whole gym was quiet. When Fujimiya Makoto heard this, he realized that the old man was really angry this time. He had been fighting on this battlefield for more than 2 years. Fujimiya Makoto knew very well what it meant for an organized army to have no supplies. It meant a dead end and a desperate battle. If they can't immediately break through the clan lands and barriers of various nobles and constantly collect surplus food from all over, what awaits these thousands of death gods is chaos and hunger. For a moment, even Fujimiya Makoto realized how heavy this decision was. Indistinctly, he seemed to be able to feel the huge pressure and responsibility that all the teachers present were shouldering at this time. It should have been like this a long time ago. Executive Taketsuna spoke first, interrupting his thoughts immediately. Hey! Fujimiya Makoto, who has a normal mind, was stunned when he heard this. Isn't this different from what he thought? Indeed. Obana Danjiro also yawned and said impatiently, I can't rely on them every time I kill people, and they take a long time to find things. I don't know what's the point of the old man training so many people. That's right, I also support rushing directly into the spirit court. Nigu Cai Zhang, whose forehead looks like a honeycomb, whispered with a smile. That's right. Old man, just swing your sword at the Lingting and open a solution. Wouldn't that solve everything? Sato is not afraid of death at all. Do the thing thoroughly, dissatisfied, and said, I am so impatient with this kind of procrastination. Yes. That's right. As soon as the old man finished speaking, almost all the teachers around him nodded in agreement, which made Fujimiya Makoto stunned. It's not just him. Shifunji Yuanchihiro and Shiba Yoshio were also confused. Are you and Liu doing things so simple and rough? Until the next moment, Fujimiya Makoto finally remembered the special features of the group of guys in front of him. Yes. This is a pure murder organization. Each of the first generation of the 13th Division captains was a big villain with blood on his hands. Who the hell cares whether others live or die? If I say kill your whole family, I will kill your whole family. What Yuan Liu? What Ling Ting? Useful people are valuable, and useless trash will die. The old man looked at this group of killer embryos and sighed helplessly. It is probably more difficult to make these guys understand my painstaking efforts than to make Fujimiya Makoto a moral saint. However, as the old man Shan was thinking, he turned his head and looked at Fujimiya Makoto. Then, he looked at the teachers present with a confused look, as if he was very shocked. Well, it seems that this kid should have received a good education when he was in the world. Sure enough. Although this child has some bad habits, he is indeed a qualified heir. Just as the old man Shan was thinking so. A familiar voice sounded in everyone's ears, tender and cute, but trying hard to pretend to be heroic. Gentlemen, I like war. Please fight with me and let the blood flow into the river. First, they will rush into the Spirit King Palace and usurp the throne of the Spirit King for the old man. When we rush into the Spirit Court, I don't want anything else, just keep all the good-looking ones for me. Super? Just a few words of chatting immediately aroused the mood and interest of this group of crazy people. And many people shouted out loud. Aha, you kid know a lot. That's right. Usurp his mother's throne. Kill. Kill them all. They are all nobles anyway, it would be a waste not to kill them. Yes, let Yuan Liu Zai be the Spirit King. Then we can get rid of him. Super. For a moment, the scene immediately became 10 or even 9 points of excitement, which could be called a group of demons dancing wildly, and some people were plotting loudly. Even the usually serious Sparrow department looked at Fujimiya Makoto with an expression of You are very smart. Fujimiya Makoto's mouth twitched, pretending that he didn't hear anything. The old man covered his old face with his hand. He shouldn't believe that this bastard could say anything good. Enough. The dancing demons all calmed down in front of the biggest demon. Yamamoto roared loudly and slapped the table hard, everyone go back and count the people. Prepare the marching food and fodder within 3 days, and set off in 5 days. Yes. All the teachers responded in unison. This method still works. Soon, the huge war machine of Yuan Liu began to operate. A steady stream of death gods were sent to the front line in teams and groups. As the spearhead and elite troops, all the teachers and instructors rushed to the front of the battlefield. Naturally, Fujimiya Makoto was one of them. He stood on a high place, looking at the Ling Court death gods waiting in battle array along the barrier in the distance, and he smiled disdainfully. Turning his head, he saw that Mr. Unohana was so bored that he was about to yawn, and had no intention of leaving the battle, so he ordered behind him. Group 11. Draw your sword. Order, break through the front line. A series of metal friction sounds rang out on the dark front line behind him. The fight began. Chapter 72, The Great Reputation. Attack. Wailing, roaring, metal clashing. Looking from above, two groups of black swarms of death gods wearing the same death suits collided with each other like two black ant colonies. The only way to distinguish between the enemy and the self was the red or white hemp rope tied on the shoulder. Everyone roared and waved with red eyes, tightened their muscles, gritted their teeth and endured the pain. While being injured, they continued to stab the blades in their hands into the enemy's body. In the vast battlefield, occasionally there were several huge spiritual pressure reactions, or the glow of Shikai or Kido exploded, suppressing all the surrounding Shinigami. But the next second, a powerful Shinigami wielding Shikai would rush out from the opposite group, and the two sides would fight each other. There was no rules, no strategy. It was just the purest fight of blood and flesh. Dang! The seemingly young Kureyashiki Ryoma swung his blade and chopped fiercely at the surrounding Shinigami rushing towards him. These cowards who came from noble families and most of them had never experienced a life-and-death fight with equal strength, when they saw a child on the opposite side, they almost didn't hesitate at all, and rushed to this gap like a pack of wolves. However, now Kureyashiki Ryoma, who looked only 11 or 12 years old having experienced countless fights on the battlefield of life and death, many scars were left on his seemingly young body early on. Heideo 31 Red Fire Cannon. A bright red light flashed from the center of the young man's palm, and the exploding red flames instantly engulfed the figure of one of the Ozryidii Shinigami. Kureyashiki Ryoma swung his sword and turned behind him. He first used his body advantage to kick the shin of the sturdy Shinigami, making a crisp bone-breaking sound. Then, the short boy rolled to avoid the shallow blow from his hand, and at the moment of passing by, he stabbed the blade in his hand into the opponent's lower abdomen. At the same time, with the impact of the moment of rushing past, he fiercely tore a wound along with inertia. In just a blink of an eye, the intestines and internal organs in the abdominal cavity fell to the ground, leaving only a series of shrill screams in his ears. Kureyashiki Ryoma didn't even look at it, and he had already rushed to the next target with his sword. Although he was still young, Ryoma Kureyashiki, who finished all the courses of Zankenkaru and Yuanzijoku in just 3 years, was a very outstanding genius even in Yuanzijoku. Because his adoptive parents died at the hands of the soul reincarnation god, from the moment he joined Yuan Liu, he made up his mind to overthrow the rule of these bastard nobles, and it would be best if he could kill them all. After that, he also used more than 10 years of fighting experience to truly practice his will. Until today. As a member of the vanguard of the Western Route Army, his long-cherished desire finally became possible. How could he be merciful in this situation? Go to hell, kid. The spiritual pressure that was comparable to his own rushed straight into the sky, accompanied by a sharp roar, swooped down from mid-air, and set off a violent wind that swept the earth. Kureyashiki Ryoma raised his head and looked at the Ozryidii Shinigami who had already released his first release in the sky, with a mocking smile on his lips. Before the people around him rushed over, he had already raised the blade in his hand and chanted loudly. Born to kill auspicious signs. Respect aging and bid farewell to darkness forever. Hungry corridor. Almost at the moment when the chanting fell, the blade in Kureyashiki Ryoma's hand had turned into a group of spherical white meatballs in a shining light. Each of them was the size of a brown bear, and there were 5 of them in total, looking furry and cute. However, before the Ozryidii Shinigami around him smiled, the surface of the meatballs suddenly began to wriggle. The next moment, a large mouth was seen, tearing the surface of those cute meatballs hideously, with scarlet sharp teeth like blades, densely arranged like sharks. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Ryoma Kurayashiki ordered, "Eat them." With almost no pause, he saw that the corridor of karaoke had rushed straight towards the surrounding Ozryadii Shinigami at a speed comparable to that of the instant step. At the same time, the fierce howling of fear and pain from the opponent and the horrible sound of flesh and bones being torn apart from the corridor of karaoke's mouth rang out. A large area of scarlet was spread on the bumpy road. Ryoma Kurayashiki was already used to such scenes. He endured the spiritual pressure consumption brought by the initial release and the sweat dripping from the continuous consumption of physical strength, and continued to charge forward. Instructor Fujimiya's order was to break through this position. Although everyone in Group 11 knew that Instructor Fujimiya was a fool, a jerk, a foot-loving pervert who hung girls' tabi on the scabbard. However, the instructor on the battlefield had absolute authority. In this case, his order must be carried out without reservation. Just as Kurayashiki Ryoma was surrounded by the corridor of Okura and waded through the bloody road among the death gods of the spirit court, he heard a suppressed roar of anger in front of him. "Very arrogant, little devil of the Yuan Liu." The moment he heard the voice, a strong sense of crisis suddenly rose in Kurayashiki Ryoma's heart, and he subconsciously drew out the scabbard and swung it in the direction of the voice. However, before he could react, he saw a figure like black smoke flying 10 meters away, rushing in front of Kurayashiki Ryoma at an unimaginable super speed, and kicked him fiercely. Kurayashiki Ryoma's eyes bulged, and the whole person was swept away by this leg that broke through the air, hitting a corridor of Okura, and was thrown away more than 10 meters with it, spitting blood from his mouth. The tall and strong man stood there and said coldly, "Remember, my name is Longtang Temple." Before he could finish his words, a golden thunder flashed across the sky. The 63rd thunder roar cannon of the broken path. The blazing thunder and the burning sound of the air mixed together. The concentrated light with a diameter of more than 1 meter penetrated hundreds of meters in an instant, carrying the extremely restrained spiritual pressure, and penetrated the body of the big man with a nearly crushing attitude, swallowing him up in an instant. Several Lingting death gods behind him also disappeared together. Plop! The lower body, whose torso from the waist up seemed to be swallowed by some giant beast, fell heavily to the ground with a slight smell of burnt at the incision, making a dull sound. Seeing this scene, Kurayashiki Ryoma's pupils suddenly shrank, and he subconsciously looked in the direction of the thunder. Wasting other people's time. It is equal to murder for money. Fujimiya Makoto held the shallow sword on his waist and walked out of the formation with seemingly slow steps. The surrounding Yuan Liu Shinigami looked in his direction. Everyone's eyes seemed to light up. On the contrary, the Shinigami of the opposite Ozrai-T, when they saw that Lord Ryotenji, who was recognized as a strong man, could not even survive a single style of ghost without chanting, almost all of them were shocked by the intense fear and stopped subconsciously. Master Fujimiya. Looking at the man in front of him, Kurayashiki Ryoma's eyes flashed with a trace of guilt. Fujimiya Makoto just stood in front of him, rubbed the little boy's long hair like weeds with his big hand, pushed him back, and said with a smile, "Stupid, rushing so far forward. Leave this to me." Kurayashiki Ryoma staggered a few steps, swallowed the blood foam that blocked his throat with difficulty, and looked at the back of Fujimiya Makoto standing in front of him. In Soul Society, a strong person has such a decisive deterrent power. It has nothing to do with age or image. As long as he can defeat all the enemies on the opposite side, he can become the tallest and most majestic person in everyone's eyes. The small boy tried hard to open his dead fish eyes. There is no doubt. At this moment, Fujimiya, who was standing in front of him and was as powerful as 1,000 men, was the most dazzling person in the world in the eyes of Kurayashiki Ryoma. There seemed to be light flashing on his body. That was his goal and dream. Just when the little boy as the young man was thinking in admiration, he heard a young and cheerful female voice suddenly rang out from Fujimiya Makoto's waist, and directly penetrated the heads of everyone present. Moshi moshi. Very good. Everyone is very energetic. Now please all stand still and line up obediently. Today, I will strip all your kokokos and use your scabbards to stuff you all into the mouths of 100 centipedes. Men, women, men, women, men. All of them. I want to do 100 of them. In an instant, the clear voice was like a cold current blowing through. It made all the spiritual court death gods present feel a chill in their hearts. Those who originally wanted to resist lost their fighting spirit in an instant after hearing the words she, just thinking of the horrific scene with people connected to each other, even the hand holding the knife is shaking. In today's Lingting, Yuan Liu has long become an unspeakable man-eating monster and a stinking murder group. From the old man Shan to Nigu Cai Zhang, every teacher in Yuan Liu has become a big villain despised by all the nobles of Lingting under the powerful public opinion offensive of Lingting. As for the great reputation of Fujimiya Makoto, it has spread throughout Lingting early. It is rumored that this evil guy used extremely cruel and tyrannical means to torture the nobles of the Asimon family from top to bottom. The unbearable scene even scared the head of the Shiba family to surrender to the enemy on the spot. Even the head of the Shifanjai Yuan family who came to support later was ambushed by this beast and had to become a plaything of the evil people of the Yuan Liu. Even among the most evil murder group in Seoul society, Yuan Liu, Fujimiya Makoto is one of the most perverted murderers. It's better to die on the spot than to fall into his hands. Thinking of this, the last few people began to flee on the spot. What a decisive decision! And the Yuan Liu Shinigami on his side all looked at Fujimiya Makoto standing in the center with admiration. You are worthy of it. Fujimiya-sama. Only Fujimiya Makoto's expression froze immediately. The light in the eyes of Kurayashiki Ryoma behind him was extinguished instantly. Actually, Fujimiya-sama is good in every way. It's just these little hobbies. It's a bit too weird. Fujimiya Makoto smiled at her and continued to instruct the other team members to take turns to rest in a fixed place. Anohana then lowered her head and picked up the grilled fish and took another bite. 2 rows of white jade teeth bit neat marks on the fish, and the shiny fish skin was stained with a layer of red. The powder, applied to the tongue, caused a slight stinging sensation, as if being pricked lightly. It accidentally hit her strike zone. A death god like Anohana, who has existed for 1,000 years, has lost interest in most things in this world. Only knowledge and entertainment in a specific field can make her feel happy. Unexpectedly, her disciple discovered something. What kind of seasoning is this? Is it poisonous? Anohana turned her head with interest and looked at Makoto, and was quite concerned. It tastes like wasabi, but it's not pungent. It's chili, Anohana teacher. Half of Fujimiya Makoto's face was illuminated by the night bonfire, which made his already delicate face even softer. After I came here, I asked Shutara, and she happened to know where to buy this thing, so she gave me some. Shutara. Anohana understood when she heard the name. She always likes to collect some weird things. But Anohana Yachiru said casually, Makoto really made a lot of close friends. I have known Shutara for many years, and she has never given me a gift. Fujimiya Makoto's body stiffened slightly as he sat by the tree. His past experiences reminded him madly that this sentence seemed to have many special ways of interpretation. However, since it is the teacher. He turned his head and saw that Anohana teacher was holding up her long black hair, half of her snow-white and soft face was exposed under the bonfire, and she was eating the herring that was quite rough from cleaning to spitting and roasting with elegant movements, giving people a subtle sense of contrast. The big villain behind the book dragging sheath flying gorge rising and boiling actually looks like a gentle and elegant woman. Seeing her calm attitude, Fujimiya Makoto knew that he was overthinking this time. Yes. If someone like Anohana teacher would be jealous, it would be weird. What's wrong? As if she noticed Fujimiya Makoto's gaze, Anohana asked in confusion. Fujimiya Makoto smiled a little relaxed and said, "That must be because the teacher looks too difficult to approach, just like an iceberg. Even though we are already one, when I accidentally meet the teacher's eyes, I always wonder if this woman will chop me again." As soon as the words came out, Fujimiya Makoto subconsciously felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, he turned his head and saw Anohana teacher smiling at him. The smile was extremely kind and loving. "Makoto, you would think so." Fujimiya Makoto's whole body was tense, his face was solemn, and he tried to argue loudly. But he didn't realize at the first moment that his voice was almost synchronized with the sound of the small broken knife. "No, but the facts soon proved it. I usually just stare at the drum." Anohana teacher's gentleness and kindness are not fake. The teacher's drum is really warped. And it's especially round. It seems to bounce when walking. My worry is really unnecessary. The feel must be super good. Daily teaching. I don't dare to look up when I'm in front of you, I'll definitely be discovered. But that's the teacher's big water drop? The water drop that sways hard during training. It's worth taking the risk to take a peek occasionally. Fujimiya Makoto had a dead face. He was only halfway through his explanation when he was completely led astray, and in the end he had to listen to Xiao Padao's fatal dirty talk with a stiff expression on his face. The reason he didn't stop it was because he had used up the number of shut up today, and there were less than 15 minutes left before the number of the next day was updated. When he stopped, Xiao Padao had almost finished talking. At this moment, Fujimiya Makoto didn't dare to look up to observe Anohana's face. His toes were swishing on the ground, and he was about to dig out the tomb of Qin Shi Huang. "You're done. You bastard. Next time, sword zen. I'll definitely teach this brat a lesson until he's spitting yogurt everywhere." Just as he was thinking this in his heart and was about to explain something to his dear teacher, he suddenly found that Anohana teacher had stood up at some point, frowning slightly and looking at the other side. "Mr. Makoto. There are guests coming, go and entertain them." Instantly, Fujimiya Makoto's eyes burst into amazing spirits. What is a desperate situation? It's time. Yes. Almost at the moment the order fell, Fujimiya Makoto disappeared with a bang. Anohana Yachiru sat back under the tree and continued to eat the grilled fish in small bites silently, with a subtle and complicated expression on his gentle face. Although she knew that Makoto's Zanpakuto had a little problem, it was inevitable that she, as a teacher, was embarrassed to hear such words from the sword that represented her heart. "I can't really help him solve the problem myself, can I? After the war is over, I'll fix it," Anohana murmured, biting off a piece of fish, with a gentle smile on her face. Of course, she used swords and pain. It would be better if the taste was a little stronger. Fujimiya Makoto's figure flickered in the dark forest. The surrounding layout. The moment the secret sentry saw his figure, they immediately followed him and quickly formed a team. "Teacher Fujimiya! Over there!" Before he could speak, a Yuan Liu death god behind him shouted. The sentry, who was originally arranged farther away, fell silently in a pool of blood. Several people also died. "Be on guard," he reminded loudly. However, before he could finish his words, several figures suddenly emerged from the shadows. When they appeared in front of him, Fujimiya Makoto realized that this was a group of secret mobile forces who were covered under heavy cloth and wearing masks. The only difference was, Fujimiya Makoto looked at their wrists. What these people held in their hands was not a shallow sword, but a living knife that seemed to be attached to the other's arm by flesh, whiskers and limbs. On the handle of the knife, there was an eye-like golden sphere embedded. Fujimiya Makoto could feel that the spiritual pressure in these people's bodies was being continuously input into this sword. A term immediately emerged in his mind. The taper sword. It also appeared in the original TV series, a special weapon made by the royal craftsmen of the Kashomajayaji family, which can absorb the spiritual pressure of the god of death and transform it into power. It is probably the same as the Asimon family he had dealt with before. And it is the product of countless years of research accumulation. Be careful. Fujimiya Makoto looked cautious. If he remembered correctly, this was a powerful weapon that could allow the small fry to exert the strength of an officer or even a vice-captain. However, the people on the opposite side all looked at him. The leader said in a low voice with an extremely serious expression. Target number 16, Fujimiya Makoto. Crime, killing nobles, decomposing the dead, assembling living human centipedes, female dry seals, male and female nobles, dogs and hollows, and slaughtering the entire family at will. He even captured the head of the Shiba family, mobilized rebellion, and subdued the head of the Shifunji Yuan family. His crimes are too numerous to list. However, after he finished this series of charges, a strong low pressure suddenly surrounded his companions, and they looked at him in bewilderment. The meaning was very clear. What kind of crappy target did you pick? Can you fight this? Even the expression under the leader's mask became extremely difficult. Damn it! How can you be so bad? Finally, he still withstood the pressure and made a loud decision. The enemy is strong and we are weak. Retreat immediately. Run separately. Fujimiya Makoto. It is not an exaggeration to say that the current criminal army is a mismatch. Even with the taper sword made by the Kazuma-Jayaji family, they are no match for the Shinigami who survived the Hueco Mundo Gap incident in Genji-juku. The pursuit was one-sided from the beginning. Escape! 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 Kanji Sasho was sweating all over, and his instant steps reached the limit. He kept jumping in the dark forest at a speed that was almost like a flash. He didn't even care about the taper sword that kept wriggling on his right arm, and tried his best to burst out the greatest spiritual pressure. He was definitely not afraid of death. Early before they installed the taper sword, the members of the criminal army knew that their fate would be to kill powerful opponents and die on the battlefield at the cost of exhausting their spiritual pressure. However, he didn't know that he would meet Fujimiya Makoto. There is great terror between life and death. At this moment, Guanjing's Amasa truly understood this truth. He really didn't want to be made into a human donut mouth with his head stuffed into his eyes. If Fujimiya Makoto knew the thoughts of these killers, his mood would probably be extremely complicated. It was because the publicity work of the Soul Society was so good that it deceived their own people, and also because how could he, a good-looking boy in the Soul Society, be spread into such a ghostly appearance? Ah! Just when Guanjing's Amasa gradually couldn't feel the spiritual pressure reaction behind him, and his heart was slightly relaxed, a shrill and extremely shrill wail suddenly came from a distance. In an instant, Guanjing's Amasa's whole body seemed to be injected with chicken blood, and his hair stood on end. They were members of the criminal army who had been born in the criminal army and had experienced countless anti-torture, pain training, and willpower limit challenges since childhood. What kind of pain could make them make such a little girl-like cry a pitiful scream like a mother? Could it be that the butt devil Fujimiya Makoto has already? When he thought of this, Guanjing's Amasa shuddered all over. The lower limit of the imagination of aristocrats is often beyond the imagination of ordinary people because they have really done these things and often had a lot of fun. No wonder. No wonder they didn't catch up with me. So they were teasing and chasing us like they did when they played with the wandering soul. This is a cat and mouse killing game. Killing people, and destroying their hearts. At this moment, Guanjing's Amasa understood everything in his heart. Just as he was thinking this, he saw a black figure appear beside him, making a light clatter. Has it finally stopped? Fujimiya Makoto's figure appeared on the treetops, looking down at him quietly. Guanjing's Amasa looked at the dark figure with red eyes, and the whites of his eyes were covered with dense bloodshot, just like those who had been toyed to death by him, and roared. Come on! Fujimiya Makoto, let me see what you can do. His voice was almost hoarse, and his stiff body erupted with a strong spiritual pressure reaction at this moment, as if he had taken this opportunity to reach the extreme of his life and approached the peak. The taper sword that was constantly wriggling and extending on his arm also erupted with a terrifying spiritual pressure reaction, spreading violent rays of light in all directions. Tear him apart! Coil Fang! Accompanied by this roar full of anger, Guanjing's Amasa roared and walked towards Fujimiya Makoto in an instant. The taper sword, which he called Coil Fang, turned into an extremely hideous shape at this moment, and huge white tusks stretched out from the surface of his arm, winding together to form a spear tip pointing straight forward. Fujimiya Makoto faced the attack, but he just looked at it coldly and slowly pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist. The ability of Ponga is quite simple, which is to greatly increase the speed of the user, but the simpler the ability, the more extreme it can reach. If an ordinary Shinigami were to deal with this attack, he would not even be able to see his charge route clearly. Swish! Kanji Sasho's figure shuttled, and the taper sword in his hand turned into a stream of white light in the air, making a hissing sound like a tearing silk in the air, and his whole body seemed to merge with the night. However, all this was like nothing in front of Fujimiya Makoto. Just as he had experienced countless times. In front of the non-regular Zanpakuto, spiritual pressure is everything. Second form, Ruo Shui. The close-up slash was easily deflected, and the blade in Fujimiya Makoto's hand turned into a series of discontinuous, deflected and flying streams of light, pointing directly at the chest and abdomen of Guanjing Saisama. There was almost no pause, and the two sides passed by each other. On Guanjing Saisama's face, he showed a hideous smile with great difficulty. This time, finally, he didn't have to end up in such a humiliating situation. However, before he could react, he heard Fujimiya Makoto behind him calling out to the Yuan Liu death gods who were gradually approaching from a distance, "Hey, take this guy back to the medical team. This thing on him is quite interesting, remember to take it off completely." "Yes." The death gods behind him agreed in unison. The expression on Guanjing Saisama's face suddenly froze, and he looked at Fujimiya Makoto in a daze, and suddenly cried out in grief. "No, don't!" Anohana Yachiryu sat quietly in the camp. Between his slender white fingers, he played with a small sphere that looked like a golden eyeball. This is the core of the taper sword. As long as other Shinigami can be killed, or the user's own spiritual pressure is input, the spiritual pressure can be continuously injected into this core, allowing the power of the taper blade to continue to grow, and finally reach an incredible level. At the same time, this core itself is also equivalent to a kind of artificial creature. However, in the hands of Anohana, it seemed to have become a small gadget that could be played with at will, and the extremely condensed spiritual pressure could not be absorbed by it at all. After just a glance, she threw the core back to Fujimiya Makoto with some boredom, and said casually, "It's just an evil way. It has only a negative effect on the growth of Shinigami." Anohana turned her head and looked at Fujimiya Makoto, her voice much more severe than usual. "You are not allowed to use it." "Yes." Fujimiya Makoto did not intend to equip himself with this thing, but felt that it seemed to have a bit of the meaning of colonial suit or exobiological skeleton. If it has a chance to be popularized, maybe the future Shinigami will become the kind of masked army that shouts Henshin as soon as they appear. It's quite interesting to think about it. After returning, I will give it to Shidora to study. A small episode did not delay them for long. At dawn the next day, Group 11, led by Anohana, continued to move towards the meeting point of District 20. This time, the strategy of Yuan Liu was quite simple. Each group advanced separately and quickly swept the nobles along the way to prevent the fourth group staying at the headquarters from being surrounded. After meeting at a fixed location, they went straight to the spirit court. The initial action was relatively smooth. Most of the noble resistance forces that resisted the Yuan Liu Shinigami were their former defeated enemies. Barely escaping with his life was already considered lucky. Now they met again, and ran faster than last time. The advance of Yuan Liu was more about marching than fighting. The whole of the Lingting showed a passive resistance. This made Fujimiya Makoto wonder if the other side was doing something. After all, if it was according to what Shifen Jiyuan said 1,000 days ago, the foundation of the Tsunoya Shiro family should be far more than this. This thought lasted until they entered the 20th district. Finally there was a result. Boom boom. On the horizon in the distance, wisps of exploding smoke rose up and rushed into the sky. However, because the distance was too far, when Fujimiya Makoto turned around, he could only see the vague signs of mushroom-like spread. Only by feeling carefully can you find that the two extremely huge spiritual pressures are colliding with each other, constantly stirring up waves of aftermath. Anohana teacher. He turned his head and asked the master tentatively. Then, he saw Anohana Yachiru frowning slightly and looking in the direction of the spiritual pressure explosion. That is Obana's spiritual pressure. Obana Danjiro, the current leader of the 5th group, was once the general manager of the 30th to 50th district of Nanliu's Seoul Street. Like Rokuguru Makensei, he has a very strong melee suppression and explosive power after being released. However, Anohana Yachiru made a judgment after just a glance and said coldly. The enemy is very strong and very fast. He is almost dead. Fujimiya Makoto was stunned when he heard it and didn't react for a while. However, as soon as Anohana Yachiru's voice fell, Fujimiya Makoto clearly felt that the spiritual pressure that was just expanding like the rising sun fell down in an instant. What is this? Here it comes. Before Fujimiya Makoto could finish his murmur, Anohana turned her head and looked up into the air, interrupting him in a deep voice. However, the woman's face, which had always been calm and indifferent, could not help but reveal a grim smile. Boom! There was a loud explosion in the center of the scattered army formation. A huge white stone pillar fell from the sky, and the violent shock broke the surrounding crowd apart, and it was inserted diagonally into the ground. On the top of the stone pillar stood a man with an afro wearing a small waistcoat. In his hand, he was holding a bloody strong man. With a thump, the unconscious Oka Dan Erlang was thrown to the ground, shocking the surrounding Yuan Liu death gods. This is Master Obana. Is he also from the spirit court? How come I haven't heard of him before? Hey! Who are you? Come down! In the crowd of Group 11, noisy voices kept ringing out. The man who rushed into the center of the entire army with great fanfare was like throwing a boulder into the mirror lake, causing ripples. Only the guy standing on the top of the stone pillar still stood with his hands on his waist, scanning his territory like a king. Hearing the inquiries from below, he opened his hands like a hip-hop rapper and loudly announced his arrival. Posture. So high. Are you asking who I am? I am number 1 Zanpakuto maker. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 and the last 4 and 3. His 10 fingers stretched into the air, fell one by one with a simple freestyle, and kept clenching into fists. Until the end, he gave himself a thumbs up, revealing a mouthful of shining white teeth. Ermiwa Wang Yu. He stood on the stone pillar unscrupulously, put his right hand on his forehead, looked around like a monkey, and asked loudly. Hey! Where is the strongest guy among you? Come out quickly. I'm in a hurry. Chapter 75, More People Means More Fun. The 67th Breaking Path, Thundering Powder. With a roar, the surging mist and the scattered lightning were sprinkled together, forcing the surrounding Yuan Liu death gods to retreat, and the lightning-shaped chain trapped the afro in it. Fujimiya Makoto put down his hand, and his other arm had already clamped the body of Baiwa Danjiro out of the mist, and turned his head to look to the side. Master Chen. Almost at the moment when his voice fell, a bunch of shallow swords suddenly flew out from the mist and lightning. Before the shallow sword could reach Fujimiya Makoto, Anohana Yachiru had already blocked his disciple. Ding! Several shallow swords were scattered everywhere. Anohana Yachiryu still stood there motionless, as if he had never made a single move. Even Fujimiya Makoto, who was close at hand, could only barely catch the movement of his teacher when he put away the sword. The next moment, Nimeiya Wanjiya walked out slowly from the mist. Even if the lightning flew, it could not leave any trace on him. Fujimiya Makoto's pupils shrank slightly. However, he did not say much. That was the fact. In front of the top figures in Seoul society, a person like him who is only at the level of future vice-captain is not decisively different from an ordinary god of death. No match for him. Wang Yu of Namiya did not focus his eyes on him, but turned his head to look at the Kama Anohana Yachiru, and stretched out his index fingers with both hands at the same time, pointing them at the same time, and said in an exaggerated way, "Oh! This Yasasi lady, it seems to be the opponent of this round. Does it need preparation time?" Namiya. But it is the synonym of gentleman. For a moment, Fujimiya Makoto looked at him with a strange look. Not only him. The surrounding Yuan Liu god of death were also looking at him with a very subtle look. "Look, the corpse is talking." The childish voice of Xiao Padao rang directly from everyone's head, laughing loudly. "You are finished. Just wait. Even Jesus can't save you. Master, this time, Kukikiku, I will chop you into 8 pieces. What else can you do besides that broken sword? What else can you do?" "Pa. It means that Fujimiya doesn't have enough spiritual pressure now, otherwise I will turn you into a black puff in a minute." Hearing the voice that sounded from everyone's mind at the same time, Wang Yu of Namiya was stunned at first. Then, he immediately showed a very surprised look, turned his head in shock to look in the direction of Fujimiya Makoto, and said repeatedly, "Wait a minute. Namiya doesn't remember making such an impolite sword. And, it can actually talk in the shallow hitting state. Hey, kid! Show me your sword." Fujimiya Makoto smiled at him kindly and raised a middle finger. "Why don't you show me your wife?" "Pa. Pervert. Who is your wife?" "Fujimiya is a JS control. Female kid pile driver? Today, this brat seems to talk a lot more." Seeing that they can interact at any time, Wang Yu of Ermuwa's eyes are even brighter. This is so interesting. However, before the fire of research in his heart was ignited, he saw that Anohana Yachiryu in front of him had slowly drawn a knife from his waist. In an instant, the murderous aura bursting out from her body immediately swept the surrounding area of dozens of meters. Anohana raised her head and looked at Ermuwa with a grim look. "It's not a good habit to be disrespectful to your opponent." Wang Yu of Ermuwa seemed to have sensed something, slowly took off the sunglasses on his face, and said seriously, "It seems that this young lady is not easy to deal with." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to his side. With a clang, a shallow sword that he had thrown on the ground flew into his hand. The terrifying spiritual pressure in the bodies of the two people, which was also close to the end of the god of death, exploded at the same time. For a moment, everyone around could feel the chill that seemed to cut through their skin. "Back off! Everyone back off!" Fujimiya Makoto knew very well that if other ordinary Shinigami were involved in this level of battle, the final scene would be quite tragic. The spiritual pressure alone was enough to crush most of these ordinary Shinigami who were not even at the 10th level of spiritual power into minced meat. "Makoto." Anohana teacher turned his back to him and said casually, "You are not allowed to interfere." "Yes." Fujimiya Makoto knew Anohana teacher's rules very well. Fighting was an entertainment activity that she would never allow others to interfere with. "That's not okay." Namiya Wang Yu suddenly raised his head and called out to the surrounding Zanpakuto. "Sweetheart! Dear! Please help me hold that guy down. Don't let him run away." Fujimiya Makoto's pupils suddenly shrank. As soon as the words fell, the Zanpakuto exploded with a boom sound, and several female figures appeared behind Nimeiya Wang Yu, looking at Fujimiya Makoto with unfriendly eyes. To be precise, they looked at the sword in his hand. They heard all the bad things that Xiao Padao just said clearly. Fujimiya Makoto turned his head and looked at the teacher. However, Anohana just responded with a gentle smile. There was no intention of interfering. This means that he should deal with it himself. What a trouble! Fujimiya Makoto threw away the Baiwa Danjuro in his hand and looked at the aggressive Zanpakuto with some distress. Even if it was just a physicalization, it seemed that it was not easy to deal with it. He still remembered how much noise Muramasa in the original work made with his Zanpakuto. Just as he was thinking this, he heard a loud shout from behind Irmawu. Yo! Suddenly, a short man with red hair suddenly jumped up more than 10 meters high and swooped down towards him, with blazing flames on his hands and feet. Baija explosion! Intense flames spewed out from the red-haired girl's mouth, engulfing the land within a radius of dozens of meters in an instant. The high temperature made the center of the flame almost brightly white, and the surging airflow formed wind and waves, pushing away everyone around. The air became extremely hot under the high temperature, and even if it was 100 meters away, the body surface could not help but sweat. The charred land continued to emit bursts of pungent smell. However, Suadeo Mila, who was still spewing fire, suddenly realized that something was wrong. Before she could stop, she heard a calm shout from the center of the flames. First type revised divided flame. The next moment, the land engulfed by the raging flames seemed to be cut open by a fine crack, and the blade straightly split the fire scene in two from the middle. A clear sound of tearing cloth could even be heard by the ear. In the center of the fire scene, Fujimiya Makoto stood in place, protecting the seriously injured Obana Danjuro, and looked at her calmly. Compared with the flame flow I have seen, it's still far from it. This is not bad, give you 5 points. Fujimiya Makoto tried hard to keep his expression. Just as Xiao Padao's voice fell, a whistling wind suddenly sounded behind him. A black-haired girl wearing a mask descended from the sky. A long hammer with a wooden pole of almost 3 meters drew a violently changing curved arc in the air at a distance, and smashed Fujimiya Makoto's head fiercely. Leaning sideways, kicking. First kicked the seriously injured Oka Danerlang out of the fire scene. Fujimiya Makoto pressed the scabbard on the hammer pole, stepped on the hammer head sunk into the ground, looked fiercely at the silent hammer Palace Cinco, stretched out a finger, and chanted quickly. Thunderous carriage. Split in the spinning wheel. This thing has light. Divide into 6. 61 of the binding path, 6 stick light prison. A golden beam of light shot out, sandwiching the thin figure of Hammer Palace Cinco in the middle, firmly fixed in mid-air. However, before Fujimiya Makoto swung his knife, he saw a group of golden messy hair rushing from the side, trying to stop him. Hashihara! Hold him! Marasujima shouted loudly, I'm going to let this guy have a good taste of my super big explosion. Okay. A clear female voice came from the center of the messy hair. This should be Hashihara Lotus. Fujimiya Makoto moved away in an instant, and his eyes swept around at the same time. It's not just him. Wang Yu of Nimuwu, who brought the entire Nimuwu guards, was equivalent to carrying a whole army of instructors. Although there were only a dozen swords, and some of them were obviously not suitable for fighting, they were used to deal with ordinary death gods with low spiritual power levels, but they still had the beauty of using a cannon to kill a mosquito. At this time, the remaining dozen members of the Nimuwu guards were killing in the Yuan Liu Legion behind him. Hey! Where are you looking at? Marasujima shouted loudly, while spraying a breath of fire into the air, blocking all his ways. The bindings on Hammer Palace Cinco were broken, and he held 2 hammers, one long and one short, in his left and right hands. With a cold look, Hashihara Lotus stood at the end, looking at him with a smile. 3. Fujimiya Makoto stood in the center of the blazing flames, looking at the encirclement, his expression slightly gloomy. Then, he smiled. It's good to have more people. With more people, the drama will be more lively. I'll treat you to ice cream.jpg. Chapter 76 I Want to Fight 3. 4K and please subscribe. If a one-on-one battle is equivalent to a solo dance agreed by two people at a dance party, then a one-on-many battle is like a multi-person shura field in the center of the dance floor. At the moment when the kitchen knives intersect, only by finding a gap and breaking through a single point can you avoid being hunted by several rounds of attacks in an instant. Fujimi Makoto's speed is not slow. After many days of training and fighting, his instant step and slashing technique have reached the level of 12th level. If this level is compared with ordinary Shinigami, it is roughly equivalent to the level that geniuses like Hitsugaya Toshiro in the later generations can only reach after continuous training for 100 years. In terms of the exquisiteness of slashing technique and instant step, even the 11th group of Yuanzijoku, which is famous for its fighting ability, can hardly match him. However, the enemy he faced was three powerful Zanpakuto made by Nimeya Wanjiu himself. Boom! Hime Yaziwiko swung the black hammer in her hand. The hammer handle was made entirely of her teeth. At the moment of swinging, it was like the most resilient wax stick wood or rubber structure, drawing an arc in the air that seemed to make a scream, and fell fiercely in front of Fujimi Makoto. This kind of power, even with Fujimi Makoto's current spiritual power, is completely impossible to resist, and he can only rely on dodging to deal with it. Too slow. Brother! Hashihara Rensa, who has long golden hair, shouted loudly while swinging her long hair from top to bottom. The hair like a waterfall kept winding forward and rushed towards Fujimi Makoto. The hair that seemed to have a loose structure just wrapped around the flying stones and crushed them easily. Several long hairs twisted into a ball, forming the world's toughest and most powerful long whip, whistling and slashing, as if covering the sky and the sun. Fujimi Makoto knew that he couldn't dodge it, so he pressed his left index finger on the blade and slid it gently, and then a faint glow of light appeared on the surface of the small broken knife, as if a thin film was coated on the blade. The young man's eyes were extremely sharp, and he shouted. First form, modified, arc strike. The speed that surpassed the sound and the wheel dance of the blade merged into one in the turning, like a brilliant light, it penetrated through numerous obstacles. The dazzling white silk almost connected into one line, outlining his figure as he moved and swung his sword to tear through the hair. Several sword lights advanced simultaneously, and the seemingly tough long hair broke into several flying threads. Slashing technique +2. Hair control and back control are also very good civilizations. But if you accidentally get it on, it will be difficult to clean it by yourself. Fujimi Makoto completely ignored the various dirty words of the little broken sword, and continued to advance in the direction of the Hashihara lotus. And his figure seemed to have melted into the sword light. The jumping Hashihara lotus looked at her long hair being chopped up, and suddenly screamed. Mara! Sinner! Hurry up and save her! I am not good at close combat. However, before Fujimi Makoto could get close to Hashihara Lotus, the screaming woman suddenly froze, and a cheerful smile of success appeared on her face. The next moment, the small-statured Myra Suizhima suddenly jumped out from behind her. I'm waiting for you. Her bare feet stepped on the spirit in the air as if it had substance, and with the force of the recoil, she shot straight towards Fujimi Makoto, and her hands and feet simultaneously emitted a blazing stream of flames, turning and sweeping towards Fujimi Makoto, and the flames formed a dazzling chain of fire. Flame dance. Fujimi Makoto instinctively wanted to swing his knife to chop. But the next second, he suddenly felt a slight change in spiritual pressure, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Swoosh! His figure suddenly disappeared from the original place, retreating to a distance of more than 10 meters away. Mela, who was turning in the air, was stunned at first, and then gritted her teeth and punched the ground fiercely. Pa! The red-haired girl hit the surface of her fist on the ground, and suddenly a ball of blazing white torches burst out. It seemed that there was only a small pit, but the sound of the explosion continued to rise from the bottom of the ground, making a series of very crisp shell-breaking sounds, and countless spider-web-like cracks spread in all directions at the hitting point, shattering a series of clear lines. Then, the whole earth seemed to shake. Boom boom! The ground around Mila suddenly bulged up with translucent small bulges as if it had melted. The fire pillars with a majestic heat flow rose from these bulges, with heat that seemed to be able to burn people thoroughly. If you get a little closer, even your hair and skin seem to be roasted. And Fujimiya Makoto's footsteps were just one step outside the prison of the fire pillar, quietly looking at the girl who was coiled in the center of the blazing flames. Tisk! Just let me hit you, isn't it? The hot-tempered girl complained loudly with dissatisfaction, just revealing the sharp tiger tooth at the corner of her mouth. Fujimiya Makoto just quietly looked at the women who surrounded him again, with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. His shikai is not suitable for unfolding in crowded places. Because anyone who makes eye contact with him will be pulled into the same script. In addition, the absoluteness of the rules meant that even Fujimiya Makoto himself could not be sure whether those of his own who were dragged into the script would be unlucky enough to accidentally trigger several violations in a row, and then be directly turned into hot weapons by the script. With this, let's not talk about whether the battle can be won. Even if he wins, he will definitely not be able to survive in Soul Society as a god of death. Perhaps 1,000 years later, there will be a Soul Society urban legend that looking at people will turn you into a hot weapon. In this case, must these sword girls be led away from the crowd? Just as he was thinking about it, he heard someone behind him rushing towards the battle group here. Master Fujimiya! Ryoma Kurayashiki shouted and charged towards this side. But Fujimiya Makoto reached out to stop him. Facing three powerful humanoid Zanpakutos, he turned his back to his colleagues behind him, turned his head and showed a smile of control. Leave it to me. At this moment, looking at his back, Kurayashiki Ryoma seemed to realize something. Both Fujimiya and Kurayashiki knew it very well. To deal with these powerful Zanpakuto, you must pave the way with dozens or even hundreds of lives. Faced with such a situation, even if it is Instructor Fujimiya, he must start to fight desperately. The more Zanpakuto he can block, the more people he can save. Thinking of this, the little boy looked at the back in front of him and couldn't help but be moved. Just as the boy was moved by himself, he heard a familiar voice interrupting his emotions again, and the little broken sword roared childishly. All of them! I want to drink 3 by myself. No one can escape. Turn all of them into Fujimiya puffs. In an instant, Kurayashiki Ryoma was completely emo. The emotions were interrupted completely. If you think about it carefully, this kind of beauty, who is also a married woman in a certain sense, seems to be the type that Master Fujimiya would like, right? Fujimiya Makoto stood still. Although he did not look back again, his back inexplicably had a bit more of a sad feeling. No word was said. The sword ladies standing opposite him all frowned at him. The most irritable Mila Suedeo had veins bulging on her forehead, baring her teeth and roaring loudly. Hey, hey, hey! What puff donuts? With a guy like you, you won't be able to touch my faction even in 1,000 years. That's because you don't have any. Xiao Padao is particularly keen on quarreling with other sword ladies. This is what is called competence or enemies, right? However, just after this sentence fell, Hammer Palace ZYZ and Hashihara Lotus seemed to realize something and opened their eyes at the same time. Hey! They turned their heads to look at Mila at the same time. The next moment, Mila Suedeo's expression suddenly stagnated, and the corners of her mouth pulled up a hideous arc with difficulty, twitching wildly, and blood was about to burst out of her eyes. Charcoal! I will burn you into a pile of charcoal! You foul-mouthed Nifet! Before she could finish her words, she rushed over recklessly. Good opportunity! Fujimiya Makoto narrowed his eyes, immediately seized the opportunity, and ran towards the outer edge of the battlefield at a very fast speed. Suideo Mila was chasing him closely behind him. Mila! Mila! Don't run so far! Hashihara Lianhua also followed. Only Haim Miyazyz, who was wearing a mask, hesitated a little. Lianhua. If we follow, will we really not be ambushed? That guy should be pretty good, right? However, when she finished her words, Mila and Lianhua had already followed, and even their figures were almost invisible. Seeing this scene, Haim Miyazyz sighed helplessly and followed. There is no other way. Wang Yu's request is to capture that guy alive. Fujimiya Makoto's figure passed through the center of the battlefield and rushed straight to the periphery, trying to avoid all the people along the way, and his speed was extremely fast. The three sword girls behind him showed their magical powers. Among them, Myra Sujima was the fastest and followed the closest. The flames spurted out of her limbs at the same time, making her fly through the air like a rocket, rushing towards the hateful guy in front of her in a straight line. Until she completely rushed out of the battlefield, Fujimiya Makoto's footsteps stopped at the edge of a valley. Bang! Myra Sujima fell from the air like a cannonball, making a burst of explosion. The fire of this fire-type Zanpakuto is very large in the physical sense. When looking at Fujimiya Makoto, even when she spoke, sparks would unconsciously appear in her mouth, and her pupils would flash with a warm light. Escape! Where do you think you can escape to? When Mila Suideo finished speaking, the two women behind him had already caught up. They all looked at him with grim eyes. Even if your brain is overheated, after seeing the performance of your companions, you should be able to understand something, right? Miss Mila. Fujimiya Makoto's voice was always flat, and he smiled gently, looking at the little man standing in the front. Myra Suideo was startled at first, and when she turned her head to look at the obviously heavy expressions of Hashihara and Hamimiya, she seemed to finally realize something and growled. Did you deliberately lead us here? Isn't that natural? Fujimiya Makoto looked at her, grinning with a contemptuous smile on his face. After all, it is quite difficult to get rid of all of you in one go without the first release. Hearing this, even Mila Suideo suddenly realized this. They have been following Wang Yu of Nimue for more than 1,000 years. Over the past 1,000 years, the few people who were the main force in forging Zanpakuto have already helped him forge countless Zanpakutos. They naturally knew. The fighting power of most Shinigami actually depends on their own swords. And Fujimiya Makoto has never released it since just now. Thinking of this, even Mila Sujima couldn't help but be alert. She looked at Fujimiya Makoto with burning eyes and shouted loudly. Just you. Fujimiya Makoto smiled at her. Following that, Hashihara and Hamimiya both noticed the changes in Fujimiya Makoto's spiritual pressure, and they all paid more attention to capture his expressions and movements. Here it comes. A faint pink light suddenly lit up in the depths of Fujimiya Makoto's eyes. A subtle heart shape suddenly appeared. It was imprinted in his pupils and the pupils of the three sword ladies in front of him. Fujimiya Makoto whispered to the three people in a calm voice. First, let's make a promise. After I stab you in the vitals, you must learn to obey my orders. Almost at the moment this voice fell, the three sword ladies in front of them found that the surrounding environment had changed dramatically during this voice. Illusion. No, that's not right. It seems to be a real place. I haven't heard that Wang Yu has made this sword. Can the environment be changed just by Shikai? After noticing this scene, the three people exclaimed in unison. It is precisely because they have witnessed too many Zanpakuto abilities and because of their own identities, they are clear about the range of abilities possessed by Shikai, so they all of them could realize how extraordinary Fujimiya Makoto's Shikai ability was. This was not the power that the Zanpakuto forged by Wang Yu could possess. In that case, when they looked at Fujimiya Makoto, they all had a subtle sense of strangeness. Although it had been a long time since Wang Yu ascended to the Soul King Palace with his forging ability, the three of them actually still remembered the first few Zanpakuto he forged. Before the birth of the shallow fighting, the existence that the Shinigami in Soul Society once relied on. Hey, hey! Hammer Palace Cinco was still the most timid one, whispering, could it be a real fight? How could there be such a weak real fight? Myra Sujima subconsciously retorted loudly. However, after noticing the drastic changes around her, even she, who had the hottest temper, felt a little uneasy. If they were defeated by such a junior, wouldn't they be so embarrassed? Just as they were thinking this in their hearts, Fujimiya Makoto had already stood in the center of the entire venue, looking at the three women calmly. After his voice fell, this piece of wasteland, which was originally only at the edge of the valley, had turned into a battlefield surrounded by medieval walls, with corpses, broken arrows, wildfires, and broken flags everywhere. Obviously, this place had just experienced an extremely fierce battle. Around the three sword girls, there was a circle of black humanoid beasts at least 3 meters tall, with faces as ugly and ferocious as the Great Hollow, and extremely thick hands, feet, waists, and backs, and black skin all over the body. These black-skinned orcs held weapons, all staring with a pair of red caged eyes, showing a covetous expression to the three women in the middle. However, it was just a pose. In fact, they were all grey, but their expressions and demeanor were vivid. Around, there was a dead silence. Where exactly is this place? Just when the three of them were filled with this question, they heard a creepy and tender nursery rhyme. When can we meet again? Meet at dusk on the Obon festival. Hook your fingers, don't lie. Those who break the promise will be crushed to pieces. Go ahead, the path to the gods. Offer. Almost subconsciously, the three of Suadeo Mila immediately formed a back-to-back formation, carefully guarding against all the monsters around them. But soon, they found out. The slightly blurred word 3 appeared on the top of each other's heads. What is this? Jaime Yaziwiza clenched the long hammer in his hand. Don't be nervous. Here is the script I created for you. Agreements and rules are everything here. Fujimiya Makoto's voice sounded softly. He walked in the center of the battlefield, still with a leisurely look on his face, and explained to them as usual. This is also part of the rules. When the three of them finished listening to the rules, they all showed a look of astonishment. Only then did Fujimiya Makoto smile like a gentleman and speak in a gentle voice. Life Happy World. Chapter 77, The Truth is the False, 5K subscription required. Happy World? Beast. The Screaming Princess of the Fallen City. Subject, Fight. Control. Super. Plot background: as the last three princesses left in the Elf King's city that never falls, you were surrounded by the Beast Army in the Fallen City in the final battle at the end of the Golden Age, and decided to challenge the powerful chieftain to a life and death duel. Rules: the host who plays the role of chief Beast will gain the ability to force a single person to give orders once a minute in this scenario, limited. The person being controlled must obey the order, otherwise it will be considered a violation. Note 1, the host has all privileges in the current scenario. Note 2, since this is a dual-type copy, if the vital parts are attacked 3 or more times, it will be considered as the target's spiritual pressure annihilation. Xiao Padao's childish and cheerful voice sounded in the ears of the 4 people at the same time. Almost at the moment the voice fell. Surrounding everyone, as if occupying this open space to form a small arena, the black orcs shouted deafeningly. The sound waves rushed to the sky. The originally grey-white sculptures all came to life at this moment. After hearing this outrageous rule, Mila and others couldn't help but widen their eyes. What does it mean? Single-person forced order ability? The so-called script can actually do such a thing? They had never heard of a Zanpakuto in Soul Society that could change into a completely new ability every time. This is too outrageous. Wait a minute, calm down. At this time, it was Hammer Palace Cinco, who was usually the most taciturn, who immediately realized the loophole in the rules. The voice under the mask quickly said, "That guy just said that each of us has 3 chances to violate the rules. His life the order can only work on 1 person, but we have 3 people. That is to say, we can completely ignore the requirements, just beat him in 9 minutes." Hearing this, everyone present understood. The loopholes in the rules are meant for people to exploit. So the rules themselves are absolutely absolute in the full sense. For a moment, the 3 people on the opposite side showed vigilance at the same time. A guy with such a powerful shikai is unlikely to be a mediocre player. However, Fujimiya Makoto's eyes flickered when he looked at them, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. These sword ladies still have too shallow understanding of the rules. They are not the only ones who can exploit loopholes. Are you ready? Fujimiya Makoto looked at the 3 women in front of him calmly, and asked with a smile as if to remind him, "If we have agreed, I will go up." "Come on." Marasujima sneered, not realizing the seriousness of the matter. Almost at the moment her voice fell, Fujimiya Makoto took a light step. The figure suddenly shot out from the original place, and the upper body rushed forward close to the ground, almost forming a Z-shaped line segment. The knife flashed, forming 2 clear breakpoints in the air. "Don't underestimate me, bastard!" Marasujima roared loudly, suddenly puffed up her ordinary chest, and spit out a large wall of blazing fire in front of her, directly covering the area of more than 10 meters in front of her. However, this level of fire is just laughable. Second form Kaiwakein. In the center of the fire, Fujimiya Makoto's clear voice came. The figure wrapped in fireworks rushed out directly, and even the surface of the blade seemed to be covered by blazing flames, drawing a high-temperature fire line in the air, and slashing straight at the red-haired girl. Steel hammer. The hammer Miyaziwiko behind him suddenly swung out the black short hammer in his hand, pointing it directly at Fujimiya Makoto's chest, trying to repel him. However, he used his first forced order without hesitation, shouting, "Hashihara! Stop her! I don't want to listen to you!" Hashihara Lotus smiled happily, and the long hair behind her head flew towards Fujimiya Makoto. But the next moment, the young woman with long golden hair suddenly widened her eyes, and the long hair that was originally suspended in the air also scattered, and her whole body shook, and her spiritual pressure suddenly weakened. Character Elf Queen Hashihara Lotus. Violation of the rules once. Hashihara, 3. 2. Fujimiya, 3. 4. She first covered her chest with difficulty, feeling the spiritual pressure in her body suddenly weakened. Then, her long golden hair could not be controlled and splashed towards Hammer Palace and Suideo, wrapping them in the middle and suddenly lifting them into the air. "Hey! Hashihara!" Suideo Mila had the most irritable temper, and immediately shouted loudly, "Didn't you say you wouldn't listen? What are you doing?" As she screamed, raging flames burst out from her body, constantly burning the hair wrapped around her body. I don't know either." Hashihara Lotus kept explaining, but her body would start to move involuntarily. Relatively speaking, Hammer Palace Sin, who could only make high-quality hammers, was not so easy to escape. Almost at the moment of being entangled by the hair, she lost her ability to resist, and the whole person was lifted high into the air by the violently surging hair, and finally fell heavily to the ground with a bang sound. The surface of the mask was stained with a layer of bright red blood. "Hashihara!" The voice of Mila of Suideo became more and more angry, and a ball of fireworks burst out from her body again, saving the Hammer Palace on the ground, and then suddenly retreated from the original place, looking at the innocent-looking Hashihara Lotus, with veins bulging on her forehead. Wait, Mila!" Jaime Yaziwisa said weakly, This should be the hidden rule in the script. As long as the order is issued, it must be executed. So, so that's why Hashihara can't control his body. Hey! Suadeo Mila was stunned at first, and then she reacted immediately. She turned her head and looked at Fujimiya Makoto, who was standing there peacefully, gritting her teeth. This despicable villain! However, Fujimiya Makoto just stood there peacefully, smiling at her furious eyes, and seemed to say calmly, "Is it really like this? Since the rules don't say so, please don't make random guesses like this. Is it possible that you already have a conflict?" This time, Suadeo Mila didn't even need Hammer Palace to remind her, she had already sneered loudly, and said condescendingly, "Such an obvious alienation plan, do you think I will fall for it? Don't treat others as fools." Fujimiya Makoto smiled with interest, "Really? Think about it again. Mara. Hit him. Ignore him." Hime Yazuwiko understood how straightforward this guy Suadeo was. Almost the moment she heard these words, she realized what this man wanted to do. The worst thing was that he might really do it. "Leave it to me." Suadeo Mila responded angrily. This guy actually used his trusted companion to provoke her, and even treated her as a fool to deceive her. Damn it! At the same time, Hammer Palace Cinco shouted, "Hashihara, create a chance for me." Okay. After the last round, even the frivolous Hashihara Lotus looked at Fujimiya Makoto with a bit of anger. Fujimiya Makoto still just smiled leisurely, his eyes constantly wandering between the three people. He was choosing the next target. Explosion. Continuous crossbow. Suishima Myra roared and rushed to Fujimiya Makoto, but this time she kept a certain distance, raised her index fingers on both hands, and shot sparks at him at a high speed like crossbow arrows. The crossbow-shaped rockets kept shooting at the ground where Fujimiya Makoto was flying, almost shooting close to his footsteps, and every time they were just a little bit away from hitting his body. Fujimiya Makoto ran wildly in a flash, circling the entire arena in a long arc, and then his body suddenly fell to the ground, running towards the direction of Mila Suadeo at an almost drifting angle, with a sharp knife light. Hey! Almost at the moment when his body fell, Mila Suadeo suddenly smiled and crossed her arms in front of her chest. Boom! The crossbow arrows that kept flying from the red-haired girl exploded at the same time. A black smoke that spread outwards completely at the edge of the arena exploded, instantly covering Fujimiya Makoto's figure. At the moment the explosion sounded, golden hair ropes swept through the black smoke like long whips, making an extremely harsh whip-tip sound, as if breaking through the speed of sound. Fujimiya Makoto, who was shrouded in the center of black smoke and flames, seemed to be stunned for a moment, and did not react to this abrupt turn. The next second, holding a long hammer, Hammer Palace Cinco has already rushed to the opposite side, swinging the heavy hammer from top to bottom in his hand, smashing it straight towards Fujimiya Makoto. However, in these few short exchanges, the limit of 1 minute has long passed. Fujimiya Makoto turned his head suddenly and ordered Hammer Palace Cinco, who was charging with a long hammer. "Hammer Palace, hit Suadeo with all your strength." The moment she heard this order, Hammer Palace Cinco's figure paused. In the process just now, she had already confirmed it. Since Fujimiya Makoto's orders will be executed regardless of whether they obey the orders, it is obvious that as long as they pretend to execute these requirements, they can win without violating the rules. Thinking of this, Hammer Palace immediately turned to Suadeo and shouted, "Mara! Got it! Suadeo Myra is not really stupid, she is just simply irritable." She knew very well what choice she should make at this time. However, if it was Hammer Palace, he would definitely change the heavy hammer to a light hammer. So, there is no problem at all. The red-haired girl thought firmly in her heart, and immediately made a protective gesture with both hands, firmly blocking in front of herself. However, the next second, the extremely heavy hammer head gave Suadeo Mila a blow that exceeded the extreme of the blade. Bang! The petite body was blown away by this huge force, and the huge impact force caused blood to continuously flow out of her mouth and nose. Whether it was Suadeo or Hammer Palace, both of them were stunned at the same time. At X2. Mila. Hammer Palace Ziwiza looked at his hands blankly, and then looked at Suadeo, who fell on the ground, and the whole person was stunned. Just now, I don't know why, I actually pulled the weight of the hammer head to the limit without control, and swung it towards Suadeo without self-control. Fortunately, they all have Zanpakuto. If an ordinary person was hit by this attack, he would be seriously injured if not dead. Hey Zenzi! Myra Suizhima climbed up from the rocks with difficulty, blood still flowing from her mouth, and murmured, You are not serious, are you? I didn't. Zinza Hamimiya didn't know what happened. However, at the moment when the two of them were stunned, a clear sound of crack of tearing cloth suddenly sounded in their ears. They turned their heads at the same time. Then, they saw the golden hair of Hashihara Lotus scattered everywhere in the air and on the ground. At some point, Fujimiya Makoto's body and mind had appeared in front of her. The blade in her hand, which was like a layer of spiritual light film, completely pierced into Hashihara Lotus's chest. You guys save her, Hashihara Lotus said with difficulty, and a sad smile appeared on her beautiful face. Both Mila Sujima and Hammer Palace Sinko were stunned at the same time. Fujimiya Makoto slowly pulled the blade out of her heart, bringing out a puff of scarlet blood. Seemingly noticing the expressions of the two women, Fujimiya Makoto still smiled gently. Don't worry. Until this script is completely over, you will not die anyway. But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw the figure of Hashihara Lotus, which was rapidly repaired in the countless swaying spiritual lights, and finally changed into its original shape. Promise, after being stabbed by me, you must learn to obey my orders? The young woman like Hashihara Lotus seemed to be a little tiredly straightening her back, she made a crackling sound, and her face still had the cheerful smile at the beginning, but this time it was towards her original companion. Allah! Sorry, Mila, Zyz. Hashihara Rensa sighed helplessly, it seems that I will become your enemy this time. Suadeo Mila and Hamimiya Zyz looked at her. She was stunned. It seemed that she had not expected that she would be in such a strange situation when she was against her companions. Fujimiya Makoto still pretended to be puzzled and asked. What? After being hit by such a heavy hammer, you still firmly believe that I am talking nonsense? Yuyukai. Although Suadeo Mila is an impulsive girl with a hot temper, her only hope is that as long as she fully recognizes someone, she will be entrusted with complete trust by this passionate girl. She is sure. This man must be doing something. Myra Sujima struggled to get up from the ground, puffed up her chest towards Fujimiya Makoto, and shouted. Baija explosion! The blazing waves of fire pushed forward like a wall. The girl, who had raised her strength to the highest peak in her life in anger, was covered with flames all over her body, as if to purify all the filth she saw. However, when the flames dissipated, she saw that a wall made entirely of golden hair had risen in front of her. The outermost part turned into ashes, dissipated in the slight sound of the wind. Only the last thin layer was still blocking Fujimiya Makoto. Hashihara! Myra Sujima whispered in a low voice. What she didn't realize was that in the brief stalemate between the fire and the long hair just now, another minute had passed. Fujimiya Makoto stepped on a small hill made of countless hair ashes, looking down at Mila below, with that iconic gentle smile on his face. Since, no matter what, you don't want to believe it, why don't you try it and you will know? Jaime Yaziwiza seemed to realize something and shouted suddenly, Myra! Don't be fooled by him. Mela Zyz also stood there in a daze, subconsciously widening her eyes. Then, Fujimiya Makoto ordered. Mela Zyz! Spray fire at Mela Zyz with all your strength. His voice fell. However, Mela Zyz did nothing, standing there stubbornly, as if to prove something. The next second, a familiar prompt sounded in everyone's ears. Character Elf Queen Mila ZYZ. Violate the rules once. At the same time, the number on the red-haired girl's head changed from 3 to 2. The number above Fujimiya Makoto's head increased from 4 to 5. Everyone stood there quietly. Hamria Shiko was completely stunned. Myra Sui's Hima stood in front of the wall of ash, always keeping her head up and looking at Fujimiya Makoto. However, she stood there for a long time. She also couldn't feel the forced feeling that Shiko and Hashihara said. The red-haired girl was stunned for a long time, turned her head palely, looked at Hamria Shiko who was also stunned behind her, and said tremblingly, "Shiko." Nothing happened. At that moment, Hamria Shiko's face, which always wore a mask, suddenly showed a broken expression. Fujimiya Makoto looked at this scene quietly. The last time he escaped from the sword zen, he got 2 wooden cards. The first one was from the fried brat. It was written life, dream, death. The second side is from the stinky girl who made him die violently in the rules. Right Binzhen Dingwei. Binzhen, within a certain range of spiritual pressure, turn the truth into falsehood. Dingwei, within a certain range of spiritual pressure, turn falsehood into truth. This is really a skill suitable for playing with people's hearts. Chapter 78. You will do it, right? 4K subscription request. At this moment, the pupils of Hammer Palace Cinco trembled. Mela. However, before she could say anything, she saw Mila of Suadeo had already taken a step without saying a word and charged forward. Both her hands and feet were wrapped in raging fire, and her tired body was covered with scars, and the spiritual pressure in her body had been taken away by 1/3. There was no highlight in the pupils of the red-haired girl. It was like going to die. Fujimiya Makoto raised his long sword in her direction. With this level of attack, you can't touch me at all. The moment his voice fell, this sentence became a fixed rule in this world. From lies to truth. Determine falsehood. Suideo Mila's voice was hoarse, but she still roared, and her fists and feet wrapped in flames made a whistling sound in the air, which was extremely sharp. However, Fujimiya Makoto, who was standing in place, just followed an almost instinctive sense of traction. And easily turned sideways and stepped, and the amplitude of the evasive movement was so small that it was almost invisible. Just relying on this level of dodge, he completely avoided all the attacks of Suideo Mila. Due to the nearly doubled spiritual pressure difference between the two sides, Fujimiya Makoto hardly consumed much spiritual pressure when launching this falsification, and completely showed a crushing situation. The performance between the two sides was like a funny puppet show. Until the end, Fujimiya Makoto swung the long sword in his hand flatly, following the attack of Mila Sujima, leaving a long mark on the body of the red-haired sword girl. Mila Sujima's knees softened, and she knelt on the ground with a thump, and blood flowed along the wound. "What's wrong?" Fujimiya Makoto asked as if in doubt. "Because you can't believe the facts, you use this method to beg me to kill you. You this, liar." Mela Sujima tried hard to support her hands on the ground, and her mouth was extremely difficult. "Still don't believe it." Fujimiya Makoto seemed to sigh helplessly. He dragged the sword and slowly walked towards the red-haired girl. It was just as Fujimiya Makoto himself learned from the wooden sign. Bound the truth and determined the false is an ability that can convert truth and falsehood. However, in the final analysis, it still requires a huge difference in spiritual pressure for it to be fully effective. If it is in the world of life, dream, and death, then this ability will greatly reduce the spiritual pressure requirements, but correspondingly, as long as you leave this world, many of the truths he created will be completely eliminated. If you want to bring this truth from here to reality, you must meet certain conditions. First, the spiritual pressure difference between the two sides is huge. Second, when there is a certain gap between the two sides, let the other party admit this fact from the bottom of his heart when his spirit is almost collapsed. This high-end operation is difficult to apply to changes at the material or biological level, whether it is turning stone into gold, or turning a tough guy into a small nan girl with a front and back. After returning to reality, it is basically completely eliminated. In the weak state of Fujimiya Makoto, the most suitable application of this ability is still some virtual operations in terms of spirit and will. For example, making a simple request. Or, conduct an unintentional betrayal. In order to test whether this idea can really be achieved, Fujimiya Makoto really needs a simple-minded, straightforward, and clear-cut test subject. Myra Sujima is really suitable. However, just as Fujimiya Makoto was holding a knife and slowly approaching Myra Sujima, increasing the pressure step by step. "Get out of my way!" Jaime Yaziwiko, who was also seriously injured, spoke sharply under the mask. The black long hammer in her hand was increased to the limit by her. Both the weight and hardness became the peak she could create. With a bang, the ground where the hammer fell, burst out with terrifying traces like thunder, and the shock force spread in all directions, making a deafening explosion. Fujimiya Makoto stepped back a few steps and stood still. Looking at the gloomy masked woman who was like a mother wolf protecting her cubs in front of Myra Sujima. Hammer Palace Cinco's body had long since stopped her from launching such an attack. Her mask was already stained with a streak of bright red, with a dull color. She turned her back to Mela, as if she didn't dare to look back. She said with a trembling voice, I really didn't. Mera of Suadeo raised her head with difficulty, and the back of Hammer Palace Cinco was reflected in her almost burned eyes. She stammered with her lips, as if she wanted to say something. However, thinking of the scene that had just happened, she hesitated and didn't dare to believe it. Her head drooped weakly as if she was powerless, leaving only a nearly dead silence. Damn it! Hammer Palace Cinco cursed in a low voice, holding two black hammers, one long and one short, in both hands, and was about to charge towards Fujimiya Makoto. However, too slow. Fujimiya Makoto's voice sounded, and his spiritual pressure had reached 5, making his speed, strength, and reaction more than one level higher than the two people on the opposite side. His flashing instant steps were even beyond the ability of Hammer Cinco to capture. Almost at the moment he heard the other party's voice, Fujimiya Makoto's figure had already appeared in front of the gloomy masked girl. In Hammer Mia's vision, the dazzling blade in his hand was reflected. The two hammers subconsciously wanted to block the direction where the blade fell. But, just as Fujimiya Makoto said, too slow. Shhh. A clear sound of tearing cloth sounded in Hammer Cinco's ears. And a severe stinging sensation penetrated the entire chest and abdomen from the left shoulder to the right lower abdomen. Blood and spiritual pressure continued to flow as her vitality passed, making her quickly weak and decadent. In fact, Hammer Cinco, who was the most thoughtful among the three, also knew it very well. At the moment when Hashihara was captured, they had actually already lost. All that was left was just a last gasp. However, at the moment of being stabbed, she seemed to understand something. She looked at the blade of Fujimiya Makoto with horror and whispered, "No, don't." Before she could finish her words, the blade had already pierced her heart fiercely. Hit the vital point. Promise after being stabbed in the vitals by me, you must learn to obey my orders? Pink light shone in the pupils of Fujimiya Makoto and Hamiya Cinco at the same time, corresponding to each other. With the last bit of strength, Hamiya Cinco shouted to Mila with difficulty. "No, don't believe it." Before he finished speaking, Fujimiya Makoto's blade had been pulled out of the girl's heart, bringing out a puff of bright red blood. Mara Sujima stared at the scene in front of her in a daze. Were both Hashihara and Hamiya killed easily? If so, the next one. It should be me, right? When she thought of this, somehow, Mila Sujima felt an inexplicable sense of relief in her heart. She knew. Of course she knew. Her brain was not suitable for thinking about such difficult things. What about who betrayed whom, who deliberately took the opportunity to retaliate? She couldn't figure out that kind of thing at all. It's okay to be defeated. Anyway, the Zanpakuto won't die. After I fall asleep, Wang Yu will definitely come to save them soon, right? With Wang Yu's strength, he can easily get rid of such a small character, and then they can forget everything that happened today, and continue to live like before, fighting and quarreling, pretending that nothing happened. After today, her relationship with Hamimiya and Hashihara will be restored to the past, right? Thinking of this, Myra Sujima unconsciously felt the courage to continue to face reality. She knelt on the ground, her upper body kept shaking, and she shouted exhaustedly in the direction of Makoto Fujimiya. Asshole! Idiot! Baldy! Come on! Kill me! Guys like you are nothing special. She didn't know how Myra Sujima could make such a loud noise with her small stature. Looking at her aggressive appearance, Fujimiya Makoto became calmer. It was like watching a prey that was bleeding and running away until it was about to run out of breath. He suddenly explained in a calm voice. I'm sorry. I just lied. Mara Suedeo was startled when she heard it, and looked up at him in confusion. Makoto Fujimiya explained to himself, in this space, in addition to the most basic use of rules, I have another different ability. That is to turn the false into the real. Hearing this, Myra Suedeo's face froze. It seemed that she finally realized something. Like a mastermind behind a successful plot, Fujimiya Makoto slowly revealed a gentle smile and explained. In fact, any decision your companions made just now was not wrong, whether it was to test the loopholes in the rules or to try to evade the rules by pretending to execute them. The reason why they suddenly enforced the order was because I fulfilled the requirement through this ability. You guy. Myra Sujima trembled all over. The strength that came from nowhere actually supported her broken body to stand up from the ground, and she staggered and began to run towards Fujimiya Makoto. Flames even surged from her back. But the red-haired girl's heart was full of guilt for her suspicion of Hamamiya and Hashihara. That dirty guilt seemed to tear her spirit apart. Fujimiya Makoto's voice continued, calmly narrating, You are the only one who really doubts them. Whether it is Hashihara or Hamimiya, they have always believed in their friends standing beside them. They were manipulated by my coercive ability. Stop talking! Fireworks burst out of Myra Sujima's eyes, as if to ignite her from the inside out. Fujimiya Makoto continued, Only you, Myra Sujima. You are the only idiot who was truly provoked by my clumsy plan to sow discord. Like a clown pulled by a piece of wool, you instantly doubted your friends who trusted you. In this dirty arena, you performed a funny clown show. I told you, stop talking. Myra Sujima, whose whole body turned into fireworks, roared and rushed to Fujimiya Makoto at a speed that she could not imagine. Her heavy and explosive fist pointed directly at his face. But Fujimiya Makoto's voice still did not stop. Until the end. The sinner still trusted you. Asshole! The emotions and flames of Myra Sujima reached the peak of this body at the moment when his voice fell. The whole body was covered with complex lines like intricate snakes. But they were betrayed by your suspicion. How disappointed are they? The last sentence of Makoto Fujimiya was like the first drop of rain falling in the center of the flame, which completely penetrated Myra Sujima's heart. At the same time, it also made her feel a very short moment of fear. The blazing fist was about to fall on Fujimiya Makoto's face. Countless golden hair ropes, like intricate and intertwined spider webs, emerged from behind Fujimiya Makoto in the blink of an eye and rushed straight to the burning Myra Sujima. Shimamila, madly wrapped around her limbs. The huge inertia and recoil intertwined with each other, causing the red-haired girl's body floating in the air to feel torn for a very short moment, as if her limbs were about to be torn off. Before the raging fire broke out in Shimamila's body. The next moment, the face of Hashihara Lotus appeared in front of her. The beautiful face of the blonde young woman was full of determination and indifference. Just that expression made Hashihara Mila unconsciously stop punching. Immediately afterwards, the long whip woven from the hair rope fell fiercely on her, hitting Hashihara Mila, who was already in a serious state, and sent her flying, hitting the ground with a series of explosions. But Hashihara Mila did not dare to fight back. Looking at Hashihara's face that she usually hated, she could only feel an uncontrollable apology in her heart. And the scene where Hashihara was pierced through the chest by a blade. The intense sense of guilt was worse than the pain. Suideo slid to her knees and tried to get up with difficulty. But before she could support herself with her hands, she saw a familiar long hammer draw an elegant arc in the air and fell coldly and silently on her back. Boom! The red-haired girl's body was completely smashed to the ground. In Suideo's peripheral vision, he caught a glimpse of the strange eyes of Sensei. The sense of guilt that seemed to penetrate her chest went back and forth in her heart, but she could not help but recall her suspicion and resentment towards Sensei at that moment. Under such complex and intense emotions, the flames on Mila's back gradually went out. The previous blow had exhausted her last spiritual pressure. Only consciousness remained. Myra Sujima lay in the pit, her eyes dull as she murmured, "It's all my fault." Yes. The plain but teeth-gritting voice of Makoto Fujimiya sounded in her ears again. "It's all your fault." Sujima finally fell silent, his eyes completely dimmed. No longer did he launch a furious and impulsive counterattack like before. The spiritual pressure, physical strength, or mental defense finally fell to the bottom. Makoto Fujimiya's feet appeared in her blurred vision. A big hand lifted her collar and pulled her into the air, forcing her to look at Makoto Fujimiya half-forced. "But, very lucky. Now there is a chance for you to make some compensation." The moment this sentence sounded in her ears, Myra Sujima even subconsciously raised her eyelids that kept drooping, and looked at him with effort. Fujimiya Makoto smiled and said, "The method is also very simple. You only need to continue to obey my small requests after returning to reality. Not too much, 3 or 5 times will do. You will do it, right, Miss Sujima?" The moment he finished speaking, Fujimiya Makoto and Sujima Mela looked at each other. In the depths of their eyes, 2 overlapping hearts were imprinted. From lies to truth. Confirmation of falsehood. Chapter 79, all solved, 4K6 subscription required. While Fujimiya Makoto was fighting fiercely with the 3 sword ladies, the fight on the other side seemed to be simpler. Anohana Yachiru looked at the opposite side quietly. In the era when she just came to this world, the legend of Nimeya Wangyu had not faded away. Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shigakuni was still a rising star. As the sword god who created all the shallow strikes in the world, it is not polite to say that Nimeya Wangyu has a great favor to most of the death gods. However, all this is meaningless to Anohana Yachiru. There is only one thing she wants to know. Does this legendary sword god have the same superb skills as his sword-making level in beheading people? Don't you plan to go first? Anohana's smile is still calm. "If you don't attack, I will attack." Rather than saying that I don't want to attack first, it's better to say it's very difficult. Nimeya Wangyu slowly took off the sunglasses on his head and threw them aside, and rolled up the afro that easily blocked his vision into a bundle and tied it behind his head. But there was no Anohana in his eyes. Instead, he was staring at the knife in her hand. His voice was calm, and he had no freestyle spirit before, and his brows were slightly frowned. "I can recognize every sword I made. And your sword, if I remember correctly, is likely to awaken the ability of the biological system. No, to be precise, it should be the ability of the life system, right? Wangyu of Nimeya does not have the ability of Ichibei of Hyashibu to know the name at a glance. But as an old predecessor who appeared before the shallow fighting era, he also has some small specialties of his own. Those are some small skills brought by his real fighting." Feeling the power of Anohana, who has obviously entered the first-class spiritual power, Wang Yu of Nimue looked at her with a little fear. To be honest, there is a strong power on this sword that makes him a little unbearable. That is the smell of blood, right? But it doesn't matter. Wang Yu of Ermiwo took a step forward, still looking careless, and moved briskly towards the direction of Mao's Hua. Anyway, as long as I can cut off your head, it will be enough. By the way, let me introduce it in advance. He seemed careless, but in fact he said proudly, this knife is one of my failed works. It is called Sheath Fu. Because it is too sharp, it can even cut through high-density spirit particles, so there is no scabbard that can hold it. Even if it is the knife in your hand, I'm afraid it will break as long as it hits it once. Hearing this, Mao's Hua's eyes suddenly became sharper and alert. The next moment, Wang Yu of Ermiwo suddenly disappeared. The blade that cut through the air, dust, sound and all obstacles in front of it like a breeze fell silently on Mao's Hua's shoulder. Not even the slightest whistle was heard. Swish! Anohana swung the blade and accurately dropped it on the side of the scabbard. But Wang Yu of Ermiwo just turned his wrist, and the incredibly sharp blade actually cut in diagonally along the shallow strike, like a knife cutting tofu without any hindrance. Anohana narrowed his eyes slightly, and immediately deflected the blade along the blade, pulling back at a very fast speed. However, despite the quick response, there was still an extra hair-like cut on the shallow strike in his hand. It looked inconspicuous at first glance, but in fact it almost split the knife in two. It was really true, it was extremely sharp. Did he dodge it? Looking at the fierce eyes of Anohana Yachiryu, Nimue Wanjiao couldn't help but smile, as if showing off, and shook the handle of the knife casually. However, although this thing is so sharp, it is actually quite difficult for me to find a suitable handle for it. Look, it's still shaking. So. As he said this, his voice suddenly became cold. Hurry up and show me your real sword. No, it should be called D now, right? I'm very curious about what this sword will eventually become. Anohana looked at him, then looked at the shallow sword in his hand, and his eyes suddenly became a little uninterested, and sighed in a low voice, the so-called sword god, it turns out to be just this level of guy. Don't understand the fun of fighting at all. What? Nimue Wanjiao didn't seem to understand it very well, and frowned subconsciously. But whatever. There's really no way to fight if we continue like this. But soon, Anohana raised the nearly broken shallow sword in her hand and whispered, let me show you my D-solution. Wang Yu of Ermiwo looked at her, and an ominous premonition rose in her heart. Anohana Yachiryu raised the blade and pulled it from right to left like a band, extending it. Under her action, the blade seemed to turn into a sticky and scarlet dye, spreading flatly along with her action. Anohana Yachiryu opened his hands, and the whole person was like a gloomy corpse nailed to a cross, and a low and distant cold shout came out of his mouth. D-solution all gone. The moment Anohana's voice fell, everyone present felt a huge and suffocating terrifying spiritual pressure. The strong sense of crushing seemed to turn everyone into powder from the inside out. However, it was only for a moment. The next moment, the ever-expanding spiritual pressure quickly wrapped around Anohana Yachiryu and gradually condensed on the blade in her hand. Wang Yu of Nimue suddenly widened his eyes. He clearly saw that endless blood slowly flowed from Anohana's blade. The endless blood flowed to the ground, overflowing the ankles of the two people, and turned the surrounding area of dozens of meters into a pool of scarlet blood. The spiritual pressure that belonged entirely to Anohana contained the two people, formed a scarlet field that belonged exclusively to Anohana Yachiryu. Wang Yu of Nimue instinctively realized the problem. This kind of life-type Zanpakuto is completely different from what he imagined. Anohana Yachiryu threw away the sword that was about to break, and then another blade made entirely of blood naturally condensed in the pool of blood. Wang Yu of Nimue's pupils shrank slightly. With an unlimited supply of swords, his ability to hide in the sheath must be restrained to a great extent. Oops, I shouldn't be so arrogant. Such a thought flashed through his mind, but he rushed towards Anohana again at a very fast speed. She must be killed in the shortest possible time. Noticing this scene, Anohana's face showed a scarlet smile. Fear, urgency. That's right. Immediately afterwards, she saw her figure disappear from the spot, and the blood blade in her hand drew a red arc in the air. Swish! The blades crossed. Ermiwa Wang Yu's pupils subconsciously shrank. Completely made of blood, the blade directly penetrated the edge of the sheath, splashing a red flower of blood, and then immediately connected with each other in mid-air, continuing to chop down at him as if nothing had happened. She didn't even look at the sheath that was about to fall on her. In this desperate confrontation, Ermiwa Wanjiu instinctively retracted the blade and blocked the bloody slash across the sheath. However, before he could swing the second knife, he saw another short knife made entirely of blood stabbing in front of him. Swish! The short knife cut by the sheath's blade broke instantly, but immediately recovered. Anohana Yachiryu held the knife with both hands, one long and one short, and performed continuous curved knife slashing techniques, and the speed of the knife falling became faster and faster. Too slow. Raise your swords. The two swords that kept spurting blood fluttered in the middle of the pool of blood like flying ribbons. Under the ultra-high-speed intensive attacks, Wang Yu of Ermiwa could only cope with it for a while. Obviously, her sword was sharper than the opponent's. Obviously, the sword in her hand broke at the touch. However, in front of this woman, Wang Yu of Ermiwa found that she could only cope with it to this extent. What on earth is going on? Anohana's slashing speed is getting faster and faster, like a dancer who has been banned for a long time and finally has the opportunity to show her dancing skills. At the moment when she met an opponent of equal strength for a long time, she finally found a rare opportunity to exert her strength in her prime without reservation. That kind of strong, tyrannical, and terrifying extreme, established with countless lives. Yachiryu. The entire pool of blood was her stage. As a foil, Wang Yu of Namiwa seemed to have become a puppet to show her skills. Her clumsy response and straightforward slashing technique could not be compared with the flower of the underworld that was finally formed after immersing in countless schools. Even if there was no sheath as a weapon, this sword god who was famous in the Soul Society would have a great chance of being easily defeated in just a few rounds. The two huge spiritual pressures collided with each other, but were easily torn and disintegrated by the flower of the underworld. Like a Shura beast, she rushed into Wang Yu of Namiwa's attack range in an almost rampant manner, breaking all his defenses with countless blood blades. This woman is simply a lunatic. Monster. At this moment, Wang Yu of Namiwa could not help but have this thought in her mind. Water bird flying blade. As if it was a deliberate reminder, Wang Yu of the underworld called out the name of a move that was obviously not very careful. Several continuous blood blades flew out from the blade, slashing around Ermiwa Wanjiu, making a sticky and dull sound when tearing the air. Ermiwa Wanjiu subconsciously wanted to retreat, but the blood under his feet entangled his ankles without knowing when. What on earth is this? Yes. It's not just a knife. This entire area made of blood is her solution. Only after realizing this, Ermiwa Wanjiu swung the blade to cut off the blood blades entangled in front of him. However, it was only a very brief moment of negligence. A tiny blood blade left a wound on his shoulder for the first time, bringing a noticeable stinging sensation. Hat. A smile slowly appeared on the grim face of Anohana Yachiryu. It was like a hunter seeing a prey with a wound. Oh no! Ermiwa Wanjiu seemed to realize something immediately. The next second, Anohana rushed forward again. At the moment when the blade fell, Wang Yu of Ermiwa vaguely reflected the horrifying scene of the woman in front of him melting into bones in the blood. Is this an illusion? Before he could fully distinguish it, a more intense stinging sensation had already risen from his chest and abdomen. The blood blade that penetrated the sheath was slightly connected in mid-air, and easily cut his skin, just like the sheath cut the shallow hit. Wang Yu of Ermiwu immediately covered the wound alertly, and while retreating, he realized that he had to break through this area of understanding immediately to find a little breathing space. No matter how proud he was, he clearly realized it in the previous confrontation. In terms of beheading, he and this woman are not at the same level. The spiritual pressure is almost the same as the other party, and the beheading technique is completely at a disadvantage. The only advantage is also completely abolished under the endless blood blade. If this continues, won't he be finished? Must change to a more suitable knife. He turned around suddenly. Run away. Seeing his panicked action, Anohana sneered and raised her knife forward. Swish! In front of Wang Yu of Ermiwu, a dark blood curtain appeared immediately. Behind the deep curtain, a figure exactly the same as Anohana was reflected. Don't you realize it yet? Ermiwu. Anohana Yachiru said in a low voice, this piece of understanding, in a sense, is me. Here, you have no right to choose. Death or life. That is the rule of battle. Looking at the deep pool of blood that kept surging, Wang Yu of Ermiwu couldn't help but reveal an ugly smile on his face. Because of the torn wound on his chest and abdomen, blood gradually flowed from the corners of his mouth, but he still said unhappily, you crazy woman, have you ever considered? The life-type Zanpakuto is actually a kind of rescue. I didn't make this knife just to fill this place with blood and corpses. Anohana Yachiru smiled, raised the blade towards him, and said calmly, how to make it is your business. How to use it is my business. Don't make your last scene so ugly, Namiya. As one of the strongest people in the world, let me bury you here too. The smile on Namiya Wang Yu's face became more bitter. Damn it, Tsunamiyo, if I had known it would be so embarrassing, I would never take this job. Although he said this, he still slowly and powerfully raised the sheath in his hand and took a deep breath. Anohana Yachiru raised the knife calmly. Swing it down, clang. A piece of the blade, which seemed to have just been separated from the handle, rotated in the air with a slight metallic sound, and finally sank into the soil like diving, leaving only a short, not so sharp handle. The blood curtain scattered like raindrops. In the center of the curtain were the figures of Anohana Yachiru and Namiwa Wanjiu. However, one was standing and the other was lying. In the end, Namiwa Wanjiu was not as embarrassing as he imagined. After all, he fought for his life and barely used the sheathed blade to injure Anohana's arm, leaving a deep wound that even cut bones and nerves. Broke in. However, the price paid was also quite tragic. The headless body lay quietly in the middle of the pool of blood, with ripples spreading around it. In his hand, he only held a section of the hilt. Just as Wang Yu of Ermiwu said himself. The sheath does have the disadvantage of being loosely connected. Almost at the moment when Wang Yu of Ermiwu fell, more than a dozen knife girls who were still raging in the battle circle suddenly seemed to have noticed something and gathered towards the direction of the pool of blood like crazy. However, in the end, they were all cut down one by one. Until the end, Anohana Yachiru stood quietly in the middle of the pool of blood, expressionless. Plop! Fujimiya Makoto suddenly appeared, carrying a sword lady on his shoulders and in each hand. They all fell to the ground with a muffled sound. Seeing that his teacher was fine, he smiled with a slight sense of relief. Since the teacher was fine, the traces he left behind could be delayed for a little longer. Anohana teacher. He smiled and went to meet him, and then he saw that Anohana Yachiru had clearly won, but still had a sad expression. When he saw the three sword ladies on the ground, he smiled a little, and the expression on his face that was almost frozen seemed to melt. Anohana Yachiru looked at him, his voice became warmer and softer, as if sighing. Makoto. Yes. You have to grow up quickly. Ah. Chapter 80 Burial Ground, 4K subscription required. Hi. Which sweetheart is calling my name this time? Well, it's you again. Wang Yu of Namiwa's black face, which was about to occupy the entire screen, stretched rapidly under the effect of the camera, and then after glancing at the object on the other side of the screen, he returned to his previous serious look and complained helplessly. So, what is the commission this time? On the other side, the eldest son of the Tsuneyashiro family, Tsuneyashiro Shindu, had a completely black face, and looked at the sword god on the other side of the screen with a solemn expression, and scolded with an extremely ugly face. Nimue! You didn't abide by the agreement between us at all. What about you who agreed to stop all the members of the travel disaster? Our clan has already delivered all the forging materials you need to the palace as you requested. What about now? Tsuneyashiro Shindu's voice was a bit hysterical, and he tried his best to raise the tone. They have broken through to the third zone. Where are you, a royal spy? Didn't you block it? Wang Yu from Ermiwu on the other side of the screen seemed a little surprised, picked his nose nonchalantly, and continued. But, SHTHE price you gave can only reach this level at most. The expression on Tsuneyashiro Shindu's face froze. It seemed a little confused. What do you mean? Wang Yu from Ermiwu looked as if it was a matter of course, and counted on his fingers on the other side, 4 heavenly star stones, 6 spiritual veins, a bag of spirit king powder, plus various small things, and deducting my own labor costs, all these added up, it's only enough for me to help you make 4 possessed swords. I am the ingenious 765,432, Mia Wang Yu, who never fails to repay favors. I promised to help you once, and I will never break my promise. It's just that you are too stingy, right? Tsuneyashiro Shinto was stunned when he heard this. Wait a minute, shouldn't you be the one to do it yourself? Hey! Across the screen, Wang Yu of Ermiwu's voice suddenly dropped, and he said in a cold voice, I say, this disaster was originally because you guys didn't listen to the monk, so you made the situation in the lower world like this, right? What's more, there are only me and Bingzubu in the palace. You actually let me go to the lower world alone without the approval of the great monk. Do you think I'm a fool, or do you really think he's blind? What's more, in order to repay you for the broken favor you did almost 1,000 years ago, I even sent 60 people from my most beloved sweetheart guard to the lower world. 60 people. He made a 6 gesture and raised his voice, even if it's a huge favor, it should be repaid now. Tsuneyashiro Shinto tried to refute loudly, how can that be possible? We agreed before that you would do it yourself. What's the use of just the possessed sword and the guards? Don't underestimate my sword. At this point, Wang Yu of Ermiwu's voice turned flat again, pretending to be indifferent and boasting, although it is a failure, the possessed sword is no different from me doing it myself. After all, that thing only requires me to inject a part of my spiritual pressure into the sword, and I can create a clone that can last for about 30 minutes. With the materials you brought out, it can probably reach the level of first-class spiritual pressure, and forget about the initial release and the real fight. But, let's not talk about other things for now, just the 4 swords I sent down, and the 4 sheaths. It is still no problem to beat all the members of your 5 major families. What a pity! If you could have brought out some more precious materials at that time, maybe I could have directly raised the strength of those swords to the extreme of Death God. Smack! Think about it. Isn't this all your fault? Wang Yu of Nimue said this while casually throwing away the responsibility, completely non-stick pan. You guy. Tsuneyashiro Shinto was so angry that his head was almost dizzy. Ah shit! As if remembering something, Wang Yu of Nimue's voice suddenly became a little more anxious, and that long face came to the front of the camera again and shouted. Hey! Wait! You just said that all the 4 knives were sent, right? Let's not talk about the material money of the possessed knife. You haven't paid the money for the 4 sheaths in their hands yet. Even if you are going to be exterminated, you should remember to pay my payment first. Tsuneyashiro bastard. And the mental damage compensation for my sweethearts. Pa. Before this guy could say the terrifying number, Tsuneyashiro Shindu turned off the palace communicator angrily, slammed his hand on the table, and roared in frustration. "Damn bastard!" Just as he was roaring heartbreakingly, wishing to smash everything on the table, he heard a slow sigh from behind, with an old voice. "Enough, Shindu!" Tsuneyashiro Shindu's movements suddenly froze, and he turned his head with some difficulty to look behind him. Tsuneyashiro Shogo was sitting quietly on the ground. His eyes were closed. On his knees, there was a simple and ancient sword. "Father, father!" Tsuneyashiro Shindu's lips stammered, as if he wanted to say something. But seeing his father's current appearance, he couldn't say anything for a while. It has only been 2 months since the day of the fury of the head of state, but Tsuneyashiro Shogo seems to have experienced dozens or hundreds of years of wind and frost. Originally black and white, his long hair had turned completely white, and his face, which was originally quite energetic, had become old and tired. The wrinkles of the skin clinging to his facial muscles were loose, and the whole person seemed to have changed from 50 to a 70 or 80-year-old man in the world in an instant. Tsuneyashiro Shindu looked at his father quietly. For a whole month, Tsuneyashiro Shogo sat here quietly, just to complete that secret technique, without sleep. Now, since he opened his mouth, that means the secret technique has been completed. In exchange, of course, only the life of this old man. It's enough to delay until now. Tsuneyashiro Shogo slowly got up from the ground. Although he looked old, the moment he stood up, he seemed to gather a heavy weight like a mountain and walked slowly forward. He opened his eyes, looked at his legitimate son, and sighed faintly in his heart. Compared to Ogata's demeanor that was enough to face death, Shindu was still far behind. If possible. As if thinking of something boring, Tsuneyashiro Shogo, who was already destined to die, shook his head slightly, as if he thought it was a bit ridiculous. "Father, give me another chance." Tsuneyashiro Shindu couldn't help but say, now the Genryuryu is still some distance away from the Osrei. At worst, we can continue to support it underground. That bastard Namiya said that he has a way to make a Zanpakuto that can exert the ultimate power of the god of death. As long as we master that kind of weapon, even if it's Yamamoto, that bastard, we will definitely be able to. Idiot! However, Tsuneyashiro Shogo interrupted Tsuneyashiro Shinto's last fantasy with a simple rebuke. He said calmly, "No matter how strong the sword is, how can it be compared with a human?" Tsuneyashiro Shogo raised his head while speaking. Above the room of this underground secret room, there are several heavy curtains hanging like curtains. What is reflected on it is the scene when the 4 Namiya were defeated by different Yuan Liu death gods. The first one died from the scarlet blood blade of Anohana. The second one was cut in half by Yan Yuan Jinal's strange space knife. The third one was pierced through the eye socket by the bloody Shikatori Bayansai's sword. And the last one. Tsuneyashiro Shogo quietly watched the scene on the curtain. The fire tide rolled forward like a mountain, crushing all the pitiful and ridiculous resistance with the power of Mount Tai. The so-called sheath that can cut high-density spirit particles is like gravel split into a tsunami in front of the scorching flames like the sun, and it was swallowed up in an instant. Immediately afterwards, even the body made of the sword turned into a ball of charcoal in the blink of an eye. There was no power to resist at all. Tsuneyashiro Shogo quietly looked at the middle-aged man in black clothes and a top knot in the center of the flames. Yamamoto Genryu Sai. Shigakuni. Everything that stood in his way turned to ashes. Tsuneyashiro Shogo's eyes were slightly absent-minded. This was the opponent he wanted to end with his life. Ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Tsuneyashiro Shogo suddenly laughed loudly, laughing very happily. Not bad. However, looking at this scene in front of him, Tsuneyashiro Shindu, who was standing aside, was full of sorrow. Obviously, this was a gamble with family, life, and future as the stakes. Tsuneyashiro Shogo strode towards the door. As a parent and son, he could only stand behind. When he reached the door, Tsuneyashiro Shogo suddenly stopped, turned his head to look at his eldest son behind him, and said in a hoarse voice, "Shinto. I'll leave it to you from now on." At that moment, the expression on Tsuneyashiro Shinto's face suddenly froze. For hundreds of years, it was the first time he heard his father speak to him in such a requesting tone. After leaving this last sentence, Tsuneyashiro Shogo strode out of the door. The various teams of the Yuan Liu gathered in the northern 20th district of Rukonga, like a giant python entrenched on the road, rushing towards the direction of the Osray T. On this entire road, whether it was nobles of all sizes, or the surrounding civilians, and even the beasts in the forest, they all fled in panic. Hundreds of large spiritual pressures gathered in one place, forming a strong sense of oppression that cannot be described in simple words. Especially, the group of people walking at the front of the queue. The one walking at the forefront was undoubtedly Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. Following behind him were a group of teachers and instructors covered in blood. Although Wang Yu of Irmiwa spoke in a relaxed tone, the pressure and casualties brought to everyone by his 4 swords and a group of personal guards were beyond words. In the entire Yuan Liu team, people with injuries could be seen everywhere. Everyone was more or less covered in blood. But because of this, they looked even more murderous. Everyone present knew it. This was the last battle. Break through the soul cord and control the entire soul society. Then, they would be the winners of this war. With the support of this spirit, everyone was in a high-spirited posture. District 3. District 2. Finally, they arrived at District 1, Run Linen. The moment they walked into this area, this place, which was supposed to be the most prosperous area of Ryokan Street, had become empty. As the last barrier of the Os Lingting, the huge murderous stone wall fell from the sky, forming an extremely huge wall that surrounded the entire vast Os Lingting in the center. Invisible waves spread along these frosty murderous stone walls, surrounding the Os Lingting, automatically forming a protective membrane. Even if the intermediate ghosts above level 30 hit it, I am afraid it will not be shaken at all. Defend the Os Lingting to the death. I will never forgive the Yuan Liu travel disaster. Give your life for the Spirit King. The shouts one after another sounded continuously on the other side of the giant wall, making people's ears itch. Many people in the Yuan Liu army raised their heads high and looked at the huge wall that seemed to cover the sky. Many of them came here for the first time. However, in their hearts, they all had a kind of sustenance that was difficult to describe for the world inside the wall. For thousands of years, are the so-called commoners and nobles separated by this mere wall? In the hearts of all of them, it was as if a nameless fire had been ignited. The temperature of the flame seemed to be able to be transmitted to Yamamoto Genryusai's chest, igniting him as well. Fujimiya Makoto stood in the team and looked forward. Then, the old man suddenly took a step and walked past the crowd towards the huge door in front of him. The huge city gate, like a mountain, formed an extremely oppressive height difference with the lean middle-aged man in front of him who was less than 1.8 meters tall, like an ant trying to shake a tree. But all of them knew very well what kind of terrifying power was hidden in the body of this old man. Yamamoto drew out the long sword in his hand and walked to the front of the white road gate. The blade in his hand silently transformed and ignited. The flowing blade was like fire. He raised the sword and pointed it towards the direction of the giant gate, like holding high a torch that could ignite people's hearts. Finally, it fell decisively. Burn the city with fire. Accompanied by his highly recognizable hoarse roar. The flames that were more violent and hotter than the tsunami rushed out of his body continuously, and the red flames flooded the walls, swallowed up the outermost barrier, and ignited the murderous stones that had the function of decomposing spirit particles. With one person's body, he set a city on fire. As for the white gate blocking his way, it was even less worth mentioning. The moment he stepped past, the white gate, which was made entirely of murderous stones, was melted and swallowed by flames like a water curtain. Easily crossed. Countless nobles, criminal soldiers, and private armies of various tribes standing on the city walls, shouting and yelling, were turned into charcoal in the screams. At the same time, Yuan Liu's troops poured in from the gate like a tide, rushing in all directions. However, when they rushed into the spirit court, Yamamoto's footsteps slowly stopped. He raised his head quietly. On the steps of the main hall of the central palace, an old man in plain clothes held a knife in his hand and walked down the steps steadily. Tsuneyashiro Shogo looked at him quietly, seeming a little puzzled. The kid Shihoan should have told you our trump card. Even so, do you have to attack the Osrei T? Yamamoto. The old man Yamamoto knew the significance of the other party's appearance here. But if I can't kill you all, I will be uneasy. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni narrated slowly, but his tone seemed to be a bit heavy. Hearing this, a smile slowly appeared on Tsuneyashiro Shogo's old face. Yes. You are more ruthless and decisive than anyone else. So, you are Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. Hearing this, Fujimiya Makoto's eyebrows gradually drooped. The next moment, Tsuneyashiro Shogo suddenly waved the scabbard and paused heavily in the air, as if a drumstick hit some invisible drum surface, spreading a low sound wave. In the blink of an eye, the scene in the eyes of everyone present flashed. A huge area centered on the central palace changed the world. The original palace disappeared. What appeared in front of everyone was a lush green grassland. Tsuneyashiro Shogo said calmly. This is the burial place I chose for myself and for you. This is the place that the Tsuneyashiro clan has kept for 10,000 years. It's called Gu.